It is 10:01, and I'd like to call this February 9th, 2021 meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court to order. Commissioner Cagle.
Good morning, Your Honor. We were going to have Tamika Simmons do our opening prayer today, but she's not able to join us, and she is one of those folks that it's just a privilege to know, with a resume filled with all kinds of activities in our community. In addition to her work in ministry, she is the CEO at Tamagua, the Tomball Magnolia Waller Association, which is a combination of a regional support that helps a lot of our underserved out in the Northwest Houston metro area, which actually is, Tomball area. And it's they really help those who need that help, that are in our what we refer to often as our underserved community. But in addition to that, she's with the National Association of Free and Charitable Clinics, the American Heart Association. She's involved with Texas A&M. You and I are not Aggies, but we appreciate those Aggies occasionally. And Houston Medical Center. And but she is not able to join us, but she has sent, and we have online, someone else who is with Tamagua to do our opening prayer, and that is Kristen McKenzie, who is a pretty impressive individual in her own right. And so she is the governance coordinator at Tamagua Healthcare Ministries, and she also serves on the board for the Gabriel Project, which is an apostolate. Now, that's important that we don't mispronounce that word, because apostate means completely the opposite from apostolate. Apostolate means they're going forth with the good news, and apostate means they've moved away from it. So we got to make sure I pronounce that one correctly with the Catholic Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston. And so, Ms. McKenzie, would you give us our opening prayer, please?
Yes, I would love to. Please bow your heads. Father God, we come to you grateful and thankful for your love, your comfort, and your blessings to us, our state, and our nation. We're so thankful that you've given us another day to serve you and your people. We pray, God, that you continue to strengthen the bodies and minds of our doctors, nurses, and all of our healthcare workers and mental health workers as they remain steadfast in their mission. God, continue to give them strength as they move through uncharted territory. You are the one who gives strength to the weary. And Lord, we lift up in prayer our elected officials, our commissioners, our community and business leaders, and all of their support staff here in Harris County. Thank you, Lord, for their dedication, their selfless service, and often unappreciated jobs. Guide them, give them wisdom and courage as they're called upon to make decisions. And Lord, provide a refreshing and restoration to their spirit, souls, and bodies as they lead us into the future, a future filled with hope and good news through you. Lord, you've shown us what is good and what you ask of us, to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you, our God. And we thank you for your Son, and it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you, and thank you for that reference to Micah. That's one of my favorite passages.
Amen. Thank you.
That's awesome. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Judge, one of the reasons why we had asked Tamika to come and do the opening prayer today as well is because this is Black History Month. I thought that it would be nice having one of our great local Black ministries to, with boots on the ground, start us off for this month's celebration.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Let's get started with the agenda, and then we'll hear from all the speakers. With the resolutions, then we'll hear from the speakers, and then we'll move to the agenda. I have a resolution commending and congratulating Aurora Elaine Roberts on her retirement. And let me read it briefly here. Whereas Aurora Elaine Roberts retired on January 15th, 2021 after more than 30 years of service with Harris County Pretrial Services. The mission of pretrial services is to provide accurate and timely information to assist judicial officers in Harris County with making informed pretrial release decisions. She joined Harris County on October 23, 1990, as a pretrial officer in the Court Information Division. She was promoted to supervisor position in pretrial screening, later was division manager in the defendant monitoring division, and she served her coworkers and statewide colleagues as secretary of the Texas Association of Pretrial Services from 2017 through 2021. Her experience and contributions to her division will be missed by friends and colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Harris County Commissioners Court hereby commends and congratulates Aurora Lane Roberts for more than 30 years of dedicated service to Harris County and extends well wishes for her in her retirement. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for the resolution. And I just want to congratulate her. 30 years. That's phenomenal. And just hope the new chapter and the new beginning of another chapter in her life is pleasant and enjoyable. And just think about us as you're enjoying yourself and we're working in staying busy over here. But listen, congratulations. 30 years is commendable. And thank you for your dedicated service.
I believe she's on the line. Is that right, Lucinda?
No, I'm sorry, Judge. We could not reach her.
Oh, all right. Well, all our best to her and her family. That was my only resolution out of order. Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, thank you. And this is a item that I'm proud to have worked with our county attorney on. And if I might, I want to pass the honors over to him. I just want to say how proud I am of the legacy and the work of Mr. Haynesworth. And if I might, Mr. County Attorney, if you're there, I'd like to pass it to you.
Yep, I'm on. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for bringing this forth. And thank you to the court for granting the Law Library and the Harris County Attorney's Office an audience today. Another thank you to Marianne Sears, the Law Library Director, and Sharia McKenzie, the Library's Director of Special Projects, for the work on this. And finally, of course, thank you to the Houston Lawyers Association, which is the Black Lawyer Bar Association in Houston, and which was also founded by Mr. Haynesworth. We're excited that today, during Black History Month, the Harris County Law Library is being rededicated to honor local attorney and civil rights leader Robert Haynesworth. In 1951, when racist Jim Crow laws were still alive and well in Texas, Mr. Haynesworth filed a lawsuit challenging the one-table rule, which was a law library rule requiring African-American attorneys to use a single designated table while working in the law library. This restriction not only inhibited Black lawyers' ability to advocate for their clients, but it was also a constant reminder that although they had excelled in college, graduated from law school, and passed the Texas bar exam, they were still treated as second-class citizens by their government. During the same period that Mr. Haynesworth was fighting for equality through his lawsuit, courts across the country were grappling with reconciling the United States Constitution's promise for equality for all and the practical reality of segregation in the South. In May of 1954, the United States Supreme Court ruled that racial segregation in public schools violated the 14th Amendment, overturning the separate but equal doctrine and laying the predicate for the end of state-sanctioned racial segregation. Just 6 months later, that same court declined to hear Mr. Haynesworth's case against the law library. And while the courts denied his call for equality, his vision blazed the trail for the fight against segregation in our state. So it's only fitting that the law library should be rededicated to acknowledge the victory of that vision. Today's law library is a place where everyone, regardless of race, religion, or gender, has a seat at any table. Rededicating the law library located at 1019 Congress is important for an additional reason. Years ago, the building was the home to the Sydenor Company slave market, one of the largest slave markets in Texas. The halls of justice at 1019 Congress stand not just to the diligence and courage that Mr. Haynesworth exhibited, but also the blood of Black forefathers. I'll end with a quote by Mr. Haynesworth, which was, "The American public expects lawyers to be the first to stand for freedom and democracy and the rights of the individual." To my fellow members of the Texas Bar, to my fellow elected officials, may we continue to fight for freedom, equality, and a more just society. Thank you.
Judge, I'd just like to note that I certainly could not have been as eloquent, but I also want to comment on the significance of Mr. Menifee being not only the youngest, but the first African American in his position. And we have come a very long way for him to be in a position to dedicate that law library in honor of one of the trailblazers that paved the way for him as well as me and so many others. So thank you. And I'm also proud to be a member of the HLA. And I know there are a number of speakers. Some of them are legends in their own right, by the way. And I'm just glad that so many of them signed up to say something about Mr. Hainsworth.
That's an incredible step. Thank you so much for doing that. Commissioner Garcia. All right,
Judge?
Commissioner Ellis, you had another one, I believe.
Yeah.
Judge, do you want me to do the speakers?
Yes, that'd be great, Lucinda. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sarah Beth Landau, First Court of Appeals. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Beth Landau. I am a justice on the First Court of Appeals, but I'm speaking to you in my capacity as one of the co-chairs of the Harris County Library Committee for the Houston Bar Association. I'm speaking in support of the rededication of the Harris County Library because I think it gives the Houston Bar Association Library Committee a chance to right a historic wrong when it denied Mr. Hainsworth equal access to the library like every other lawyer. And it is a chance for the library to continue its service as a backbone to the community for self-represented litigants as well as lawyers from small firms. And I think Mr. Hainsworth is emblematic of the county law library and give the chance for the values of the library in its service to the community to be reflected on the outside and to continue its excellent service to those who need it most. I want to thank you for your time this morning and for considering this important resolution.
Thank you.
Andrew McGee with Houston Lawyers Association. Go ahead, please.
All right. I listened to the prior speakers, but I want to say that the law library at the time that Hainsworth was practicing sat in the basement of the Civil Courts building. What was the Civil Courts building at the time is now the appellate court's home for the first and the third and the 14th. But Hainsworth probably spent hours down there in that library because he was a prodigious suer. He filed a number of lawsuits, but he probably spent many, many hours down there in the basement of the Civil Courts building working on his cases and his practice generally. I didn't know Mr. Hainsworth. I arrived in Houston in 1982. He died in 1981. I've never seen Mr. Hainsworth, but just looking at some of the cases that he's taken to the Supreme Court, I know that he was a student of the law, and the naming of this library would be very appropriate. There may be other members of the bar who spent time in that library or even in the new library, but I'm sure that Mr. Hainsworth spent a great deal of his time down there in that library. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. This is Jack Cagle.
Okay. How you doing, Jack? Cactus Jack?
Doing all right. Good to hear from you again.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Aljanita Scott Davis with the Houston Lawyer Association. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Aljanita Scott Davis, and it is my honor to speak in support of the Harris County Commissioners Court resolution to rededicate the Harris County Law Library in honor of a gentleman who valiantly sought to ensure that the mission of the law library was fulfilled. Robert Wendell Hainsworth. Before Google, Lexis, and other electronic legal sources, the purpose of the library was to provide the resource of information that lawyers practicing in the courtrooms of this county would be able to research the myriad areas of law their clientele deserved. That meant all citizens of Harris County. The vestiges of racism, injustice, and segregation were on greater display in 1949 when Mr. Hainsworth graduated from my alma mater, the Howard University School of Law. This law school was a bold laboratory of Houstonian jurisprudence that trained its students to focus on removing the practices of segregation wherever they existed. The Houstonian School of Jurisprudence was the driving force that made the Howard University School of Law instrumental in laying the groundwork that led to a series of rulings outlawing racial segregation throughout the country. Mr. Hainsworth was blessed to return to school, going from Houston to Washington, D.C., to attend this specially dedicated institution. He returned to his hometown committed to work incessantly to outlaw injustice, practicing in his office in the McDonough Building, 500 Louisiana, where there were many civil rights activists and professionals office down in downtown Houston, near where Beer Paredes is now. As you have read and will hear, Mr. Hainsworth was not dissuaded in his determination. He led the founding of our beloved Houston Lawyers Association so that Negro lawyers could collaborate in their efforts of professional development and civil rights activism. Hainsworth was his sister, Hazel Hainsworth Young, graduated from Howard in 1924. She was on the first faculty of Jack Gates and later my Dean of Women at Phyllis Wheatley High School. Dean Hainsworth Young was the assertive force persuading me to attend Howard University. It was from her that I learned and heard many doting stories about her older brother. As a Wheatleyite from Fifth Ward, I could not have anticipated the legal fire that enveloped her brother, Mr. Hainsworth, would also envelop me and direct me to his HLA, becoming its president, later president of its national affiliate, the National Bar Association, and becoming the general counsel of the Port of Houston Authority for 10 years because of the introduction of the Houston Lawyers Association. Thank you so much for honoring him for what he did for our county and what he did for lawyers like me. But pride in his footsteps.
Judge,
Yeah.
I know that number of speakers. Ms. Davis, I want to thank you, and of course, all of them are going to speak, and I won't interrupt on everyone, but she's my resident African-American history historian, so she in part helped me make the decision to try to name something after Curtis Graves, and of course with Mr. Menifee to do this resolution and many others, and Judge Henry Doyle. So Algenetti, you don't have to comment on all of them, but I know my predecessor, Senator, Congressman, Representative Washington, I believe is coming on next, but I will be presenting that other one, and of course, Commissioner Garcia has his as well. So for what it's worth, you had to educate me on all that Henry Doyle did, and I'm embarrassed that I didn't know all of that. So just thank you.
It's my privilege. We both love history.
Thank you so much.
Prince Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please turn down your audio in the background?
Okay. It's down there.
Thank you, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir, that's perfect. Can you go ahead and start?
Okay. Yes, my name is Prince Cartwright Jr. I am one of the past presidents of the Houston Lawyers Association, and I want to affirm and support the resolution of rededicating the Harris County Law Library in honor of Mr. Robert Wendell Hainsworth. County Commissioner Ellis, I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Hainsworth because he and his sister, the Hainsworth family, were members of the historic Antioch Baptist Church downtown. And they were not, Mr. Hainsworth was not only a legal scholar, but his sister was a great educator in Houston, Harris County, Texas, Mrs. Hazel Hainsworth Young. I want to say that I'm supportive of the resolution. I had the opportunity of meeting Mr. Hainsworth on one occasion, and he shared with me his vision for young lawyers like me. I was 30 years more young then, had hair on my head, and Mr. Hainsworth instilled in me that we were the social engineers that would pick up the mantle and take up the fight for equality and justice in Harris County. And he shared with me the experiences that he and some of the founders of the Houston Lawyers Association endured during the early 50s, that they were not only segregated, not allowed in the library, in the basement, but they were also, their clients were the last persons on the court's docket to be called. And there was certainly an embarrassment to, not having equal justice and equal opportunity at the time. So I think that during the time that I was president of the Houston Lawyers Association, I was able to capture an oral history of some of the founders that were living at the time, Judge Weldon Berry, Judge Matthew Plummer, Mr. Attorney Aloysius Whitcliffe, and not Mr. Dahl, but Robertson King, and Judge Francis Williams. So they were all founders of the Houston Lawyers Association, but Mr. Hainsworth was a stallion trailblazer. He was what I admired about him, being a self-litigant by himself. He researched, he was a student of the law, and for that reason, I just think that Mr. Hainsworth was a stallion legal trailblazer of Harris County, and this is very appropriate. Thank you so much, and I hope that my sharing this information with you will be forthcoming in a positive affirmative action taking place on the rededication. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis.
RJ Blue with Houston Lawyers Association. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I hope I don't have too much background noise in there, but I want to start off by saying that as the current president of the Houston Lawyers Association, on behalf of the Houston Lawyers Association, its current members, as well as the board of directors, we fully support this resolution, and we also thank anyone and everyone who has dedicated any time or resources in trying to get this resolution passed. And that is folks who work directly and indirectly. I want to thank Joseph Lawson, the folks from the Houston Young Lawyers Association, the Houston Area Law Librarians, the Houston Bar Association, as well as Bill Kroger, and the former Secretary of State, James Baker, as well as, again, anybody and everybody who had a hand in trying to get this resolution passed. When I first, like a lot of folks my age, I'm a little younger. I feel like I'm old, but every once in a while I get around some more seasoned attorneys who have more of an intimate connection with the history of the Houston Lawyers Association, as well as many of its founders, including Mr. Hainsworth. I'm humbled to be part of an organization with such a rich history, and I'm even more humbled that the founders of this organization had to deal with things that I would never even imagine having to deal with. A lot of the issues that they had to face when they were practicing law, we don't have to face now, and it's in large part due to their efforts. When reading the bio of Robert Hainsworth, again, I was just taken aback. And I think that all lawyers can find themselves well served by trying to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Hainsworth. Not only was he a servant to the rule of law and trying to use the law to achieve equality for practitioners as well as his clientele, he was also a service member. He was a colonel in the United States Army. The Houston Lawyers Association stands fully prepared to support this resolution and all things subsequent to the passing of this resolution to make sure that we solidify Mr. Hainsworth and the changing of the name of this library and anything and everything that has to do with the library and the resolution afterwards. Also, I'm going to wrap up here and give some of my time back. I had to take a quick break from a deposition, but I want to thank the commissioners, all the commissioners, the county judge, and the commissioners on the commissioners court for allowing us to request this resolution and to speak here today. And I want to give a big special thanks to Commissioner Cagle, because as he knows, and he always reminds me, you'll always be Judge Cagle to me. I've tried a ton of cases, but my very first jury trial was in, I believe it was County Court of Law number 1, if I'm not mistaken, when you were in the county court. And I like to say hi to you again, even though it's only on a telephone call. But thank you, and we're looking forward to supporting all efforts concerning this resolution.
Counselor Blue, I remember you trying that first case. And if you may recall, I commended you for doing such a fabulous job on your first time out of the box. And I was not aware that you had become the president of the Houston Lawyers Association. You might not be aware of this, but back when I sat on the bench, I was actually a member. And so you're now my president. How's that?
Thank you, sir.
It looks like you left, sir. Judge, those were all the speakers on this item. I do have Aurora Roberts back on the line and for your resolution, if you'd like to go ahead and.
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's see.
Aurora Roberts, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo, to the commissioners, Ellis, Garcia, Ramsey, and Cagle. I'm quite honored to reach the 30-year milestone of being a Harris County employee. It's been an amazing journey. And I remember as if it was yesterday in early October when I left HR without submitting an application because the overnight position I was interested in said Spanish preferred. But the attentive HR employee asked me why I didn't submit it and suggested that I do. And 30 years later, I've made lifelong friends, learned a lot about county government, the criminal justice system, life, and myself. I've worked for and alongside amazing people, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to have served my community in that capacity. Today, I happily joined the Harris County retiree class, but sadly leave behind an amazing group of supervisors, the most creative and innovative staff, and friends who I expect in coming months will join me as a retiree. But I thank the administrations past and present. I thank all of the Harris County pretrial staff. They are amazing people. And I thank the Commissioner's Court for your dedication to the people of Harris County and for providing the sound infrastructure that facilitated my 30 years of employment and provided for my future. Thank you to each of you. God bless you and the great citizens of Harris County.
Thank you so much for your service and your commitment, and congratulations on your retirement.
Judge, if I might, should I move to one now for Mr. Hainsworth, or just wait? Do them all at the same time.
We can do that one, Commissioner, if you believe there may be issues
Okay.
with it.
I'll just move adoption.
Second.
A motion and a second for item 236 on page 28 under Commissioner Precinct 1.
Is that approved as presented?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Rededication of the law library in honor of Mr. Robert W. Hainsworth. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And Judge, I didn't call all of the names out, but the public defender, a host of people who worked on that for a long period of time. Thank you to all of them.
Mr. Ellis, thank you for bringing that forward. That's if we don't celebrate history like that, we're going to forget history.
Thank you.
The thing about history, unfortunately, that wasn't that long ago. So when things like that happen in Houston, we saw the effects of that all the way up in my hometown of Crockett, Texas. So thank you for that. And Christian, thank you for bringing that forward. Thank you.
Judge, I thought we were going to have Craig Washington speak to us.
In fact, Judge, if we can, I'm going to call him. I think we didn't tell my predecessor, Congressman Washington, he's my predecessor in the Senate, how to sign up. So I'm going to make sure they call him. I know you want to speak on the Curtis Graves one and the one on Mr. Hainsworth as well. So I'm going to try to track him down, Lucinda, because he called me earlier this morning, asked me what time. I told him it'd be about 11, and he said a.m. or p.m. I guess he knows how long we go. But we'll try to track him down, Cactus.
Thank you. Thank you.
So staff, y'all try. And Judge, maybe we do Commissioner Garcia's next if we can, Judge, and I'll try to track down Congressman Washington.
Okay, let's move on to Commissioner Garcia for now then.
Good deal. And before I begin my resolution, Judge, I do want to, I received a text from Commissioner Ellis earlier with some amazing history, and it was amazing history about his father. And I would just tell you, Commissioner Ellis, that I regret that I never had the chance to visit with him and speak to him, but I thank you for thinking enough to let me meet him. And but the history that he has, and particularly his military history, is leaves me speechless. And so I just really want to say on this occasion that we're celebrating Black history and recognizing those who persevered, those who contributed, those who supported forward progress, those who inspired, that your father, Elijah Ellis, should be amongst those remembered on this occasion.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And so with that, let me read this resolution. And, you know, as it was being said, I wanted to do this one. And when I heard the news, I quickly texted my staff and said, I want to do the resolution for Judge Gilmore. And part of the reason is that I've been so blessed that she has been the judge to officiate my oath of office on several occasions. But it was one time when we were attending an event together, and I can't remember the event itself, but I remember Judge Gilmore talking about Brown versus the Board of Education and how that decision impacted HISD. And the way it impacted HISD was that a family sent from Crawford Elementary sent their child to Sherman Elementary. And the principal at Sherman said that we don't accept Black students. And so the community here began to leverage Brown versus the Board of Education, and it started racial integration here in HISD. The reason that was special to me was because I didn't know I shared some of the history, because Sherman Elementary was where I was attending. And during the integration process, HISD settled the suit and said we will integrate and we will send our white children, white students, to Crawford Elementary, and we will accept students, Black students from Crawford at Sherman Elementary. Well, I was one of the white students that got sent to Crawford Elementary. And I remember the uproar and the picketing. Parents did not want to send their children to Crawford. There's protests. And I remember driving, my dad driving my sister and I to Crawford that day when the busing was supposed to begin. And prior to, a lot of my friends were telling me that their parents were pulling them out of HISD and were going to start to send them to private schools, Holy Name in particular. We didn't have those resources, and it wasn't a conversation at home. But as we arrived at Sherman, and I saw all of the activity occurring and saw parents carrying picket signs, I asked my dad, Daddy, what are we going to do? And my dad said, about what? And I said, about that. And I point to the protest. And my father said, son, all I know is you got to go to school. And I would imagine that he was channeling a little bit of Elijah at that moment. And so my sister and I, and as a proud Democrat, I broke the picket line, got on that bus, and my sister and I were the only two on that bus as we started off at Sherman. And I'll just say that experience, because I still have many of my classmates on my phone today from those days at Crawford. And I'll never forget how my teachers were trying to help us prepare. And they kept saying things like, don't worry, Adrian, they're really nice people over there. And so I start my schooling at Crawford. And then a couple of years later, HISD something that does something else interesting, and that is the first Vanguard program over at River Oaks Elementary. And I remember my teachers at Crawford saying, don't worry, Adrian, they're really nice people over there. And so those experiences, I think, have helped me a great deal through my life. But it was Judge Gilmore that was sharing that story about racial integration in Houston and HISD that really got my attention. And she's always been someone I've admired and respected. I just, she's too young to leave the bench. I hope this resolution would have read that we stand against her retirement, but it reads in the contrary, and it reads as such. Whereas born in St. Albans, New York, and raised in Silver Spring, Maryland, the Honorable Vanessa D. Gilmore graduated from Hampton University in Virginia, a historically Black college and university known for its academic excellence, with a bachelor's degree in textiles and marketing, and began her career as a fashion buyer at Foley's department store in Houston. Wow. And whereas Judge Gilmore went to graduate from the University of Houston Law School, and for 13 years was in private practice with Vickery, Kilbride, Gilmore, and Vickery, where she specialized in civil litigation. Her work garnered her the attention of Governor Ann Richards, who in 1991 appointed Judge Gilmore to the Texas Department of Commerce Policy Board. She became the first African-American to serve on this board, responsible for increasing business, tourism, and job training development in Texas. Soon after, Judge Gilmore was named chairperson of Texans for the North American Trade Agreement, with responsibility to create U.S. trade opportunities. And I imagine, Commissioner Ellis, you were working alongside her at that time. Whereas Judge Gilmore was nominated to the federal bench by President Bill Clinton in 1994. When she was confirmed, Judge Gilmore became the youngest federal judge in the nation and the first University of Houston graduate to be appointed to the federal bench. During her nearly 27-year tenure, let me just say, only 27 years, Judge. I think we got another 27 we can get from you, but I'm just saying. But her nearly 27-year tenure, she notably presided over the Enron broadband trial and the case involving the building of the Galveston Cruise Terminal, and has written significant opinions on patients' rights, copyright, patent law, and the First Amendment. And whereas, in addition to her judicial work, Judge Gilmore currently serves on the boards of the Texas Children's Hospital and the Pelchin Children's Center. She has previously served as the president of the YWCA of Houston and the boards of other organizations, including Imprint, a literary arts organization for readers and writers, First Tee of Houston, the Board of Trustees for Hampton University, for 17 years and the Board of Trustees for the River Oaks Baptist School. Whereas while she recently announced that she plans to retire as U.S. District Judge in January of 2022, Judge Gilmore expects to continue working professionally and to devote time to her other passions as an author and entrepreneur. Her published works include the children's book entitled A Boy Named Rocky, a coloring book for the children of incarcerated parents, which led to the development of a legal clinic at Texas Southern University to help children and families. She is also president of her son's company, Sleepover Bed Tent LLC, and in 2015 started Voices by Vanessa, through which she works as a voiceover artist. Nice. A recipient of many recognitions, in 2017, Judge Gilmore was named one of the 30 most influential women in Houston. Judge Gilmore, it has been an honor to share your history, and we're grateful for the history that you have given to us for so many years. We hate to see you go, but we are just so blessed to have had you. Thank you so very much. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia. It has been the honor of my life to have spent the nearly last 27 years as United States District Judge. I know the members of Commissioners Court know very well the importance of public service. It's something that we all do with a full dedication to the obligations and responsibilities of our respective positions. I've been blessed to be able to see and have the opportunity to see the courts of the United States evolve over the last 3 decades. And I've been very proud to be a part of that evolutionary process. I think we have always been mindful of our role as judges, but I think that over the last 3 decades, we've also seen the need to be more involved in the community and make sure, for instance, that the people in the criminal justice system have a true opportunity to reintegrate into our communities as productive members of society. I've enjoyed also the opportunity to bring young people into the courts and to see the judicial branch of government, how it operates. I enjoy sharing stories about the hidden history of Houston by sharing cases about our courts, such as the case that you mentioned involving the integration of the schools of Harris County. I recall very well talking to you about your own personal involvement in that part of the history of this city and the evolution of our country, and using the courts to make the United States a place that is more just and fair for all of us to be able to live out our dreams of education and success for all of our children. I plan to continue to engage with our youth in helping them understand and appreciate the role of our judiciary in our society. And I'm looking forward to transitioning to the next part of my career, but also having the opportunity to continue to contribute to the community. I really want to thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia, and the other members of Commissioners Court for recognizing me today and giving me the opportunity to speak and respond to the lovely resolution that you have just read for me. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, because I have been blessed to have been able to serve and hope that I'll still be able to contribute to this community in the next part of my journey. But thank you very much.
We know we know you will, Judge. Thank you.
Judge Gilmore, there's a couple questions for you. Go ahead, or comments. Go ahead, Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, congratulations to you. Thank you for your service. It's been a delight to see you out there over the years, and I'm excited to see what you do next. Number 2, in the list of cases, prominent cases that you presided over the case involving Harris County's redistricting.
I absolutely did.
Craig Washington, who's about to come on in a little bit, was our attorney in that case. And so I remember that well, because that was one of the first things that happened. And I want to thank you because you graciously allowed me to have my my work camp, because for a while there it was going to be where I had to serve the precinct, but no place to serve them from. So thank you for that good job you did back then. And thank you. And I got to ask, Voices by Vanessa. What type of voiceovers do you do?
You won't believe this, but I've actually been the house announcer for the Harris County Sports Authority at some sporting events. Nobody knows that that's my voice behind the screen.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Mostly commercials for Sirius Radio.
Very good, very good. Well, congratulations to you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you.
Judge, this is Rodney. I just want to thank you as well. And obviously, you know, I've heard your voice since I began my political career, going back to when I guess Mickey Leland was pulling together young up-and-coming leaders in the community. And, you know, I guess to get to know you and Tony and Milton Scott and so many folks. And, you know, Commissioner Garcia, Governor Richards also nominated her for a state bench at one point. That didn't work out. It was great for her because since that didn't work out, she got a better gig.
Right.
And a lifetime appointment. And, you know, obviously I was there when she was sworn in as a youngest federal judge, and she and Alicia picked the same place to go on summer vacations a couple of times up to Martha's Vineyard. But Judge, we're going to miss you. And I hope, as I told you, I guess yesterday or the day before, you don't rule out going back into public life. I mean, obviously, it was a tremendous sacrifice, and you can make a lot of money, you know, if you decide to go the private route. But I know there'll be opportunities and folks looking at you. But you've done a great job. And, you know, one of the most important titles that I think you've had has been mother. And we're all so proud of what you've done with Sean. Just look forward to the next chapter of your life. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it.
Judge Gilmore, it's been just a pleasure and honor to know you for a short time, and I look forward to continuing to stay in touch. I'm always just so grateful that you swore me and Commissioner Garcia and those of us, that was Commissioner Cagle as well for his second term in January 1st, 2019. So I always cherish that. And thank you for your incredible service to our community and to our country and all that lays ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. And I want to certainly appreciate the fact that you honored me as well by coming and being my speaker for the swearing in of our new citizens a couple of years ago. That was quite an honor for us to be able to have you participate in that very important ceremony for us, swearing in our new citizens out at the M.O. Campbell Education Center. And I want to thank you. And I think Commissioner Ellis has also honored us by speaking at that event as well. I hope that before I leave at the end of this year, I have a chance to call on you in that regard again, maybe.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Judge, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, I believe you have a couple other resolutions.
I do, Judge. The next one is one that's also very special and important to me for several reasons. One, because I have, throughout my law enforcement career, have had the unfortunate experience of having to deal with many cases that this resolution will discuss, but also because I remember some of these, and one in particular, but I was proud that I was able to be a part of the first annual event of this occasion. And I just want to first say to all the parents and families who have the regretful circumstance to be a part of this club, I want to just let you know that you are not forgotten, that you and your families are thought about, and know that regardless of the agency that may be responsible for your case, that there is continuous effort to bring closure to the extent that closure can be brought to you and your family so that you may know where your loved one is at and what may have happened. But to that end, I'll also say that that is why when I first became sheriff, one of the first major priorities was reinstating the cold case squad. We had no one assigned to it. In cases sat there unattended without any attention. And when we dedicated some phenomenal investigators, we began to help families with the circumstances surrounding their loved ones. And so this resolution, with incredible respect and dignity to all the families that are connected to this occasion, reads, as of December 31st, 2019, the FBI's National Crime Information Center had nearly 87,500 active missing person records, with youth under the age of 18 accounting for 35% and 44% accounting for those under the age of 21. And whereas during 2019, law enforcement agencies across the country entered more than 609,000 missing person records, with the records being retained indefinitely until a missing person is found and or the reporting agency cancels the entry. And whereas locally, we take the time to remember Alexandria Joy Lowitzer, Allie, who has been missing from Spring, Texas since April 26, 2010. Alexandria's mother, Joanne Lowitzer, established the Texas Center for the Missing, which is also Houston's Amber Alert provider. And whereas communities are called to come together to provide awareness and support to families that suffered the loss of a missing loved one and the victims that the crime leaves behind. Family members, friends, and neighbors are consumed with worry and concern for the safety of their loved ones. And whereas every missing person is someone's child and deserves to be found no matter how long they remain missing or under what circumstances. Each year, we hope that on this day, families like those of Joanne Lowitzer may find each other and remember those that cannot be with them, sharing in support of common efforts to search for their family members. And whereas the families of the missing deserve the opportunity to be educated on search resources, tools for investigation, strategies to communicate with case investigators, and ways to maintain public awareness of their missing loved one until a resolution is provided. We have Joanne Lowitzer on the call, but I also want to say that there's also someone very intricate and important to the success of this effort of the annual Missing Persons Day, and that's Beth. Beth is retiring, and but she too leaves an incredible legacy with her work and her commitment to these families. And so, Judge and colleagues on court, I respectfully and humbly submit this resolution to remember the 7th Annual Missing Persons Day.
Judge, before Joanne speaks, if I could chime in a little bit with some of the history of this resolution. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for bringing this resolution today, and I proudly second it. Allie lived behind Carter's Country up in Spring area in Precinct 4. She stepped off a bus and she disappeared. Never to be physically seen again, but her memory has stayed with us. She was 16, as you mentioned. At that time, we had national days for chocolates and cupcakes and pizza, but we did not have a national day for missing persons. And she approached Judge Ted Poe, our congressman, former judge, and in tears, they discussed the lack of Missing Persons Day. And so on February the 3rd of 2018, we became a United States Missing Persons Day. Allie would have been 27 years old just this last week. And I, like you, encourage all communities to come together to support families like the Lowitzer family of Spring who have suffered the disappearance of a loved one. And it is important that we maintain public awareness of this. And we had a recent bench dedication in one of our parks. And at the time we discussed, our staffers discussed with Ms. Lowitzer that we were going to tap into our legacy tree program. And we have identified a legacy magnolia tree. We don't have the date set up just yet with the complications of COVID and whatnot, but I think that we will very soon be planting a legacy magnolia tree next to Allie's bench in her memory. And so I thank you again, Commissioner Garcia, for bringing this resolution and for bringing this awareness. If we're going to honor pizza, let's honor our missing children.
Go ahead, Lucinda.
Joanne Lowitzer with Hope for Allie. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Joanne Lowitzer. Sorry, I have some happy tears. And I just want to express to all of you that it makes me happy. I know it's not a happy situation that I'm in, but in situations like this, to help bring more awareness to not just Allie, but to all the other families that have a missing loved one. It's so important that we have leadership in our community. And Commissioner Garcia was sheriff when Allie first went missing, and I'm so happy that he's still able to be involved in missing persons, even in this capacity. So thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia. I really appreciate what you're doing. And Mr. Cagle, I really started tearing up for what you said, because it just it really touches me that the involvement in with Precinct 4 as far as the bench, and I was really excited to hear about the magnolia tree. I'm really excited about that, and even though it sounds like I'm really, really upset, but it's happy tears, I promise. And I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, say thank you to each and every one of you.
God bless you, Joanne.
Yeah, thank you for your perseverance and your continued fight on this, and Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Cagle for supporting, for leading this. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, I believe you have one more resolution.
Yes, ma'am. I actually got two, but we'll, unless my colleagues would allow, would love to have that other one, but I made room to have these first three. But this resolution is also important. It also speaks to why I'm getting on my bike as much as possible, and I want to have a healthy heart, and cholesterol is always a challenge for me, maybe because I eat all the stuff that I really, really, really like and shouldn't. But with that, I do want to make sure to bring awareness to the fact that it is important to wear red. And go figure, I picked the wrong tie today, but my spirit is with Rare Red Day. And this resolution reads, Whereas in 2019, the American Heart Association reported cardiovascular diseases are the #1 killer of women in the United States, claiming one woman almost every 80 seconds. And whereas heart disease and stroke can affect all women at any age, heart attacks are on the rise in younger generations of women. Gen Z and millennials are also less likely to be aware of the warning signs of heart attacks and strokes. And whereas nearly a quarter, 23% of people hospitalized for COVID-19 have experienced serious cardiovascular complications. And whereas case studies indicate COVID-19 may lead to heart attacks, acute coronary syndromes, stroke, and other issues adversely affecting heart health. And whereas cardiovascular diseases kill 1 in 3 women, but about 80% of cardiac events can be prevented through education and lifestyle changes, like being a vegetarian. And the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women movement motivates women to learn their family history and to meet with a healthcare provider to determine their risk for cardiovascular diseases and strokes. And whereas all women are encouraged to move more, eat smart, and manage blood pressure to reduce their risk of cardiovascular disease. As the trusted, passionate, and relevant force for change to eradicate heart disease and stroke in women, the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women remains committed to meeting the comprehensive health needs of women at every life stage. And whereas the American Heart Association urges all citizens to show their support for women and the fight against heart disease by commemorating this day by wearing the color red. I'm going to go change soon. And empowering by increasing awareness, speaking out about heart disease, and empowering women to reduce their risk for cardiovascular diseases, we can save thousands of lives each year. And that's why I'm excited that as I am getting on my bike more, so is my beautiful bride. I want to keep her healthy and keep her for as long as possible. And so with that, Judge, I respectfully submit the Heart Association's Wear Red Day resolution. And I think we have Ms. Mel Edwards to speak on this resolution.
Commissioner Ramsey, did you want to make a comment?
Mr. Garcia, thank you. It's a huge issue amongst our population. Thank you for bringing attention to it. There's not a single person we know that hasn't been impacted by this disease. Thank you for the resolution. It's important.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I want to commend Commissioner Garcia as well, and I'm glad you're out there riding. I know the Harris Health budget is up, and I heard our healthy food financing winners will be announced probably at the next court. But you know, it is a heck of a deal when, you know, #1 cause of death is what we eat. You know, as I start thinking about telling them to go get this salmon for lunch and put the dressing on the side. But look, it is an important resolution. I think we as public officials can play some role in encouraging our population to wear red and be healthy. So I look forward to hearing from the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mel Edwards with the American Heart Association. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for having us today. And Commissioner Garcia, I do believe we can send you a red tie so that you'll be able to keep one at your desk at all times.
Thank
and
you.
on behalf of the, you bet. On behalf of the American Heart Association, thank you, Judge Hidalgo and commissioners, and especially Commissioner Garcia, for recognizing National Wear Red Day. It is important for all women to take charge of their heart health and encourage others to do the same. As it was mentioned earlier, 1 in 3 women are dying for cardiovascular disease, and losing even 1 woman is not an option. Our urgent call is to raise awareness that cardiovascular disease is the #1 killer for women in the U.S. and this proclamation is an important step in raising awareness of the risk of cardiovascular disease. We also thank you for continuing to prioritize health equity and to fund critical cardiovascular services such as high control and tobacco cessation programming through Harris County Public Health. High blood pressure or hypertension is the second leading cause of preventable heart disease and stroke death, second only to smoking. Increasing public health capacity in this area is essential to achieving our mission and improving health and health equity across Harris County. Thank you, Commissioners Court, for this honor and your steadfast commitment to the health of all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, I mentioned earlier, I do have a brief resolution, but it's an important one, and it's also one that Commissioner Ellis has a role in. It wasn't on the take out of order list, but I would ask if you, Judge, would allow me.
Commissioner.
Oh, right. Thank you. This resolution has to do with the renaming of a lake who has or that has a horrible, horrible name currently. We had a press conference on this yesterday, and I just want to first begin by saying that we have history amongst us, and that being in the life and work of Commissioner Rodney Ellis, who then, as Senator Ellis, had a major role in this resolution I'm about to read. But this resolution also is important to make it clear that Harris County will divorce itself aggressively, intentionally, deliberately divorce itself from any history associated with the degradation and disrespect and oppression of all people, but in particularly on this occasion, those of African American descent. And so this resolution reads, in 1991, then State Senator Rodney Ellis co-sponsored Texas House Bill 1756, signed into law by Governor Ann Richards on August 26 of 1991. The bill called for the elimination of racially offensive names given to creeks, rivers, lakes, ponds, bays, coves, hills, and other geographic features. The bill directed the director of the Texas Department of Transportation, TxDOT, to submit an application to the U.S. Board of Geographic Names to change the name of 19 Texas sites with the word Negro included in its name. And whereas the offensively named Negro Head Lake is located in Precinct 2 on the west shore of Cedar Bayou, just a few miles from downtown Baytown. This lake was included in the 1991 bill and was proposed to be renamed as Lake Henry Doyle. However, the U.S. Department of Geographic Names unfortunately denied the proposed name change in 1998. And let me also just add to this that it is located very close to Baytown. I want to thank Mayor Brandon Capatillo and Councilmember Charles Johnson for their leadership and commitment and support for the work that we're currently doing in coordination with Commissioner Ellis's office to finally get this horrible name taken down, thrown in the trash, and rename it Lake Henry Doyle. So be it resolved that Harris County Commissioners Court declares its full support in urging the U.S. The U.S. Board of Geographic Names at its next meeting on February the 11th to reconsider renaming the lake in question, therefore replacing the racist and offensive lake name currently existing in eastern Harris County Furthermore, this court declares its full support for both federal and state legislation that aggressively accelerates and simplifies the process for changing the indisputably offensive names of geographic landmarks, including more than 24 landmarks in Texas and more than 600 landmarks nationwide still named using the term Negro. And as a court, we will work towards supporting the elimination of racist names given to landmarks and geographic features. That is the resolution, and I thank you for allowing me to submit it at this point.
Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I want to thank Commissioner Garcia, and I'm sure this is something that will have bipartisan support. You know, these names do matter. This was interesting for me because it was, as I mentioned in the press conference yesterday, Commissioner, it was really Representative Sam Hudson, who's still alive, no longer in office, got to the legislature well ahead of me. I was, back then, I started off trying to get Confederate monuments down at the Capitol when I got there in 91. And when I couldn't make any headway, believe it or not, I was looking for the middle ground, I guess. So then I ran and tried to go get African-American statue put up. And Senator Gonzalo Barrientos said, "What about us, bro?" So we changed it to make it an African-American and a Hispanic statue on the Capitol grounds. But small problem, it was more expensive to do them when we got around to it, even in 91, and we had to raise the money. Years later, I had the pen in my hand, thanks to a good Republican lieutenant governor, made me finance chair. So I put, I don't know, $500,000, $700,000 in for the African-American one and the Hispanic one. Hispanics got this up. But Hudson came to me because I had that bill in 91 and said, you know, you're not going to get a statue. So here's something you can do. And I think he had two people in the House who voted no. And in the Senate, it passed unanimously. A few people took a walk because of pressure in their districts, but they did tell me, bring it up, pass it on the local calendar when I'm out, which we did. One was a Democrat and some other Republican colleagues. We thought it was done. Then a reporter calls me. I think everybody looking at for stories on racial reconciliation after the Floyd tragedy and asked me about the bill. I hadn't thought about it in 30 years. So nobody told me that the names were turned down or anybody else in the legislature, to my knowledge. It did turn out one county, I can't remember which one, it was a rural county. The Fed said we're turning it down because you didn't have local support. I would say all of the legislature voting for it was local enough to me, and the governor signed it. But it was a rural county that quietly did a resolution, changed it, and Janae Ledette on my staff did a lot of work. Congressman Green is on the bill nationally. Twice they took these names off without legislation. Anti-Japanese names, and most of these lakes, creeks, hills, whatever, obviously they used the other N word at one point, including this one, by the way. But they're also anti-Hispanic, anti-Semitic, misogynistic. You know, as I mentioned to you yesterday, somebody told me there's a B Cove somewhere, Dead M Hill, and all around the country. So I hope on the federal level, the agency ought to just get rid of all of them, as they did twice before. But there ought to be legislation, and you know we'll let them know about this. But look, hey, thank you, and I do appreciate Mayor Capatillo and Councilmember Johnson. And, you know, I was joking because initially some people, I think the state agency, when the councilmember and I and your staff, they were on the call when we hooked them up. It was a highway department in the bill, but now it's transportation. So they were saying, well, it's the water control board, so we brought them in. And I said, I don't mind calling a press conference, but I think we ought to just do this amicably. So somebody said, well, who was Henry Doyle anyway? That's where El Janita comes in. I knew him. I was in undergrad school when he went on the bench. Governor Briscoe put him there, first African-American appellate judge. But I didn't know his history, as was the case with Mr. Haynesworth, who had to go to Howard. So Henry Doyle being the first Black person to get a law degree from a Texas university, Texas State University for Negroes. And great story about when they moved to law school from the basement of some building in 1957 behind the Capitol. They put the stuff in a couple of little trucks and hauled it to Houston. Henry Dahl, who was not from Houston, got in his car, followed the trucks. By the way, he was the janitor and in law school. Two black students, 2 black males, the 2 black women dropped out. The other black male did not follow the trucks. So he ended up going to UT when it opened up. But and Henry Dahl, by the way, filed a lawsuit to integrate the Linoleum Club, the cafeteria. And you mentioned Aloysius Whitcliffe earlier. That was his client. So thank you for doing this. Good chance for me during Black History Month to go down. Should have been memory lane, but a lot of it I didn't know.
Well, and I know we can't do it right now, but I will be bringing an item. Maybe we can collaborate to make sure we do something respectful out there with both our offices.
Commissioner Ramsey and then
Commissioner Garcia, thank you again for putting this out here. You can't change everything overnight, but this is what we should do. That needs to go away. It needs to go away now. And we're going to have all the excuses in the world. Every bureaucrat on planet Earth is going to give us a good reason why we can't do this. But I don't think we should listen to any of them. And if it's even going out there and putting a name up tomorrow, we ought to do it and we ought to push it, because usually it's the specific things like this that cause other things to happen. So thank you for putting this out there. Thank you, Mr. Ellis, as well. I agree with this, and anything we can do to get this out here, get it changed immediately. Even if no one approves it, I don't care. Let's go put Mr. Doyle's name on that bayou tomorrow.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cable.
Judge, I echo the comments of my colleagues, and I agree. Sometimes there's a bit of land that's right outside of a federal piece of land, and we can name whatever we want to on the piece of our land that's right outside the federal land. And we understand that they need to make their changes they need to, but there might be a good spot for maybe a 4x4 precinct 2 park right there to where we can put whatever sign we want to on it. Judge, I want to ask your indulgence. I have a recipient for my resolution, and they have to go to a press conference pretty soon. Can I go ahead and do my next resolution?
Go ahead, Commissioner Cable.
Thank you very much. Judge, I'm really pleased to be able to present a resolution in honor of Black History Month to honor the 151st. And we'll read that in a minute, what the FIRST stands for. And to receive this is Colonel Allen West, who is the current chairman of the Texas Republican Party. And so we have a bridging here between those early Republicans who made history in the African American community and our current African Americans that are making history in our community. And so without further ado, because I understand he's got some time constraints, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Black History Month commemorates the tremendous contributions of African Americans to the history of the United States. And whereas Black History Month acknowledges that all people in the United States are the recipients of the wealth of history provided by Black culture, and whereas Black History Month presents an opportunity to reflect on the complex history of the United States while remaining hopeful and confident about the path ahead. And whereas Black History Month, celebrated during the month of February, originated in 1926 when Dr. Carter G. Woodson set aside a special period to recognize the heritage and achievements of Black people in the United States, and whereas the Republican Party of Texas was established in 1867 in part by 150 Black men, and thereafter 75% of the African American registered voters participating in electing members to the Texas Constitutional Convention of 1868. And whereas in honor of these 150 men, the Republican Party of Texas has launched the first fierce, impactful Republican Strong Trailblazers Initiative, and now therefore be it resolved that the Harris County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes and honors 150 first Black men of Texas for their contributions to American democracy. It's ordered that this resolution be included in the minutes of Commissioners Court this 9th day of February 2021. And at this point, Your Honor, if I may, I'll hand it off to Colonel West to receive this recognition.
Well, thank you so very much, Commissioner Cagle, and to the members of the Harris County Commissioners Court. This is a very special honor for me to receive this resolution. This past Sunday, I turned 60 years of age, and it's monumental in that 60 years ago.
Wait. You said Sunday you turned 60?
Yes, sir. Sunday I turned 60.
Sunday I turned 60.
Well, guess what? We're birthday brothers then, Commissioner.
Sorry to interrupt you.
And we didn't even know it. So we'll talk about that one offline. But it's an honor because 60 years ago I was born in the inner city of Atlanta, Georgia, in a blacks-only hospital. That's Hugh Spalding Hospital. And to be sitting as the chairman of the Republican Party of Texas that was founded on Independence Day of 1867 by 150 courageous black men right there in Houston, Harris County, is just very special for me. And to know that a predecessor by the name of Norris Wright Cooney was one of the early chairman of the Republican Party of Texas, a black man, a business owner from down in Galveston, just shows the incredible history that the Republican Party has here with the black community in the great state of Texas. So, Commissioner Cagle, my birthday brother, thank you so very much for this incredible recognition, for this resolution. And to the State Senator, Mr. Ellis there today, we recognize on the Republican Party of Texas website one of the first black state senators for the state of Texas, and that's Matthew Gaines, who was instrumental in the founding of Texas A&M University and also Prairie View A&M University. So God bless you all, and thank you so much, Commissioner Cagle.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ellis, is your speaker available?
Lucinda, are you able to get Congressman Senator Washington?
Not yet, sir. We did have others. We've got.
We'll go to them, and I'll make sure that they let him know to answer your phone.
Yes. We haven't tried to call them yet.
These on Garcia's. I think these are probably on Commissioner Garcia's, or are they on Commissioner Cagle's?
On your supplemental, sir.
Okay.
In honor of Curtis Graves.
Okay, well, I'll just lay that one out there. So, Judge, I appreciate your comments, all of you, and Commissioner Ramsey, and I think it was Cactus made the comment on things we can do with our land. And I thought of this when I think it was with that Dixie Farm Road detention basin, which is going to be about 100 acres. As it turns out, that one's going to be dry bottom. So I had to figure out, if I want to name a basin after somebody, I need to have something in it. So that one won't be. But I was telling them it may have a name, but I want to get rid of that. So Mr. Poppy told me we can name those detention basins as we see fit. Obviously, it's better if you're going to do something with it. This is the detention basin that I'm asking us to change the name of. That is currently called the Homestead Detention Basin. I think it's about 50 acres. It is going to do a lot to reduce. I'm always careful with my words. I'll never go say eliminate, because if another Harvey comes, we'll all be in trouble again. And one day it will, hopefully, not on our watch, but one day it will. I think this is about 50 acres. It will reduce flooding for Cashmere Gardens, Houston Gardens, Trinity Gardens. So there are a number of neighborhoods out there. And Precinct 1 is going to put a garden on that detention pond, so to speak. So it won't be just a flooded garden, so to speak. We pretty much done what we do to detention ponds, because as we know, we're going to have a lot more there all over the place. And so Curtis Graves was the first African-American to go to the Texas House of Representatives since Reconstruction ended. Ms. West made reference to Senator Gaines earlier, but he was the first one to go to the House. Barbara Jordan, Congresswoman Jordan, went to the state Senate. That was another African-American that came, and Mr. Graves may make reference to this, who got sworn in a little later. He didn't get there from Dallas on swearing-in day. And I remember reading about Mr. Graves when I was in high school, and it was always an inspiration for me. I remember him running for mayor, judge, when I was in the 10th grade. I think that was 1969. And had these big green buttons the size of a mayonnaise jar, green button with black letters, and it had, "I dig Graves for mayor." You might not remember it, but I'm sure Ramsey does. I can dig it, you can dig it, they can dig it. So it's a pretty good thing. He didn't win. They had a record turnout. I think the Demonales came up with a good bit of the funding to get him on television. And of course, people came out to keep him from winning. The turnout was almost double, and he ran on criminal justice reform issues back in 1969. In the backup material, one picture I put in there was one that I remember seeing in the paper. And I thought when I read it as a kid, whatever year it happened, I was asking Mr. Graves what year. He thought it was before 69. And I said, I don't know. I was a geek, but I don't know that I was reading the paper, watching the news in the 9th grade. Maybe I was. But I remember seeing that this African-American guy jumped on the table. And I thought the press account that I read or saw on TV, black and white TV then, said they wouldn't let him speak. And somebody made reference to the N-word. But so I remember that picture. He sent it to me the other day. And I remember telling Governor Bullock when I got to the Senate one time, he was angry with me about something. And he told me that he was thinking about not recognizing me. And I said, well, Governor, I wouldn't do that if I were you, because I read this as a child, and I'm prepared to jump on this Senate floor. And you may take me out in handcuffs, but I'm going to end my speech with King's line about somewhere I read, we have a right to say what's not right. Well, Governor Bullock let me speak. And Governor Dewhurst decided he thought about doing that once, and I told him the same story, and I had the privilege of introducing him to Curtis Graves. He cleared me up on that story. But I think it would be a befitting honor. Craig Washington is one of the people who helped crystallize my thinking about how important Curtis Graves was in Texas history. And so that is my resolution. I know he may be on the line at some point, but at the appropriate time, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we have some speakers for this item, Lucinda?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
And Commissioner
Graves. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Yes.
James.
This is the motion is to be approved as presented, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Graves.
I'm really appreciative of the fact that some of the things that I did to shake up the tree back in the day are still remembered by Commissioner Ellis and others. I had a conversation with he and Craig Washington a few days ago, and it was very good to reminisce about those things that occurred so many years ago and realize that they did make a difference.
Thank you so much.
Now, Mr. Graves, while I get into the next one, I do want my colleagues to know you did explain to me you were fighting against a tax bill of all things. And what was that tax bill you were fighting when you jumped on the table?
Well, the tax bill, there was a time, and I really don't know, I haven't kept up with Texas taxes, but there was a time when there was no tax on food in the state of Texas. And there was a special session, and they decided that they were going to raise the tax on food rather than on some of the other items that should be taxed in the state. And I was in opposition to that. And the interesting thing that occurred was that about 10:30 in the morning that the bill was to come up, somebody called in a bomb scare to the Capitol, and they cleared the Capitol out. And as Commissioner Ellis could tell you, many times when you do that kind of thing right before lunch, most of the members would turn up at the local bars and spend that time until they can clear the Capitol out. Well, anyway, that's what occurred. And so you had probably half the House was a little high by the time they got back at 2 o'clock, and we attempted to pass this bill. Well, what occurred was that I was speaking in opposition to the bill, and some person right behind me said, stop the N-word from speaking. And there were two or three people that started fighting behind me because one person was pretty angry that had been said,
And when I realized that I was in a jam, I thought that the best way for me to get out of this jam was to walk forward, and there was a press table right in front of me. So I hopped up on the press table, and sure enough, did not get beat up that day, because I think that would have been what would have occurred. I did have a couple of members.
You weren't trying to speak. You were trying to get out of there.
I was trying to get out of there, but that stopped the bill from passing that day. It came up the next day, and I think that they didn't have the guts to introduce the bill, the tax on food that day, so they taxed some other items. So Texas stayed, the food in Texas stayed untaxed for another year or so. I don't know whether you have tax on food now or not.
We still don't. If you buy a hamburger, there might be a tax on it, but we don't tax the regular. Who was governor? Price Daniel?
When you go to the grocery store, you don't normally see, when you buy raw foods, you don't normally see taxes on them, and most states have those taxes, and that's a regressive tax that tax poor people more than anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Grace. And I sent you the plans, and the members saw it. So the county's prepared to spend about $1.7 million if I can get the city or the Parks Board to do the maintenance. And if not, I'm not gonna name a basin after you, and it's just a flooding hole. We will reduce what we do if we don't get a partner, but it'll still be something you'll be proud of. And we're gonna be prepared to come up with funding to, as I mentioned, maybe put a park bench out there that can take the water when it comes, but have you a statue of you there at the bench, so some other young person, maybe more diverse than that area was when you represented it, can do it. And I know back then you ran in essentially a congressional district to represent a state rep district under the old system where we didn't have one person, one vote. But thank you for your leadership and your history making, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves, there's one more comment for you. Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Graves, this is Jack Cagle, and one of the things that Commissioner Ellis forwarded in your bio was that you served for 30 years at NASA. And I want to thank you for that service as well. My father was Bert Cagle, who was in the space program. You may have never bumped into him when he was over there, but I want to thank you for being an innovator and leading us into space, as well as all of your other innovations. Being that I was a kid of one of those space program folks.
Well, those were some marvelous years to be involved in the space program, because of the fact that there were so many things that happened while I was there. I was there when the Challenger blew up. I was there. I was probably one of the closest people to Ron McNair when that tragedy happened, and so I spent a lot of very, very good times at NASA. That was the career that I took up when I left Texas and moved to Washington, D.C. after losing the congressional race.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And I would just tell you, I love being a fly on the wall, listening to this history, and hearing about the good fights for justice and progress. And so, thank you for all that you've done, and thank you for your contributions to what I hope makes us better today than it was yesterday. So thank you again.
Well, it's a real honor to be remembered and to be mentioned in this way. So I'm looking forward to it when it happens.
Wonderful. And as Commissioner Ellis was talking about the song "You Can Dig It," I thought he was going to throw in Archie and the Drells as well with it.
Is Skipper Lee still alive?
No, he's not. I'm sad. I'm sorry to say, but he did bring a mountain of soul to Houston.
He sure did.
he did bring a mountain of soul to Houston, and we called him the hip skipper back in those days.
Thank you, Mr. Graves, for all your leadership, and I'm really enjoying learning about it as well. So thank you. Lucinda, oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Graves, I didn't ever know who to thank for not taxing food. I've got a lot of relatives in East Texas that could barely rub two nickels together, and it's so good to know that there was an early tax fighter, and that resulted in such a good thing. Thank you for your leadership.
Well, thank you. And I thought that it was it was one of those swords that you don't mind falling on if you could stop the taxing of food in the state of Texas.
Thank you. Lucinda, do we have other speakers on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Steve Gibson with Houston Garden Civic Association. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Graves for his contributions. I'm not opposed to the renaming of the detention ponds, in your honor. I'm happy to have that happen. But what my ask is that also Houston Gardens have some type of monumentation or recognition within it as well. And my reason is that we're here in the community. We needed the detention pond for obvious reasons, but we also worked with Commissioner Ellis and our local representation in city government to try to get those improvements there. So we also fight with commercial and trucking companies, concrete batch companies moving into our neighborhood. So we welcome this name recognition with Mr. Graves, that whenever we have an issue, that people recognize that this detention pond located within our community is associated with an individual that did so much for the state of Texas, an African American who represents a greater portion, which is now changing, but as it is today, a great portion of the community is African American. We want to be tied to that as well. So if you could, when considering this change, this name change, to include some type of monumentation for the Houston Gardens, Trinity Garden community. And I know it serves other communities like Cashmere Gardens. It serves also, I believe, Pleasantville. But all those communities have some type of recognition or naming, monumentation within their community. At Cashmere Gardens, you have schools, you have libraries. In Pleasantville, you have a community center with a name for a recognition. But we do not have that. We had a school in Houston Gardens, but that was changed to McGowan, and no more Houston Gardens. Nothing within the footprint of this community that has Houston Gardens other than a park, and it's so far removed, and it doesn't have any real recognition that could hold weight. And we think a name like Mr. Graves associated with our community can really help us whenever we need to fight for some issues here that can draw attention. We anticipate a lot of people using this facilities for walks, bike rides to raise money, and to have that naming brand along with Mr. Graves would do tremendous, a tremendous recognition for this community. And that's all I had to say. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Judge of Mike, and we'll work with you on that. I think you did that, or was more of a walk than a bike ride when we were out that other day. And as you know, I'm hoping that the city will partner with us. As I said, Precinct 1 will be prepared to spend, I think it's $1.7 million, $1.8 million to beautify it, cement trail, because it will flood again at some point. But better that detention basin instead of your neighborhood again. But so I hope you use your clout over at the city to try and get that so we don't have to scale it back. So it really is something that truly the neighborhood can benefit from. And as you know, we're also looking at other amenities that normally the county wouldn't do to the tune of about $10 million in that neighborhood that's in our space that we can do. So I'm hoping you and others that I think we had about 4 or 5 council members and a congressperson out there when we did that bike ride walk around the detention pond. And as I mentioned, they're all around the city. So normally flood control would put some trees in and it would be over with. So I hope that you'll work with us on that. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Craig Washington, go ahead, please, sir.
Mr. Commissioner, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. I'll be brief. I had a hard time getting on, and my children predict and say that I'm digitally deprived, and I apologize for not catching up. I remember when pages came out, so y'all taking me fast.
We're glad to have you, Congressman.
I just want to commend you and all the members of Commissioners Court. I haven't had the distinct pleasure of meeting Judge Hidalgo yet, but I know I'm pleased. I consider myself honored and pleased to live in a community where I can say that I know all 4 of my governing authorities, my leaders on the county commission personally. And I want to commend all of you. I want to commend you naturally for taking the leadership role. But while I was waiting to speak, I was thinking about how beautiful it is that we have all these minds working together for common good to serve all of the public. The city, the county, using drainage ditches and retention ponds and converting them to multiple use so that they can both serve their engineering purpose, but also serve the greater purpose of making us proud of our city. And the fact that you're doing that for the law library in honor of the Honorable Robert Hainsworth, and also doing it on behalf of the Honorable Curtis Graves, and I'm sure you'll be doing others. I was hearkening back to Eleanor Tinsley and Franco Lee and the Sparks program, where they took county facilities and resources and they made the parks the available that were adjacent to schools. Some of them, not all of them, but they made them available to children to use on the weekends. That's what coalition is all about. That's what we all ought to be about, working together. And I just wanted to take my time to commend all of you for the wonderful work you're doing, for having open minds, for thinking into the future, and utilizing all the facilities we have for the many purposes, which is all one common good, and that is to serve all of us well as people in our community. Be well.
Congressman, before you go, I want to thank you publicly. You know, I was joking with you the other day. In fact, I was telling Kay Lee, Commissioner Lee's widow, just the other day, we were talking about my dad. And you and Franco used to let me stay in your apartment. I was at the OBJ school, and I had a rat hole that I was living in. And I just appreciate having to go over there and take you all stuff from the Capitol when I was intern for Governor Hobby, and be able to go over there and stay in you all's apartment, eat your food. I didn't drink, but I'd eat your food and enjoy the comfort of where you two live. So just thank you. And you've been an inspiration to me, Judge. He is the reason that I went to the Texas Senate without opposition in 1990. And I hope I did a decent job because nobody ever ran against me in the Democratic primary. Or maybe nobody wanted the $600 a month job. I don't know, but I know I got there, Craig, because of you.
It was because you were doing a wonderful job. It's because you're doing a wonderful job, and you continue to do a wonderful job. And that's what public service is all about to me. My mother called it casting bread on the water. If you live next to the water and you cook more food than you can eat, cast it on the water. Someone downstream is hungry. There are people under the Pierce Elevated right now that woke up this morning. They had used a piece of cardboard to sleep on in their arm. We need to do better. We owe ourselves and them better. And slowly but surely, instead of taking giant leaps all at one time, if we go back to doing what we've done these many years, incrementally, little by little, use our common bond and the love we have for each other to make life better for someone you don't know. Speak to a stranger. Just because. Just say hello. You don't know what that person's going through, and you can change someone's life with little bitty increments like that. And y'all are doing it on a wonderful large scale because we have given you the power. Because speaking truth to power is not y'all speaking to us. I mean, us speaking to y'all. It's truth to power is us speaking to you. Be well.
All right,
Congressman. Yeah, before you head out, let's just, there's a couple comments. We'll hear from Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Cagle.
Thank you, Judge. And Congressman Washington, I just want to say it's always a pleasure hearing your thunderous voice. And thank you for all that you've done over the years. It was always a pleasure to, on occasion, run across you while when I was sheriff. And you know, you're bringing a smile, especially with your last comments. And so thank you so very much. We're so grateful to have had you in public service. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Congressman, this is Cactus here. Thank you so much for all you've done. And when we honored earlier, yes, sir. When we honored Judge Gilmore earlier, I was remembering how you represented us here in Commissioner's Court in that lawsuit and did us such a good job. And then I was remembering how I almost rented office space from you out there in Bastrop because I was thinking about opening up a branch office, and I ended up getting too busy to open up that second branch. And then you may not remember this, but back when you were partnering with Sarney, we had a Donnybrook of a case on who was going to be the right person to stay in a piece of property on Bolivar Peninsula. And
my goodness, yeah.
So thank you for all you've done, and thank you for your input today. And I noticed your letterhead now, instead of all the fancy things that people do, and this is so you. And but I love it. You just say, a lawyer. What? Yes. That is poetic in its simplicity. Thank you for being a lawyer, the people's lawyer, and over time, my lawyer.
You're gonna make me cry, Cactus. Thank you.
That Cactus, you know, was handwritten too, and I mailed that to Curtis Graves, Congressman. I thought it'd be a nice keepsake for him.
I have to handwrite all my letters because I type 4 words a minute, but one of them has to be and, it, or thee. So it's better for me to just write them out.
Congressman, Commissioner Ramsey also has a comment. Go ahead.
Congressman, this is Commissioner Ramsey. I appreciate your leadership through the years, even though we've not met. Anybody that shows up and gives a little casting on the water, some bread, that's a good word for all of us. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Commissioner. Continue to do the wonderful job. Yes, ma'am.
Just a thank you as well, echoing everybody's note. And I look forward to meeting you soon. This is the version of meeting these days with the pandemic, but it's just been wonderful. And thank you, Commissioner Ellis, and everybody, Congressman, everyone who's speaking, just sharing this history. It's powerful. It's so powerful. It's inspiring. And we need to remember these things and people like you, Congressman, especially during these tough times. So thank you.
Thank you for all the wonderful things you're doing. I'm watching. I'm on the last row of seats at the back of the stadium, up at the top in the cheap seats with a pair of binoculars. But I'm watching everything, and I watch what you do, and I watch how you think. And y'all are doing a wonderful job. And the people don't really appreciate all that goes into what you're doing. I happened to chair the local government committee during the 74 convention. I had to learn about counties, never interested in serving in a county, but I know it's hard work and y'all do a wonderful job. And just keep doing what you're doing for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Judge. Do I have any others?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
Carl Davis with Houston Society for Change. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, Chief County Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Ellis, and fellow commissioners. I'd like to first of all thank Commissioner Rodney Ellis and Precinct 1 for partnering with the Houston Society for Change, 88 Chump, which is George Floyd's teammate, and the Jack Yates High School family, in commissioning a Black Lives Matter street mural that is a befitting tribute to Mr. George Floyd during this Black History Month. As a son of Houston historically Black neighborhood of 3rd Ward, George Floyd is a part of our local Black history and the international face for social justice. which is why it was necessary to honor his memory with this piece of art during Black History Month in front of Jack Yates High School, where he was a star athlete on the Yates football and basketball team. This weekend dedication was an amazing and important celebration of the life of George Floyd and his community, and inspiration to the students. We cannot thank you enough, Commissioner, for all that you did to make that a reality. I also want to thank Commissioner Garcia for leading the ribbon cutting ceremony before 300 bikers left that campus riding for George. Commissioner, I also want to begin this Black History Month. I let you know that I am honored to support Commissioner Ellis in the renaming of the detention pond project after Mr. Curtis Gray. And it was good to hear his voice today as I waited on the line. Mr. Gray was a member of the Texas legislature from 67 to 73. And I felt that I was a young kid during that time, and just to hear his voice meant so much to me. He was one of 3 African-American members elected that year, but he was also a student leader at Texas Southern University, where he was a bold leader and always fought for change. It's also fitting that this project is named after him. This detention pond project is designed to reduce the flooding risk in Cashmere Garden and surrounding areas. As a public official, Mr. Graves facilitated change and fought for the political establishment to recognize the rights of his constituents in Northeast Houston. I also want to bring up the issue I heard earlier about Dixie Road. These names have no place in the public domain, Commissioners. During the moment of racial reckoning in our nation and during Black History Month, we must take concrete action to ensure that these offensive, racist names are finally erased from the public domain and replaced with names of public figures we honor our collective values and are representative of our diverse country. As you consider the name change, it would be only befitting to get recommendations and input from the community and join the team. We are starting to say bye-bye Dixie as we erase these type of names. And also, I would like to say bye-bye to Negro Head Lake.
Judge, if I might, I just want to let him continue. I'd like to let him ask Carl, can you wrap up your other point? You are on our Harris County African American Historical Commission. Plus, you're in the middle of your sermon.
Always. And as a part of the history, Harris County African American Culture and Heritage Commission, we want to say bye-bye to Negro Lake that should be named in honor of Judge Henry Dahl, the first graduate of Texas Southern University Law School, which used to be named Texas State University for Negroes. We got rid of that, so let's change the name of Negro Head Lake to Judge Henry Dahl in his honor.
Carl.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the opportunity.
Hey, Carl, my brother from another mother. Hey, man, thank you. You're still a young man. You're still a young man, so thank you for all you do. And it was so good to be out there with you and Pernell and Chris at the ribbon cutting. And Commissioner Ellis, I'll just tell you that was a work of art. It was nice to meet another Elijah, Jonah Elijah, and see just his incredible work of art. It was beautiful. So again, thank you, Carl, for all you do, buddy.
Judge,
thank you, Commissioner.
Carl, I want to thank you as well. And look, I do think it's appropriate because it was really having to vote on the Dixie Farm Road detention basin. I think that's when I first said one day in our regular meeting to Mr. Poppy, does it have to be the Dixie Farm Road? Can we change it? And he said, well, it's up to you all. You got the votes. The court wants to do it. That road is mainly a city road. I don't know if it's like 80-20, 60-40, 70-30. That takes some more reckoning. And I'd say if you talk to the city, I know I'm going to see the mayor tomorrow, and I don't know if that would be appropriate to mention it at the event we'll be at tomorrow, but you ought to work that, but we will. And then we look, it'll be a good role. You all on your commission, someone represent each precinct, and the judge. Judge, this was your idea to create it. Obviously, usage tradition here is up to a commissioner what they do in their precinct, but I do think we ought to change the name of the park. You know, we haven't named anything really in honor, as an example of Archbishop Fiorenza. We have a park named it, but the Three Amigos. But so look, I want to charge you all to work with me. I've taken on, it is Black History Month. I normally won't tap this much of the court's time, but we've got some Black history today. You know, we work with you, Carl, to get that done. You just take some of the heat. Because yesterday, when somebody was complaining to me about Doyle's name, you know, I told them, well, I just name it BLM, Black Lives Matter Lake. And then all of a sudden they may say, well, Henry Doyle sounds pretty good, Rodney. So maybe BLM Park out there. But we'll work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I guess I ought to move this one, Judge, if that's
I still have a few more speakers, okay. Commissioner. Kathleen Gunter with Houston Gardens Civic Association. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners and all everyone on the roster. Greetings. When you say Fifth Ward, Houstonians know where we are. And they take a mental note when we say the Heights, or Independent Heights, Sunnyside, Garden Oaks, Third Ward. Many people know these areas. The Houston Garden community is, first of all, grateful to God that we had the opportunity to have this platform today to speak. And we need the attention of Mr. Commissioner Rodney Ellis. We'd like to personally thank you for coming out to the Northeast neighborhood and for a bike ride with us. But our community needs to feel a part of this city. Houston Garden needs a sense of belonging. Houston Garden needs identity. Honoring Curtis Graves is great. However, the community has expressed concern on renaming the Homestead Detention Basin after other locals. And I won't name them all because it's not that important, but it is important just to name a few that came up. Francis Frazier, John Bland, and Conrad Johnson. So the community has requested that you would in some way honor the area, Houston Gardens, in the renaming of the detention basin. In addition, honoring this area, the name, would soothe the souls of the locals here and perhaps restore a sense of pride and gratification. We're forever grateful. We also recognize Mr. Curtis Graves and all the work that he's done, the great work that he's done throughout the years, and we thank him for that. And by the way, I just want to let you know, Commissioner Ellis, Glenda Dawson was my professor at the University of Houston. I thought I'd throw that in. You're president for the Houston Garden Civic Club, Kathy Gunter. Thank you, respectfully.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter, and we'll work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
PJ Jones with Glenwood Forest Community. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just grateful to be a part of this Commissioner's Court today. This is directed to the Commissioner, Mr. Rodney Ellis. First of all, it's a twofold question. Also, my concern is for the detention basin as well. I just believe that the residents of that area, the residents of Houston Garden, should have a voice. I will not go off into names as well, but there are so many. And first of all, moving any further, Mr. Curtis is very admirable on the things that he has done. We do not take that away. But I believe that the voices need to be heard from Houston Gardens, and we have a lot of pronoun individuals in that area that should have the say-so first as to what the area needs to be named, at least run it by the residents. Also, my next question would be that we're getting slammed here in District B by me being a leader when it comes to illegal dumping. Also, I will be moving forward on some things with you, Mr. Commissioner, as to Mr. Basically Constable 3. Mr. Sherman Eagleton actually came to our area and seen the illegal dumping. I'm asking for a proposal that was put on the table. Why was that proposal shot down, basically? That proposal is to help us. The last question I would ask you today, Mr. Commissioner, that same trash that's in front of my home and that's in District B, how would you feel if I took that same trash with a trailer and put it in front of your home? Would you like that? Or would you have a solution for me to remove it from your home? Thank you guys so much. Thank you for allowing me to speak in Commissioner's Court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Lee, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to echo Mr. Jones and Ms. Gunter. I'm happy that Commissioner Ellis took the initiative to rename the detention basins by choosing great leaders' names. But I want to also ask that the commissioner moving forward would take into consideration of working with the community to get input so that they can also be able to be part of that process of the renaming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya DeBose, go ahead, please. Tanya DeBose. Mr. Bose.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute.
Go ahead, please.
This is Tanya Bose. I just want to say that I applaud the efforts to name the detention ponds within certain areas after people that deserve the recognition. And so I want to go on record just supporting the efforts for the detention ponds, as well as I know there's been some talk around the Dixie Farm Road in the name of the Farm Road. But I want to make sure that, that we go on record letting the courts know that we support that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for your work on our Harris County African American Commission, District Commission.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioner, those were all the speakers we could reach.
Thank you. Judge, I move adoption of the item as is.
Okay.
Second.
Do we need to vote on it? I think Commissioner Ramsey is
Here.
on?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and that is for which item, Commissioner?
Curtis Graves detention pond. I think we did my others.
We only voted on one, Commissioner. We normally just let them pass unless there's going to be an issue with them. So we're voting on item 274 on page 32, the detention basin in honor of Curtis Graves. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So we've got quite a few speakers, but it has been 2 hours. Let's break for 15 minutes until 12:20, and then we'll hear from all the speakers.
Thank you. It was time.
All right, it's 2:23, and Commissioner's Court is back in session. We're gonna hear from the speakers. Lucinda, if you have them on the line, we'll hear from all of the speakers right now before we take up the budget and then the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Asata Nicole Richards with Sankofa Research Institute. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and Judge Hidalgo. I am speaking as the coordinator of the Redefining Youth Justice Coalition, which was formed in June of 2020 in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic with 3 goals. Our first goal was to build a local coalition for youth justice transformation to reduce and ultimately eliminate the need for detention centers that incarcerate young people. Our second goal was to expand the community-based continuum of services available to justice-impacted youth and families to reduce youth violence and safely keep our young people out of custody. Our third goal was to connect local families, youth, and community stakeholders to national best practices and partner to expand and support transformation efforts. I'm proud to say since its formation, the coalition has convened together in small and large meetings more than 40 times. That included the participation of Director Henry Gonzalez, Director of the Harris County Juvenile Probation Department, the Honorable Natalia Oakes of the Harris County Juvenile Court, and equally important to us, youth who are currently and have formerly been impacted by the justice system and their family members. On Tuesday, January 5th, our coalition submitted a letter of support asking our county judge and each commissioner to adopt the item in the JAD budget for the creation of the reinvestment fund, JAD budget request BR15. Our letter includes more than 60 individuals and organizations that represent the breadth and diversity of Harris County, which also included Mayor Sylvester Turner, A-Leaf ISD Trustee Natasha Butler, and newly elected Council Member Tasha Jackson of District B. Based on the broad support that the Redefining Youth Justice Coalition has galvanized, we respectfully and urgently request that you vote yes to fund the creation of the Youth Justice Community Reinvestment Fund, which is historic in its formation, and we expect and we're eager to support its longevity to make a sizable and a lasting difference in the lives of individual youth, their families, and most importantly, the communities in which these young people and their families reside. Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you guys have put into this.
Judge, excuse me, I'm getting a message. These speakers are on the budget, so I don't know if you need to do the public hearing at this time, or do you want me to skip on and call the regular speakers?
Yeah, we can open the hearing. Jay, is that the recommendation?
Yeah, I mean, Judge, if you want to have the folks who want to speak on the budget, we need to open up the hearing up, and then
okay. So in that case,
excuse me, do we need to call the speaker that just spoke back? Or are we okay?
Listen, she was talking about the budget. Yeah, we should probably let her know that she can. Was she address? It was hard to tell. Was she addressing specific?
She was addressing the budget. Yeah, for the
budget item, right?
Probation.
Yeah, we should. I don't know about calling her back, but I think we can. We probably should go ahead and open up then.
Okay, so Commissioners Court will now go into a public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 general fund budget. Are there any public comments? And now the hearing is open.
And Judge, this is for item 260.
Judge, I would make a motion that we accept the comments of the first speaker on the budget as being incorporated into our budget discussion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. James, this is for item 260. You're right. The discussion and approval of the budgets for Harris County, Harris County Flood Control District, and the Toll Road Authority. So the hearing is now open. We'll continue hearing from the speakers.
Thank you, Judge. Isaac Ugia, Redefining Youth Justice Coalition. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of myself being a youth, being impacted by the justice system as a youth, as well as having family members as well as being impacted by the justice system, but also speaking in support of your approval of the Community Reinvestment Fund and what work the Redefining Youth Justice Coalition has been doing. I'd like to also briefly take time to show my gratitude to the Justice Administration Department and the Juvenile Probation Department for recognizing and prioritizing the issues affecting our youth, and to yourselves, especially because many of these youth are of color and they've been directly impacted negatively in the justice system. I think it's important that we create this Community Reinvestment Fund. I'm here to let you know that I've lived through the consequences, and I'm here to make sure that youth in the future don't have to. I think it's important that we support family systems as a community more for our youth, and right now, more than ever, our community is under massive amounts of pressure, stresses, anxieties, and uncertainty, and we're feeling it. So is our youth. And I think right now, more than ever, it's time to reimagine the kinds of support we're providing our minority youth and how to prevent them from being impacted by crime, the justice system, and any social injustice. Our communities have been exhausted of the headlines of bringing our people of color in communities like ours further down, and we should be lifting each other up. And we can't do it without community investment into community-based programs that will support and will provide support and resources for mental health, social emotional development, mentorship, education, college and career readiness, and keeping our youth out of the streets and out of the justice system. We have to empower our community and break these cycles, but we have to take action, and we hope that you approve this new initiative and an investment into our community. Thank you so much. I'm here representing myself and my community in Alief, and I hope you approve this new community investment fund. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Isaac. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for your leadership. Look forward to supporting you and the other folks in Alief.
Thank you.
Barbie Brashear, HCDVCC. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Judge Hidalgo, Commissioners Ellis, Garcia, Ramsey, and Cagle for this opportunity to speak and share. I'm Barbie Brashear. I'm the Executive Director of the Harris County Domestic Violence Coordinating Council, and I'm also a board member for the Way Home Steering Committee. I want to thank the court and all of the staff for committing COVID relief funding to the Domestic Violence Assistance Fund that was established in 2020. We look forward to very soon sharing our report with you that will highlight how our funds provide safety to more than 1,500 families fleeing domestic violence. And just a quick note, more than 80% of those families were families of color. Today, I want to express a great gratitude to you all also for your commitment and recommendations for $2.6 million towards the homeless response system. Safe housing and safe supportive housing is a critical and important part of increasing safety for those who are fleeing domestic violence. So that's something I just can't express enough to you, that how important this funding is. It's truly collaborative and groundbreaking work. It's just one step toward realizing the task force's recommendations that were made to you all for the full $13.9 million that will be needed to make homelessness bare, reef, and non-recurring. Securing the additional funding request not only ensures supportive housing units are in place, but it also provides for comprehensive supportive services. Experience and research informs us that the supportive is the key word there in supportive housing, and it's that support that improves long-term outcomes. It increases stability, it lowers public costs, it reduces publicly funded crisis services that include shelter, hospitals, and jails. And now more than ever, having a home means safety as well as health care. Stay home, stay safe orders only work for those who have homes. This investment in our community improves the lives and health of our neighbors, our brothers, our sisters, our friends, and our children. I was thinking this morning about my first years of work many years ago in the shelter for battered women in Pasadena. And one of my first clients as a caseworker was a retired teacher who entered the shelter because she could no longer afford her rent. She had a history of violence with her partner, and she was using alcohol to cope. And so years of trauma and alcohol abuse had really taken their toll. She lost not only her housing, but she also lost her hope. She needed and she wanted supportive services, and mostly she just kept saying, I just need a little small place I could call my own. That's always how she put it. She just wanted this little small place that was all hers. She left the shelter and she went into treatment, and I'm not sure what ever happened to her or if she ever found that place.
Judge?
But today I'm filled with hope.
Commissioner Garcia. Yeah.
Thank you. Barbie, thank you so much for number one, speaking to us today on the budget, but thank you for recognizing the value in this 3.7 for homelessness. We obviously recognize that when we talk about and think about, in most cases, homelessness, we think about those that are encampments on the sides of our roadways. But the reality of it is there are a lot of individuals that are homeless because it's dangerous for them to be in their own homes. And this is one program that will go a long way in supporting those victims of domestic abuse. And so I'm glad that we worked on this. I'm glad that it's on in the budget. I want to thank Mr. Berry for including it. But it remains our commitment, Barbie, that your clients and your work is not lost on us, and we're still very focused on doing as much as we can to help. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Barbara, this is Tom Ramsey, Commissioner Precinct 3. Thank you for advocating. I can tell you that I recently got some data last week. Domestic violence in Precinct 3 crime is up 77% in the last year. So we do need to focus on this. This is important that we provide safe neighborhoods, and your leadership is going to help make that happen.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Judge, thank you, Ms. Brashear. You know, you're a resident of Precinct 4, and we're proud to have you. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jackie Ottman with Urban Community Network. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. First, I want to say thank you all for providing this wonderful trip down memory lane for me. And it was also very, a very teachable moment. You know, I learned so much during this morning's presentations and resolutions. My name is Jackie Ottman, and I am the co-director for Urban Community Network. I am also the godmother of a former youth that was impacted by the juvenile justice system. But today I'm coming as a member of the Redefining Youth Justice Coalition. I want to give special thanks to the Justice Administration and to juvenile probation for seeing the importance of creating this reinvestment fund. Well, I know firsthand the detriments of removing youth from their homes and from their community, and how important it is that we have resources in the immediate communities that Black and brown children or that they live in, and that we are able to provide alternatives to incarceration. So I am coming to you today to ask you to adopt this item in the GAD budget, and to thank you for your consideration and the work that you're doing in this area.
Thank you.
Zachary Bell with the Salvation Army.
Yes, hi, I'm Major Zach Bell, and I'm with the Salvation Army. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. The Salvation Army is an organization that we are all for and about people. And we love to be able to meet people wherever they are and help them with whatever hardship they might face, and that very much includes homelessness response system. And so we as the Salvation Army, we're proud to be able to be a part of that, to be a part of the Way Home continuum of care, to be a part of the coordinated efforts that take place to end homelessness and also hopefully prevent that as well in Harris County. And so I do want to thank you, Judge, and County Commissioners for the recognition that you gave to even the Salvation Army just a few weeks ago of the work that we're doing through this time of COVID and such. But I also want to just say that recognition really is a team effort as we talk about this continuum of care. And so I'm here today, though, just to, again, express my true sincere thanks, gratitude, and support for the $2.6 million that's recommended in this budget. I'm really excited. What I'm really excited about is the fact that we as a county, we as Houston and Harris County, we are putting together a plan, a comprehensive plan to respond to an issue that is really near and dear, obviously, to our hearts, and that's just people that have that are suffering, people that have great needs. So I'm really excited about the steps that are being taken for this $13.9 million for the homelessness response system in the years to come. Let me just quickly say that one of the outcomes that I've seen with this CARES Act funding, the Salvation Army has been called upon with Bridge to permanent supportive housing, and we've seen that need already coming to us in major ways with our diversion program. And then we've also been a part of a COVID outreach or extension of shelters at the Fondy shelter, in which that was set up to be a temporary shelter to socially distance people experiencing homelessness. And I'm just so proud that we're on track by the end of this month to have housed 76% of everyone that came in and out of that shelter. That was a temporary shelter. And the reason I bring this up is that the systems that are being put into place in this response systems, they work. And I think that the goal is that while we have this temporary infusion of resources, which we are beyond grateful for from the CARES Act, what we need and what we believe that we're on the verge of here is a long-term sustainable answer. And obviously we need those resources. And so I just want to say thank you so much for really thinking about your neighbors, thinking about your citizens, and responding in such amazing ways. We are here with you, and so as you need help, lean on us, and we desire to lean on you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you for what the Salvation Army does. It's from 1865. It's been literally an army of volunteers, of Christians out there making a difference in the community. So partnerships with our faith-based community, I think, are going to be a key going forward. Thank you again for what you do.
Thank you.
Judge, and is it Commander Bell?
Yeah, Zach.
Zach?
But yes.
What Commissioner Ramsey may not realize is that we had the Salvation Army do our opening prayer. We recognized them just before Christmas. And so my question, Zach, and I think we got to hear from your wife, who candidly I think I think you're great, and I think she's even more better. And you tell her I said so. How did y'all do this Christmas season?
Yeah, it's been tough times for everyone, but our community truly is resilient, and they step up. And so we were able to meet our goal, which is just an amazing, amazing thing, just to say thank you to this community, because we see that many more people coming to us for help as we're going through this. And so we live in a great community. And again, this whole plan is a part of that too. So yeah, thanks for asking.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Whitehurst with Houston Area Women's Center. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak and to express my support of allocating funds for the Homeless Response Center. My name is Emily Whitehurst, and I'm the President and CEO of the Houston Area Women's Center. We are proud to serve survivors of domestic and sexual violence in our community and have done so since 1977. We know from research and certainly from having served on the front lines for these some 40 years that domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness among women and children. And research has shown, and we know again from serving on the front lines, that having a robust homeless response system that includes secure, safe, and stable housing, that is what can assure survivors are able to move their lives forward free from violence. At HAWK, we are so proud to partner and be a part of the Way Home Continuum of Care, the coordinated effort to prevent and end homelessness in Harris County. So on behalf of the Way Home, I want to express my gratitude for the $2.6 million in the recommended budget, and I hope you will consider stepping up your annual allocation in the fiscal year 2022 ahead. It's critical, it's necessary, and what we see so often is that these funds are life-saving. Just for example, the infusion of CARES funding that we received and many other organizations received just recently
we can tell you that our clients benefited and continue to benefit, but that temporary infusion of resources only just lifted our hopes and aspirations about what would be possible if we indeed had long-term sustainable resources so that we could continue to house women and children fleeing from violence in permanent, safe, and secure housing. We know that many supportive housing units are coming online, including here at Hawk. We are set to embark on an expansion project that will triple our capacity from 120 to 360 beds of temporary supportive housing to ensure women and children escaping abuse and needing a safe place to stay are no longer turned away. Too often, we see people having to choose between staying in violent homes or homelessness. So I want to thank you. I want you to hopefully understand the connections between domestic violence and homelessness, and that the antidote to the violence can often be safe, secure housing. I work very closely with the coalition, and I'm proud to be a part of their effort for making homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Thank you, commissioners, for being a critical part of the solution to reduce homelessness and to make our community more resilient.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you so very much for addressing us today. And as a former board member of your incredible organization, Houston Area Women's Center, but Hawk more affectionately, because you guys are hawks on doing all that you can to take care of your clients. And so, again, thank you for recognizing, and I just want to applaud my colleagues, Judge and I have had conversations about our concerns specifically for victims of domestic abuse. And I want to applaud our budget director for working the numbers as cautiously and carefully as he could to ensure that this got into our recommended budget. And so these are tough times. Everything is a priority, but there are just some things that make it a greater priority, and this is one of those. So, Emily, thank you and your staff. Please give Sonia my regards, and
I will.
Keep doing what you guys are doing. We applaud you. Thank you.
It's an honor to serve. Thank y'all very much.
David Cuevas with HCDO FOP 39. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Judge. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak. I was a little concerned in reference to what the law enforcement budget will be allotted for 2021 fiscal budget year. I see that there's a 1.2% across the board for raises for all employees, which I say thank you. However, I think we all know in our today's times and some of the issues that we have ongoing as public servants, we are seeing drastic increases of violence in the unincorporated areas of Harris County and in the city. And it's a little concerning, and I'm hoping that y'all will increase the law enforcement presence by adding additional positions to the sheriff's office and our law enforcement partners. We've recently seen where our deputy was targeted. Both of our deputies were targeted, in which they were almost killed, and thank God our deputies have survived and are doing well. I think we've seen the statistics inside the city of Houston and Harris County where our murder rates are up, and we are, and I'm speaking for the 3,200 members that I have, is what are we going to do about increasing our raises, and what are we going to do about increasing, providing additional law enforcement resources to the county? Violence is not going away, it's getting worse. And in previous years, we've had the conversations about a two-step approach about giving us the law enforcement increase in salary, so that way we know that we are competing with our partners at the city of Houston, and they make $20,000 to $30,000 more than we do. So recruiting the best, employing the best, and retaining the best, it's very important. And so I'm asking that y'all would consider additional increases in funding and law enforcement personnel and salaries. If y'all would, please consider that. It's very important. I think we know that public safety is and should be number one in the county. And if y'all would, please reply as to what your intentions are. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your input. As we go through these budget issues, obviously, safe neighborhoods is important, as we've visited before. Certainly, 75% of Precinct 3 is unincorporated, and the statistics are violent crime related to domestic violence is up 77%, as I've said earlier, and murders are up 41%. So we understand the issue. We just need to figure out where the dollars are going to come from. But I appreciate you calling in.
Your Honor.
Commissioner Cagle.
David, thank you for coming and expressing your opinion, and I will validate that I was part of those conversations to where when we were trying to get parity with our law enforcement, that this is a time when with all the public scrutiny going into law enforcement, that we recruit the best officers with the best education and with the best training. And in order to have the higher quality officers and to have the higher quality training, that does mean that we have to fulfill our commitments. And we had made a commitment a few years ago that we would try to begin to move our Harris County sheriffs and our Harris County constables to where they would be in parity with other urban areas, because we are having a hard time recruiting those folks to come here when they can get more money at the city of Houston, or they can get more money if they go to Austin, or get more money if they go to Dallas. And so if we want to have the best trained, the better quality type officers who understand what's going on out in our communities and can relate to them, we need to make sure that we take care of them. And so thank you for reminding us of our long-term commitment to get to the place to where we can have the best and can make sure that they are also the best trained. And so I thank you for reminding us, and you have my commitment that we will continue to try to do, at least in my little corner, the best we can to improve our quality of our sheriffs and our constables.
David, thank you.
Joe Fuentes with Spring Branch Community Health. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for allowing me to provide public comment today. My name is Joe C. Fuentes Jr., and I'm the Director of Health Integration at Spring Branch Community Health Center. I also want to say gracias to Judge Hidalgo for, in the past, visiting one of our health center sites, which started her campaign. Spring Branch Community Health Center is a fairly qualified healthcare center and an active member in the Way Home Continuum of Care, a coordinated effort to prevent and end homelessness in Harris County, as well as Fort Bend and Montgomery counties. Our organization understands the interconnection between immediate access to affordable health care, including health equity, as well as housing being part, is used as for a primary care medical home for those individuals and families experiencing homelessness. It is because of this understanding Spring Branch Community Health Center has a total housing budget of $3.2 million funded by COVID-19 funding and CARE 2 funding. I also want to voice my support and deepest thanks regarding the recommended budget of $2.6 billion for the homeless response system. I understand that the original requested amount was 5.7, which would allow us to serve more people. And while it would be ideal, we fully support and are grateful that the $2.6 million is being recommended. As I always state, it's always better than zero. This funding will also complement other programs that the county administers, such as the Ryan White Part A program services for persons dealing with HIV and AIDS. PLWHA Experience Homelessness can leverage these resources in connecting to afford comprehensive service plans that address not only healthcare and housing, by addressing other social determinants of health. On a personal note, I've experienced both being HIV positive for 30 years, as well as experiencing homelessness. I've dedicated most of my adult life to ensure equity and access for all those who need resources, as well as these services. Plus, I enjoy creating programs. In closing, Harris County is already a national model for reducing homelessness. These additional resources will put us much closer to making homelessness a rare, brief, and non-recurring issue. Thanks so much to the judge and Commissioners Court for their time and consideration for our request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlton Harris with My Brother's Keeper. Go ahead, please. Carlton Harris.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Carlton Harris. Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. I am an administration manager with the City of Houston Health Department, and I also serve as the Youth Violence Prevention City Lead for the City of Houston and the My Brother's Keeper Redirect Diversion Program. I'm also a member of the Redefining Youth Justice Coalition. You previously heard from our leader, Dr. Sada Richards, who pretty much outlined our purpose for giving testimony today in support of the JAD budget for the Reinvestment Act. I've been honored to work in the times past with Commissioner Garcia on reentry efforts, Commissioner Ellis currently on youth violence prevention efforts, and of course, Commissioner Ramsey, who serves as my commissioner. And Commissioner Ramsey, I want to thank you for the letter that you mailed to me after giving testimony at the preliminary budget hearing. So thank you for your letter and saying you appreciate of me bringing the importance of testimony to this issue. I just want to say special thanks to the Justice Administration Department and Juvenile Probation Department for seeing the importance of creating this reinvestment fund. I just believe investing in this will increase public safety and transform lives simultaneously, and I believe that this is a win-win. And I just want to close with a famous quote from George Barna, who said, "If you want to have a lasting influence upon the world, you must invest in people's lives. And if you want to maximize the investment, you must invest in those people while they are young." Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Ramsey.
That's a good word. Thank you for sharing this morning. Look forward to talking to you again.
Judge, Commissioners, those were all the speakers that we could reach on the budget.
Okay. I was hoping to hear all the speakers, Lucinda, before we get to discussion on budget or other items. So, Jay, do we need to close the hearing, or do we need to hear from the rest of the speakers? How does it work? Do we need to do anything to hear from the
Do we expect any other speakers for the budget, Lucinda?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Then we can close the public portion of that.
I'm over close the hearing, Judge.
Second.
Yeah, give me a second here, because well, normally we vote before we close it, so we'll just open it back up,
Right.
Jay, because then we need
Correct.
the discussion.
Yeah, if you want to have some discussion and then vote on it.
No, I don't want to have some discussion. I want to hear from the rest of the speakers.
Okay.
So we do all the speakers and then we do the discussion. So do we close the public hearing without voting, or?
You can vote on it if you want to go ahead and.
Well, we can't vote on it without discussing it.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was confused.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion? Why don't we temporarily table discussion on the budget to be brought back up again after we hear from the speakers, and then we reopen the budget discussion. In other words, you don't close it, you just table it for the interim.
Does it matter, Cactus or Jay? Do we just close hearing and reopen it? Either way.
I think that the problem you don't want to end to where you close the open hearing. I mean the budget hearing in its entirety, because if you do that, then we got to vote on it. We got to complete everything within the window. But we can temporarily table the hearing, the open meetings hearing on the budget, and then come back to it after we have heard our other speakers, so they can come do their speaking and then reopen the budget
other
hearing.
question, Jay, is the hearing is on the Harris County General Fund. We didn't have speakers on the other, flood control district or toll road. So I don't know if I could open that one separately after this one is done.
Yeah,
Just let me know.
we could do that. I think Commissioner Cagle's suggestion is a fine one. We could simply table discussion and then you can go back. You've already had all of the speakers were for 260, I believe.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, they were for 260, which is the budget.
Which is the overall budget, none for the other one. So you can.
So we'll table the discussion then on the budget on
Correct.
260 while we hear from the rest of the speakers on the agenda.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back and deal with the open hearing.
That should work.
All right.
Do we
thank
need a
you.
motion? You just table it.
No, we just table it. All right. Okay, so Lucinda, let's hear from the rest of the speakers. And I
Yes,
take it this is what you all prefer, right? Okay, let's do all the speakers so they don't
Yes.
have to wait.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Margaret Mitchell, go ahead, please.
Hi. I really have enjoyed listening to this hearing today because the remarks I want to make really are very pertinent. And one of the problems that happened to me is because there has been a criminalization of what is perceived to be mental illness. And if budget priorities need to be addressed to help people, not to criminalize them. And listening to the speakers, when the mass incarceration industry has decided since racism is no longer viable, they're going to mental illness. And I have a friend who left home when she was a child because she was being serially raped. Then, when she was a teenager, she was trafficked. And then because of that, she became involved in the criminal justice system. And now she is in prison because she had problems. And people were able to manipulate the police system to catch her at a time when she was vulnerable. And she's been in prison for years now, mainly because she and the justice system were manipulated to criminalize her mental illness. And so we need to decriminalize so many behaviors and treat them as what they are, problems of actually decent people who are just having problems. And so much money could be saved in the long run if we just treated people decently and stopped criminalizing behaviors that need mental health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Horowitz with the Probate Court 4. Go ahead, Judge.
Good afternoon, judges. This is Judge Horowitz in Probate Court 4. I'm speaking today about the salary supplements that are under consideration with the Commissioner's Court. The probate judges have previously spoken to the county attorney about this matter, and it's my understanding that he will offer his legal opinion when you go into executive session. Judge Simoneau and some of the other judges will speak probably even at more detail about this. But in summary, the probate courts receive a distribution from the State Judicial Contribution Fund, which is to be used for probate court purposes only. This is not general fund money, taxpayer money. This is money on each probate pleading that is collected, sent to the court, sent to the state controller. It's distributed back out at a minimum level of $40,000 per year to each probate court, and then the excess is distributed out to the probate courts in a pro rata manner. Harris County, of course, is the largest county. And from my understanding, Harris County gets over $350,000 annually from this fund. It can only be used for probate court services. I believe going back as long as when Commissioner Cagle was with the probate courts, the probate court receives this money and it has been provided by the judges to staff members as a salary supplement. In a lump sum, these members have relied on this as an incentive as part of their compensation. In an earlier meeting with the budget and management division here at the Commissioners Court, all of the probate courts tried to get additional staff members. Because of the reality in the world we live in, the county budget management people didn't think that they could spare the money to give our probate courts additional staff. And I understand that. But the staff members that we have are topped out. Most of them are at the top salary that they can get in their position. And we need to keep these people. We can't, during this, certainly under this pandemic, remote train anybody. It's very difficult to get that accomplished. From what I understand, the issue now before the Commissioners Court is the 26-week payout rather than a lump sum payment. Our position is that since you have been doing lump sum payments, certainly 10 years, we ask that you continue that.
I'm afraid I have to stop you. We have so many speakers.
I want to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you for calling in.
Judge Jerry Semino, Probate Court 1, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and County Commissioners. Thank you for giving us time to talk about this matter. As Judge Horwitz said, our staff have been here quite a while. Many of them are topped out, and really this is the only way that we can incentivize them to continue to do their work, particularly in a very difficult and challenging year. And as Judge Horwitz said, if we were to lose somebody, be it retirement or some other reason, retraining somebody we already know is nearly impossible. What I'd like to let you know as well as the fact that they rely on this lump sum payment every single year and have been doing so for the last 10 to 12 years. In that time, the number of cases has tripled in the probate courts, tripled. And that means that they are doing triple time without getting the benefit of having extra staff. These people deserve to receive the same lump sum that they've been getting for the last 10 or 12 years. And I hope you'll consider that again. And you know, as Judge Horwitz said, County Attorney Menifee and Jay Iyer spoke to us about it, and they'll be happy to talk to you about the legal side of it, because I know you have some questions about the legal side of it, but they'll be able to advise you when you go into executive session. So thank you very much for the time and consideration. I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge Jason Cox, Probate Court 3. Go ahead, please, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I really can't add anything more to my colleagues' comments, but I do appreciate your taking the time to hear us out today. And again, thank you.
Thank you. 1 second, Judge Cox. Commissioner Cagle has.
Judge, to the extent that after we go into executive session, these items may be also part of our general budget, I would make the motion that this testimony of the last 4 speakers, the judges, be incorporated into our budget hearings for the record, so that they would be incorporated in that location after we have had our executive session with regard to the county attorney's office. And then there'll be, the comments will be applied to the overall budget hearing process.
I'll second it for you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. And what is it, Commissioner Cagle, that you'd like?
Judge, they're talking about some financial matters that would potentially impact their budget requests of the court, of Commissioners Court. And I just want to make sure that our belts and suspenders are on, and that once we have had our executive session, which I understand we're going to have later on from the county attorneys, that these comments were part of the overall budget process as well. And so my motion is that we incorporate their comments into the budget process, so that we in essence have their comments in both places, both for our executive session, but also for our budget hearing.
Well, and we pause the budget hearing. Okay, that makes sense. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So I count Commissioners Ellis, Cagle, and Ramsey in favor, and Commissioner Garcia is, we can check on him when he returns. I'm in favor as well. So the motion carries. And thank you to the judges who called in.
And Judge, I saw
I
that was,
apologize, Judge. I was on mute. I was supportive.
Okay.
so it is 5-0.
Yes, James. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Michael
Go ahead,
Newman,
Mr.
I concur with my.
Oh. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Judge Michael Newman,
No
probate
worries.
court number 2. Go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. I concur with my colleagues. Our folks here in Court 2 work hard. We have a lot of them here working through the pandemic, and I'd encourage you, to the extent you're able to do that for us, to keep the incentive in place in a lump sum. Thank you very much.
Oops, Judge, I thought we had all of the judges. I missed him. I would make the same
All
motion
right,
for probate 2 as well.
Thank you, sir. I'm easy to overlook. It's okay.
I'll give you a second. Second's fine.
All right. So we're adding those comments also to the budget record. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Al Kashani.
My apologies to Judge Newman again.
Sorry, Judge, he's already off the line. Or Commissioner, I'm sorry. Al Kashani, go ahead, please, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge and the Commissioners. My name is Al Kashani. I'm a local developer and a business entrepreneur, and more importantly, an advocate. Commissioner Ramsey, I would like to extend a huge welcome to you, to the Commissioner's Court, and look forward to do great things in your precinct. I'm here to talk about item number 191. And for the record, we pay multi-million-dollar year property tax and other taxes. We've never been late, so I'm not here today to advocate for me. I'm here to advocate for the rest of the business community. I think having an additional 20% penalty, given the circumstances that us and the whole country going through, is unnecessary. I think most of the businesses, they're already suffering. For example, most of the restaurants by law cannot have more than 50% occupancy. Restaurants that they operate on a 5 or 10% margins, when they have a 50% occupancy, they're going to operate in a loss during this whole time. Naturally, they're going to get behind on all their bills, just no taxes. They'll be lucky if they can pay their taxes, and having an additional 20% penalty does not force them, does not encourage them to pay these taxes. Nobody wants to get penalized. If they have the money, they will pay the taxes. This is not the time for us to increase and impose penalty on the folks that are additional penalty on the top of that. Especially if I understand, this penalty does not go to the county for infrastructures and other expenses. It's going in to pay the legal fees for other law firms there. I really think it's inappropriate and unjust for you guys to impose these penalties to the people. We need to have some sympathy and empathy for all the businesses going through the tough time. I would hope that you will consider reducing the penalties, not increasing that. Because if people cannot pay the taxes, they cannot pay the penalties. And to increase the penalties, that's just not the right thing to do at this time there. And, most of the people that are barely surviving this type of business, also keep in mind the property values have increased tremendously. So by just the value, by the sake of that the values have increased, the taxes increased. To come back and increase the penalty, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Garcia, 70 to 78% of the people are affected are your precincts. And these are the folks who are already struggling. So I would urge you not to consider increasing the penalty, consider to decreasing the penalty. Perhaps have a period that people come in, they catch up their taxes. There will be an amnesty period, and you could waive the penalty. I think that would be a positive thing to do.
Thank you.
And get the taxes in account.
Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kashani. I'm just curious, Mr. Ayer, maybe you or Mr. Berry, just so we understand it. I know, I'm assuming we have to do something so that the notices go out as my staff explained it to me, but I know that we reduced this to 15%, but that was negotiated on our property taxes. So I would, and the law says you can go up to 20. So that means we could reduce this penalty to 15, at least 10, 5, 1. I mean, I guess one could make the case, since we, the government, put a restriction on how many people can go to a restaurant, as an example. So we assume that they're going to have less money and it'll be more of a challenge. But Mr. Bear, can you or Jay, either one, walk me through just so I understand this? I know that was a report before, but I'm trying to understand the numbers, and maybe give me something like if somebody owes $1,000 or some easy number to see what is it that the law.
And Commissioner Ellis, if I could, Judge, if I may, Commissioner Ellis, I just want to add to your question for Mr. Ayer, and that is that is it accurate that if we take action on this item today, then the tax assessor can be able to start collecting as of April? If we take no action, then it delays it until July?
Well, Commissioner, I think we've got a couple of issues here. One is that we're contractually obligated with our current contract with our collections firm to actually right now it's at 20%. And so that, I think, it becomes some of the issue here. So as Commissioner Ellis pointed out, when ad valorem taxes were assessed previously, there were some negotiations that was done at the behest of court, which we can do again, but we have to have a rate. If we do not pass anything or at least give us either our officer or budget some ability to go back and do it, then it would hinder the tax office's ability to actually do it. But we are really legally obligated to do something today.
So we have to set the rate. It doesn't have to be at 20%.
That is correct. It does not.
Okay.
But we would just recognize that at this moment in time, we're contractually obligated to 20%. So any reduction in that would be something that we would, in fact, negotiate with the vendor.
Got it.
So Mr. Bear, if I might, Commissioner Garcia, I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. So what is it? I know we took this in-house at the toll road as an example. So what legal fees or penalty comes there, and what comes here before the private firms 20% or 15 or whatever comes on?
Jay, I'll give the numbers a shot here, and then may turn it back over to you for the legal analysis. So we pose a 6% late penalty. It steps up by 1% per month. That goes to the county. That's in statute, and that's not what we're discussing here. What we're discussing here is the additional collection fee for the third-party firm that the county can impose to pay a third-party firm to do collections on its behalf. And so I think there is the issue of the existing contract and the percentage. I think there's also the issue of whether we should hand over personal property on April 1st or hand it over at the same time as we hand over real property on July 1st. So there are really two different issues here in terms of what's on the table today.
So on the first one, just to make sure I get it, before we get to, obviously, as Mr. J.I. said, we don't want to do any harm to ourselves. And then I'll ask later, does it matter whether it's now or then? But so it's 6% plus 1% a month. So let's just say somebody's a year late with the 20%. What, if you owe $1,000, make it 100, just so we understand the numbers, what does it mean and what percentage is that?
Sure. So if someone were delinquent on $1,000 of personal property taxes, that's what we're talking about here, a small business were late on $1,000. By 12 months later, the total amount they would owe would be $1,495. And that incorporates both the 20% collection fee, our late penalties, and accrued Division One Public.
So on $1,000, you know how much you said, 1,500?
Good enough. 1,495. Yep.
And so if you owe 100,000, you get 150. If you owe $1 million, you're $1.5 million. So I'm just making a point, and I'm assuming the way this works, I'm just guessing with what's happening in the economy. If nobody's buying burgers or going to Luby's or whatever, they are probably going to be late unless they got a nest egg somewhere or another, a big check coming. So I want to make the point that I know the legal department negotiated down to 15% before a pandemic on property taxes. And most of us will do virtually everything to hold on to our home, or you end up homeless or with a relative or somewhere. With your business, you got to figure out how to protect your home. Now we're talking about your business, unless it's at your home. That's a heck of that's a steep climb. So that comes to about, is my math right? That's about 50%?
That's right.
With the 1%, the 6% and 1% every month. And then the next year, if you late again, that's compounded, right?
It is. So you don't get the 20% penalty again, but you continue to accrue interest at 1%.
So you don't get the 20% again. And then walk me through what you and Mr. Ayer on what happens if we wait as opposed to doing it now.
So part of the problem is that there's a statutory deadline that requires notices to be sent out. And my understanding from what the tax office is telling us is that under their systems, they need to have some certainty in terms of being able to issue that, and that requires them. Now they are telling us, so I think when we get to the item, someone from the tax office can make that presentation as to what the timing actually has to be, because they're indicating they need to have that. They need to have you as vote on it today because they can't make it for the next meeting. Aside from that, the number to some extent is somewhat immaterial because I think we've set a standard, the court set a standard in terms of being able to adjust that rate in negotiations with our vendor, and our vendor candidly has been quite flexible with doing so. And so I don't think that is an issue. I think, particularly since you set that precedent, I think we do need to have it. I think
so. We can prove it with the contingent upon you negotiating a rate and set that later, whether it's 20%, 15%, 10%, or whatever it is.
Yes, sir. You could do it contingent upon that up to a certain percentage amount, and you can have our office.
And the law puts it up to 20, right? The law says you can go up to 20, couldn't go above that.
Correct. Yes. Now that you can't go above 20, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be 20. Because I think that's been a misunderstanding in the past where they thought they were granted 20%.
For about 30 years. That's
right.
So how long has this been to hit the contract?
Certainly long before anyone on this Zoom call has been around county government.
Yeah.
So they've been active, and they've been a good partner to the county in many ways. So I certainly don't want to disparage any of our vendors, but they've had it for a long time, and they've proven to be willing to be flexible.
And I'm just curious, could one also negotiate? We talk a lot about minority women-owned businesses. To also ask that there be a MWBE component, as we do. I mean, this is a fairly lucrative contract. I'm not disparaging.
So just that's a fair question, Commissioner. The item that we're referring to and that the speaker is referring to relates to this particular rate, not that particular contract. And I am happy to have that conversation, and we can post that at a later date to have that broader conversation. Just as a reminder, this contract remains month to month, and that will not be changed by this.
So that can be negotiated later, even with this. Oh, it still goes month to month.
Yes, month to month. This is not a negotiation for that. This is a negotiation on the rate being set.
Okay.
Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, I think that Mr. Ayer just answered part of my question, which was, when does our contract expire? Because if we had a contract that lasted for a year and we had a contractual right that they would collect 20% and we reduced it to 10 during the COVID during the pandemic, with the plan of moving it, say, maybe to 15 after the pandemic and everything settled down, what would be our financial responsibility? So from what I hear from you is that we're on a month-to-month contract. So if we reduce it from the 20 to 15 or 10, that we will not have a financial responsibility with regard to breach of contract.
Yeah, that is correct. I mean, I think what we all need to recognize is right now the contract term lists 20%. And so anything that we do will require us, even for the remainder of the month, a level of negotiations. Now, we do know that based on what happened with ad valorem, our vendor was more than happy to reduce the amount from 20 to 15. And I would suspect, particularly in the times that we're in, that they would be amenable to that as well, if not lower. So I don't think we have any issues related to both for lowering it, but yes, we're month to month, and we need to deal with that element of it.
So my second question related, pardon me, Judge. My second question related to that is that if we do a lowering of this tax rate, would there be some function of leftover CARES funds that might be somewhere that we could tap in for that reduction? Or would, since all of this would have gone to the attorneys, that would not have been something that we could get reimbursed within the county?
On that question, I'll let Mr. Berry handle, because I think that he may have a better sense of that.
The 20% or 15% we're discussing here is purely the fee to Linebarger for performing the collection. So if they agree to the lower fee, there would be no financial impact.
Just a quick question for Jay to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So I thought I understood something from you, and then Commissioner Cagle said something that sounded different. And so I think I'm missing something. Do we need to set the 20% or 15% or whatever it is right now for what period of time? And then separately, there's the terms of the contract at MWBE, and that's month to month. Is that right? There's kind of two separate things.
Yeah, there are two separate issues here. One is that there's a contract that has in it a set of guidelines, one of which is the maximum charge they can do for collections for both a tangible business personal property and ad valorem. That's a separate issue from what this rate is set annually by the county, because we send out letters on an annual basis based on that, because the assessments are for the year. So what the tax office is letting us know, or is telling us, is that date needs to be certain. There's a July 1st line, and we actually have a call. We have a call into the tax office now to sort of confirm as to what that drop dead date is, as to when they need it for that July 1st handover of property in terms of the assessment. That's a separate issue from the contractual month to month that exists on the 20%. Where that 20% number is in their contract for the vendor. So right now, for example, if we said 15%, or if the court said we're only going to allow 15%, that would certainly provide certainty or 20%, provide certainty for the tax office, but we would need to negotiate that if it's anything below 20% with the vendor in order to do that.
So, and let me just ask a couple of questions, Commissioner Ellis, if that's okay. So if you, I'm just want to make sure I'm clear, Jay. So what we would be voting on right now is what set annually, the percentage, not for the extra fee they charge, but for what then?
No, it's the extra fee they charge. It's the penalty that they're allowed to charge when people are not able to make payments on a timely manner.
But yeah, go ahead.
Right. So I understand, to anticipate your question, but the contract with us is month to month. So essentially what happens is we're setting that allotment for the year, but their contract with the county to collect is essentially is sort of is on a month to month basis, meaning they don't have any sort of built-in sort of protection. So for example, this is probably not the best example, because we go to month because we don't have a past annual contract. So that's why the month to month part is a little bit misleading, but it's really designed because we just haven't done a new contract with them.
But so if
This
we
is for
set,
an annual fee, is what I'm
right,
saying.
so right now, we would set, just for the sake of argument, let's say we set, because we know it doesn't have to be 20, let's say we set it at 15.
Correct.
Then that's annually, it's gonna be 15, but they're still gonna have to go negotiate it and stick
Right.
that number 15 into the month-to-month contract.
Right, their contract says 20. So essentially what happens is that contracts that are non-renewed go automatically default from up to a month-to-month basis with the county. And that contract terms as they currently exist allow allow the vendor to use a charge of 20%. In fact, it requires us to do 20%. So if you, for example, were to want a lower rate, we would then have to have we would negotiate with them down to that rate.
So just, and I'll end with this, is what sounds like we need is the clear date from tax assessor to make sure that it's today, which you said you're looking for. And then just the clear motions, Jay, of where earlier you said contingent upon something, presumably negotiation, whether it needs to be a separate motion from each entity, and then the fill in the blank is is the percentage that we're gonna agree to.
Right.
Okay,
We will, when we get to that item, we can certainly do that if that's what the court wants in terms of a particular amount to go back. If they want us to do that, but we're happy to do that.
I think I understand. Commissioner Ellis.
If I'm on mute button, just thank you. I recall when we were dealing with property taxes, and as one person who raised this issue, or the person that raised it, with no criticism of the vendor. But when I looked at the numbers and saw 14,418 of the accounts were in precinct 1, 11,728 in 2, 4,995 in 3, 5,528 in 4. You know, I was thinking the number was 40%. So now as you explained it to me, that means if somebody's owes $1,000, they're gonna owe right at $1,500 at the end of 1 year. I asked that the legal department go negotiate and see the best that they can get. I would suggest if we can take this in executive session, we figure that out there. Just my sense, a little bit I know about negotiating this, you don't always, and see the best you can get. I agree something does have to go out, but I just want to stress, I don't know what these numbers are going to be, but if we, whether it's the governor, the judge, the mayor, whoever, we said you got to close your restaurant, you got to close Papa's, wherever, and you can only have 50% of your customers. There will be more money made by the vendor, because my guess is more people, unfortunately, are going to be delinquent, period. Whether it's property, business, whatever. And we, I think, have a responsibility with our vendor, who's been here 30 some odd years, and it was treated as though it was 15%, although the law didn't set a max. It said it didn't set it didn't say it had to be 15%, it could be up to. And although it was 20, until we just found out miraculously this last cycle when this discussion was held that it was not. So I'm saying, with no fault of the vendor, there are a lot of people who are going to be late. And I just hope we do as best we can. And Mr. Berry, I know at some point, you all were looking at the numbers to figure out what it would take, just as the county took it in-house for the toll road. I don't know when that's coming, or Mr. If I can even ask when we're going to know that.
Again, this is we're really sort of limited. We're not really. We've already debated a little bit on the contract. We really.
So my point is, that's why you ought to negotiate as best you can, since we can't talk about it all now. There are a lot of moving variables there, but one variable is consistent. There's a lot of pain. There are a lot of people out there hurting, and obviously, it's going to impact what revenue we have to service them with government services. But with or without the government services, you have a lot of people going into bankruptcy.
So my our office, Commissioner, is letting us know that according to the tax office, that business personal property has to happen for April 1st needs to be set today. So we've got some time constraints here. So whatever happens today, we need to have that conversation. And I'm happy to have that.
Jay, are you saying, by the way, so I get it, maybe I didn't catch it even when Commissioner Cagle asked the judge was talking about it. Right now, whatever we do until you negotiate it, it'll be 20% today, unless we change that in this one. And then if you go negotiate, so if we set some number, 15, 10, and then you got to go negotiate and you don't get that number, what happens? Do we end up in a black box or what?
Well, we have a month-to-month contract with them right now. So that's.
But once it's kicked in, that's what I'm trying to figure. If they put it out and it's kicked in at that number.
Commissioner, I think at this stage, we're sort of getting to an areas where I think probably better to have the conversation.
Okay. All right.
In executive session.
And Judge, thank you, Judge. I just to know, I know where I want to go with this, and I think it's in line with Commissioner Ellis's comments. I really think it's in line with everyone. But do we need to make the motion now? Because if so, I'll make that motion now. We can dispute it in executive session, or refine it and then bring it back out. But so I just need some direction, Mr. Iyer. Do we make the motion now?
Commissioner Garcia, just a reminder, we're on the speakers, so we kind of went on a tangent here, but I would suggest that they run it down, give our staff also a chance to run it down, get the motions.
Got it.
In a couple hours, come back to it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Elizabeth Martin, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and esteemed listeners. I'm speaking out on item 191, as we've just discussed, and I learned a lot from your discussion. But I'm appalled that this is an item on our county's agenda at this moment in our time. Our businesses are hanging on by a thread. And if a business is delinquent for 2020, there is not a way for them to catch up when you levy further penalties on them. In the middle of the pandemic, this is creating a cycle of poverty that will affect all of us. As taxpayers, we will pay for this excessive fee in a myriad of ways on the back end. When a business or a home is foreclosed on, there's a trickle-down effect. Employees are lost, healthcare is lost, and the American dream, which continues to be touted, is certainly gone. The more intangible effects result in the children of those affected falling into the cracks because they can't concentrate in school. They're now hungry, their lives are upside down, and that's an entire generation that has already been affected by a pandemic are now being affected by poverty. We don't come back from that. The government forced businesses to close under limits of safety, which I agree with, but you can't punish them for that. It's wrong on so many levels. I understand that you have a contract and it's month to month, but if they're not willing to negotiate down to a much lower rate, then I think it's time that we look at who that contract's with, and as taxpayers that we have a say in that. I was very, very saddened to know that this is even something that needed to be discussed during this time. So that's all I had to say.
Craig Hemphill with CKH Legal. Go ahead, please.
To the judge and the commissioners, thank you for your. Yeah, I think the speakers have pretty much laid out, any sentiment that I would have for the commissioners and the judge. I will add that, we're looking at this, and you guys have many more talented tax people than I am. I'm just a lawyer, but when you look at it, you've got the business folks that go across to Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Cagle is where I hang my hat. So those precincts are affected in all precincts. So I've got business clients that are like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm trying to make money here, but, I've got issues because it's not just the restaurants. You've got mechanics, you've got hairdressers, you've got a lot of folks that are going to fall short because it's just not there. And, you know, all those precincts that I mentioned, in particular, those three, I mean, I do a lot of business in those, and so you've got a lot of folks that are hurting in those precincts. Yeah, and I will say, so it's something that that I think the business community as well as just the little guy would appreciate the commissioners looking at. And then, you know, I think that there's been a lot said also just about, you know, the vendor and the amount and the participation. And I will say, you know, back, if you look at Harris County in the 80s, you had probably more of an MWBE participation. I'm not going to go into that in detail. You've got a lot of that's kind of swept back, but it's something that I think that you all really should look at as far as the commissioners when you're in your executive session and see, hey, look, you know, how is this broken down, even if it's month to month, because that is a related item that's very important and something I want to put on the radar. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Laura Thurman, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Hidalgo and commissioners. Thank you for taking the time this afternoon to listen to our concerns. I'm also calling in to discuss item 191. I am a small business owner in the community, and I'm blessed that I'm financially stable. But those businesses that I work with, they're not. And I fear that we are hitting the accelerator on putting these businesses into a position where they won't be able to continue, instead of giving these businesses a chance to recover. And then on a personal note, I'm actually, like I said, I'm in a blessed position where I'm financially stable. And I have a property that the assessment isn't complete on. I'm ready and willing to write that check and pay my taxes, but I'm not able to do that because the assessment is still not done. Maybe that's something we need to look at. Those people that are financially stable, who are ready and willing to write those checks, they don't have their assessments yet. I know with our federal taxes, we do an estimated tax, and we pay that even if we haven't finalized our return. You know, I think there could be something similar here where you would pay an estimated tax and then make the adjustment, whether that's more or less. But we're penalizing those people who a prior speaker said, you know, these people, if they could, they would be writing those checks. We're going to hit the accelerator on putting those folks out of business instead of giving them that opportunity to recover. Maybe we should be looking at the assessments that aren't complete for people who are ready, willing, and able to write those checks for their taxes. Thank you, commissioners. Again, I appreciate the forum to discuss our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominic Mazok, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hello. Okay, start the clock. I know I have 3 minutes. Judge Lena, this is Dominic Mazok for the record. I want to talk about, I think it's issue 244 that Commissioner Ramsey wants to bring up. I do agree with what he has proposing. I am a Metro user. I think the rest of the commissioners and you, Judge, know I am a pro-transit person. But, you know, there are a lot of people out in the 290 corridor that pay the Metro tax, but there's very little service out there outside of the park and ride system. And I think that's part of the concept. I think that's the problem. We think of Metro as something in the city of Houston, but the proper title is Metropolitan Transit Authority of Harris County. So I think Metro's going to have to start to think outside of Beltway 8. And in fact, your representative to the board, Jim Robertson, has said several times in his committee, as well as in the regular board, is that the Northwest Quadrant needs more service because the people are paying and there's no service. That has to be done so we don't take anything away from people that absolutely positively have to have a bus. But they are paying taxes and they deserve some more service than what's out there. Lastly, Judge, I think you're going to have a major decision coming up pretty soon. I think you're going to have to replace Lisa Castanero on the board. And with redistricting or the census coming out, I think the Metro board is going to be increased. And I think the county might be putting, instead of 2 members, it's going to have 3 or 4 members. So all this is something to take care of. And Commissioner Ramsey and the judge and any other commissioners, you have my email. If you want to talk to me about Metro, I'm willing to talk. And the comments, I'm sending it back to you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dominique, thank you for your comments. You already know a lot about Metro. I appreciate the fact that you would show up and share that information. Your issues are what I've been talking about for 20 years. Metro does need to be a regional authority, and I think we need to give them an opportunity. So they have been more than encouraging to us. I appreciate their attitude in terms of when we called them, in terms of what we might do to get people that need jobs to where the jobs are. They've been front and center. So thank you for calling in, and we'll look forward to working with Metro.
Keith Buchanan with KMB Realty. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Keith Buchanan. I'm a real estate professional here in Harris County, and I urge the Harris County Commissioners Court to add the mortgage foreclosure auction as a topic for discussion to the February 23rd agenda. The housing shortage crisis that's facing our community can be helped by allowing the mortgage foreclosure auction to continue starting in March 2021. The federal moratorium prevents the foreclosure of occupied properties. Therefore, the mortgage foreclosure auction would allow banks and investors to gain possession of vacant and abandoned properties which could enter the marketplace. We're facing a backlog of almost 20,000 homes that will be foreclosed once the moratorium is lifted. By allowing the auction to occur, in the meantime, we prevent a market collapse and alleviate the current shortage facing home buyers. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Doris Abston, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm coming to the commission again. I came to you in November of 2019. It was in regards to my son who's now in the Harris County Jail. He's been there for 2 years and 5 months. He is now caught up in the pandemic situation, and I'm wanting to know what are the plans as far as vaccines for people that are incarcerated. I don't hear anything on the news in regards to them. I hear about nursing homes, but the people that are incarcerated, it's like they don't exist. The other thing is the mental health services, and my son does have a mental health issue. He has not received services because he's not mentally, he refuses the services, which I've told persons from day one, which was in 2018 when the incident happened. I tried to contact Sheriff Gonzalez in regards to my son being viciously attacked by several individuals in the jail, which was back in March of 2019, but I never did receive a call back. And so my concern is my son's safety, my son's mental status, and I also want to know, do individuals, are they allowed to stay in jail, Harris County Jail, for 2 years and 5 months? So that is my concern.
Ma'am, this is Rodney Ellis. We'll put you in touch with somebody at the sheriff's office and see if they can give you some answers. So somebody will call you. Connect you with.
Okay, Miss Ellis, the day that I came back in 2019, I did talk to Anna. We did talk several times, but since that time, I have not been able to get a response from her as well. I did talk to Mr. Bowen with the defenders court. I mean the public defenders, and he wasn't able to assist. He wasn't able to assist me as well. So my big concern is that my son that he get released, because he's been sitting there without any services for 2 years, like I said, in 5 months. And it's
we'll follow up with you. We'll follow up with you and do what we can and figure out if he has a lawyer. But I know we can't do it now. We have a number of more speakers.
Well, he has a court-appointed attorney that's not doing anything, so I can tell you that right now.
Mm-hmm.
But recently.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We'll reach out.
All right. Thank you.
Elizabeth Rossi with Civil Rights Corps. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Rossi. I'm a senior attorney with Civil Rights Corps. Harris County is having a Sixth Amendment crisis. The Supreme Court recognized almost 80 years ago that the right to counsel is necessary to ensure fundamental human rights of life and liberty. But here in Harris County, that safeguard does not exist for most poor people who are assigned private court-appointed lawyers. I work for an organization called Civil Rights Corps, which is a nonprofit that has sued Harris County twice for its unconstitutional money bail practices, which keep thousands of people in cages every single day simply because they cannot afford a monetary payment. Most of the people I represent are assigned court-appointed lawyers for their underlying criminal case. And for months, my team has been investigating court records and attorney fee vouchers, and we've uncovered dozens of cases illustrating the abysmal and embarrassing state of indigent defense in this county. I want to share just a few examples of those cases with you. First is IF. He is a 17-year-old child who spent almost 2 months in adult jail in Harris County because of a paperwork error. He was told the wrong date to return to court and was arrested after not appearing at the actual court date, which of course he knew nothing about. Last week, my team and I helped contact folks in the county who contacted IF's lawyer, who finally reviewed the case and sought a personal bond, which was thankfully issued. If his lawyer had reviewed the bonding documents himself sooner, IF would have been spared almost 2 months in a brutal adult jail over the holidays. We've identified multiple people whose lawyers met them only once during their entire case, on the day they pled guilty. Those lawyers did no investigation and never visited their clients in the jail. We also identified a case in which it appears that a lawyer was paid for work done after the client was convicted, during a setting that doesn't appear to have ever occurred. Our team's investigation has uncovered many cases like this, making it clear that these are not extreme examples. And one reason for these problems was revealed in a recent report that showed that defense lawyers who contribute to judges' campaigns are more likely to get lucrative appointments in those courtrooms. This practice creates a clear financial conflict of interest that undermines the right to counsel. Every day, this county is violating poor people's right to effective assistance of counsel. And the Commissioner's Court should immediately take 3 actions which are endorsed by local grassroots organizations that we work closely with. 1, create an oversight board that has the power to investigate attorney conduct and judges' appointment policies, to reject payments to lawyers due to fraudulent reporting or unconstitutional representation, and to document whether judges are ignoring correspondence from people in jail whose lawyers have been ineffective. 2, create transparency through a public dashboard that provides ready access to data, including searchable fee vouchers that are generated by court-appointed lawyers, so that the public, as well as their clients inside the jail, can identify fraud. And 3,
Thank you. I'm afraid I have to stop you. Go ahead, Judge Morales.
Judge, Ms. Rossi, thank you for your comments and the work you've done to make us take a serious look at ourselves. I do have an item on the agenda later, which is probably in part why you could talk today. And I had the stats on the felony and misdemeanor side. I assume we've made progress on the misdemeanor side. They're using the PD office we got at MAC. I see them, but in 2019, we had a felony judge that paid someone $517,000, 541 cases appointed here. We had somebody pay someone $440,000 and had 447 cases appointed. Then someone paid someone 300,000 and they had 328. But look, here's my question. I get it. I know you have more examples. And so what can we do? I mean, you know, hey, I did the best I could with the Fair Defense Act. The provision is that it says a supermajority of the judges have to agree. You know, that was a concession to keep the bill from being vetoed as it had been previously in my earlier job. But what can Commissioners Court do to get more people out of jail, people who are safe, who could be somewhere else? I'm not talking about who would create a problem. But what are your thoughts on that, Ms. Ross?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. In addition to the proposals I made about ensuring that the council themselves are doing the work that they're appointed to do, the Commissioners Court could immediately begin funding additional transitional housing so that people can be released. One of the things that we hear all the time is that judges think that they can't release people who are either homeless or who lack stable housing. And the lack of housing is also a reason that the bail project is unable to post bail for many people that it could otherwise assist. The good thing is that this is a problem that the Commissioners Court can fix by investing in transitional housing so that individuals who judges would like to release and who local funders would be willing to pay bail for can get out and can get back to their families.
I do want to encourage you to say that to our friends over at the city as well. I do, you know, I guess we're the landlord, so to speak, but they're the biggest tenant. They send us most of the tenants. But I do think that's a very valid point. Thank you. Thank you for your work, Ms. Rossi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, those were all the agenda related speakers. I can move on to non-agenda.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Richard Walker, go ahead, please, sir.
Good day to everyone. My name is Richard Walker. I 68 years old, father, grandfather. I've been playing at Maya Park on the southwest. Well, for the most part, we played on the baseball field. I've been playing there for 17 years, consistently 3 or 4 times a week, weather permitting. There have been other participants that's been playing there over 20 years. For the vast majority of those years, Klein Soccer was in charge of the fields. We never had problems with them. We played on the baseball field. Every now and then, one of the other fields may have been open, and we would play on there. We represent families from residences, homes, and apartments around Maya Park. It's a 20-year tradition. We never cause any problems. We've been playing. We're predominantly, of course, Hispanics and Blacks. Many of us have roots outside of the U.S. You know, soccer for us is a culture. About 3 or 4 months ago, Klein, what do they call themselves? Klein Sports Authority, who, and I find it strange that a no-name entity with no footprints, because I've been trying through public access to find the paperwork that gave this small unknown entity control of Maya Park sports field. Very strange. I cannot find any paperwork at all. Spoken to the parks people, spoke to Klein Sports Authority, and it's this great mystery. The problem is that we were unceremoniously kicked out of Maya Park. They hired security people to, we were faced with threat of arrest, et cetera, et cetera. We are I would say probably about 50 families. We are grandfathers, sons. Our youngest is 10. Daughters. We're engineers.
Thank you.
We're engineers.
Mr. Walker, your time is up. But thank you for calling, and we'll make sure somebody contacts you.
Okay.
Dennis Duarte with Proline Cycling. Go ahead, please. Dennis Duarte, go ahead, please.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
please. Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to speak here today. So I own a mountain biking team, and we're trying to expand the sport and make the sport a lot more feasible for everybody in Houston. And first of all, I want to thank Adrian Garcia for pushing that Fontenot Park out in the east side of Houston. But a lot of our trails and stuff that we have right now, a lot of people that donate their time and build trails in Houston are in other precincts as well. And I want to, see, we want to turn these trails into parks and see if the commissioners will allow us and help us turn them into parks where they're actually sanctioned and recognized by the city, because a lot of times we have issues with people trying to we have issues with people trying to basically try to close them down, or they get mad. But with people that are actually taking care of this place is, a lot of the mountain bikers, and we don't just ride bikes. We're actually maintaining the land, and we're making sure, we put trash cans all over the place. We're teaching kids that from a very young age how to give back to the community, and these kids, they go outdoors and they have fun being outdoors. They get to go jump their bikes and so on and so forth. But at the same time, we're teaching them community service. We're teaching them how to be a part of a community and make a community grow. And that's what I want to just basically say is how can we go about making these trails that we already have, such as Cypress Creek, Ant Hills, and Cypress Wood trails, make them sanctioned where they're recognized, so people are not, threatening us that, they want the trails gone, and just because some people don't like it. I know there might be a liability issue or something, but, we've traveled, throughout 40-something states to ride mountain bikes, and in all the cities, everybody, there's in all the different towns and stuff, they have signs that say, ride at your own risk and so on and so forth. If we could do the same within, our trail systems here, just put up signs. And the difference between Texas or Houston compared to everywhere else, where all of our land it's owned by somebody, where there's no actual public lands like in other states. So, and the only places that we can ride and do mountain biking are by the creeks and stuff like that, and stuff on Harris County flood control district and stuff. But again, mountain biking is healthy, both for physically and mentally. And we just want to continue to make this sport grow.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Duarte, thank you for recognizing Jim Fontino Yellow Bird Trails. Just invite you back to keep coming back. We're going to be doing more. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Daryl Alexander with Mutual Aid Houston. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Judge Hidalgo. I'm here as an organizer of Mutual Aid Houston. Since May of 2020, we have redistributed over $20,000 in pandemic support funds and assisted more than 1,000 individuals being released from the Harris County Jail at 701 North San Jacinto Street in downtown Houston. Our main activities outside the jail have included offering water, snacks, rides, PPE, and phone charging services for people immediately after they leave the jail. Often, these individuals are released late in the night with limited funds and dead phone batteries. These people are normally unable to quickly contact family members or lawyers. More alarmingly, some people do not live in Houston or have lost housing while incarcerated and are truly stranded without options for recourse. On numerous occasions, I've either driven or coordinated rides with people needing to get to places like Spring or Humble, often in the middle of the night because they were unable to contact loved ones. While Mutual Aid Houston is able to provide cell phones to use and portable chargers, we currently only provide our services once a week for a limited amount of hours. And as the COVID positivity rate has spiked in recent weeks, we have been out there even less. When we are not present, many released individuals are left alone in an unknown part of the city, unable to contact friends or family who can help them to get home. I'm here today to ask that the county consider installing a low-cost solar-powered mobile charging kiosk outside of the Harris County Jail. It is a simple solution that would be of enormous benefit to recently released individuals. It would allow them to use GPS to orient themselves in the city and to contact friends or relatives that can assist them in getting home. It is a piece of equipment that can be utilized 24/7 and would provide much more value to people than its price tag. I hope that this is a project that the county will undertake, and I am ready to support its implementation or the implementation of a comparable solution in whatever way possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Judge, could we refer that to the sheriff's office and then have someone from the sheriff's office call precinct 4? I'd like to discuss that concept of maybe that type of a kiosk to be made to the public in general.
Jonathan Veal with 88 CHUMP. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak on today. My name is Jonathan Veal, a co-founder of 88 CHUMP. CHUMP is an acronym for Communities Helping Underprivileged Minorities Progress. And we started this organization not too long ago in light of our dear childhood friend, classmate, and teammate George Floyd passing away on May 25th, 2020. And my purpose for calling today is to thank Commissioner Rodney Ellis for his support. On this past Saturday, we had the dedication of the Black Lives Matter mural and dedicating that to our dear friend George Floyd in front of our high school, Jack Yates Senior High School, which we graduated from in 1993. And just wanted to thank Commissioner Ellis for not only his support, but taking time out of his busy schedule to be present as a community and moving forward in the passing of our friend. The trauma has been real, but Saturday's event was definitely not only a fresh breath, but it was inspiring to help us as an organization continue to move forward with the respective initiatives that we have to enhance the experience of those living in the third world community in the greater Houston area as well. So once again, thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for your continued support, not only third world community, but Precinct 1. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And when this is over, I hope to make it to Oklahoma City one day. Commissioner Garcia was there and kind enough to do the balloon launch. I had an event earlier that day, and a group of people I had on bicycles. I didn't know they meant for me to get on a motorcycle. So I had the DA from Fort Bend County and a council member and some other folks. And then the mayor had an event on, so I had to, I did dress. My staff didn't want me to come out there in spandex, but I did see you. We got to shake hands with you, but I had to tip out to get to my next event. But Commissioner Garcia was there as well. But thank you and the work that you're doing with 88 CHUMP.
And Commissioner Ellis, I just want to add that it was appropriate that Congresswoman Lee would say that these are some big guys, and to allow themselves to be called 88 CHUMP, that's pretty awesome. But it's really because it's reflective of the work that you do and your dedication to your community and your alma mater. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for welcoming this opportunity.
Thank you.
Steve Williams, go
Hello?
ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. I have a lot of activity going on between me and the Houston Police Department, which means inevitably I need to touch base with the U.S. Department of Justice. I'm getting nowhere. I need to touch base with the FBI. Two things. Otherwise, I can't believe that Black Lives Matter has billions of dollars and black men are just still being done, and they don't do anything about us, but they gave the LGBTQ a bunch of money. That's really interesting. What do these homosexuals got to do with the deaths of all these black men, other than doing it themselves in some of these medical institutions? I know homosexuals have something to do with my mother's death. That's provable. I can easily prove that. At any rate, the other thing, I'm going to go ahead and help the Democrat Party to try to remove this governor and win the governorship if the Republican Party would not start. Right now, they're building for 2024 and 2022, even 2024. I don't want nothing to do with Donald Trump. Ann Coulter or Ted Poe, the former criminal court judge, who I hope he's over cancer, and Ben Carson and Jeff Sessions and Stephen Miller, those are the ones that have to be looked at, or either one of those Democrats from the state of Alabama only, those Democrats. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and use my know-how. I left a message for Cornel X and a message for Boris Miles, the other one I would like to see either run for the governorship. Never got a response one way or the other, but I'm not really worried about it. But I'm going to go ahead and start trying to raise the money. I'm going to use the Corona check when I get it and to show you that what can be done, and that I'm going to shock the Republican Party if they won't step up and gather all these people together, the Protestants and the true, authentic Roman Catholics, not these fake Catholics like Joe Biden. And by the way, I can't understand how people are being so silent while this guy, Joe Biden, says every decrepit thing you can say about Afro-Latin people, African-American people, black folk on this planet. You see all these blacks with these Irish last names all over the world. How do you think they got it? Through rape and child molestation. Amongst the white race, one of the most despicable groups amongst the white race are the Irish. That's what they are. You see all these people on planet Earth with these Irish last names who are not Irish, amongst Afro-Caribbeans, black folk in Canada and the United States, all over Africa. You understand how they got like that? And then he put on this front and nobody said anything. I couldn't believe it that they sat there and let this punk president say all this kind of stuff about black folk when the Irish are the most despicable people amongst the white race. Dirty, filthy, nasty, massive organized child molestation all over the world. Everybody knows it. I don't know how they get away with that kind of stuff. At any rate, but I'm still going to work to get a Democratic to overcome this governorship and win it, because you don't hear me when I'm saying something and telling you you can build a voting bloc big enough. Trump could have won if he'd have did just some simple little things. And I told you, go roll back the tape 2 times. I told you he was going to lose. All these experts and everything. I told you I'm better than the average person at doing this stuff and analyze this, and I was right, and he lost. Okay, and he will not win 2024 if he's the candidate. But I want Ann Coulter first and foremost, or secondary, Ted Poe or Ben Carson or Jeff Sessions of Alabama or Stephen Miller, the Jewish right-hand man of Trump. But I don't think he's going to be no ego trip like that. But anyway.
Thank you.
Dolores Rogers with Jack Yates National Alumni Association. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon to the members of the Harris County Commissioners Court. Today, I want to personally thank Commissioner Ellis for his generous support of the Black Lives Matter project in front of Jack Yates. My name is Dolores Rogers. I'm a resident of 3rd Ward, and I serve on as a member of the Executive Board of the Jack Yates National Alumni Association, and felt it very important to thank Commissioner Ellis for his leadership and support of this project. The bold, beautiful, gigantic mural dedicated to the memory of George Floyd has immediately become a spiritual place for the residents of 3rd Ward. Since Saturday, I have witnessed people crying, praying, reflecting, and honoring the memory of George Floyd and so many others who have been lost in our community. It's become immediately a healing place for the Jack Yates students and residents. You know, a song says, out of our gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. This mural has cast a bright star of hope and healing, and we thank you, Commissioner Ellis. It's a bright star for the students of Yates. Every day when they look out the windows of our beloved Jack Yates, they will see a beautiful reminder that their lives matter. The members of the Jack Yates National Alumni Association want to thank you for being an extraordinary leader and visionary. We thank the Houston Society for Change and 88 Chump, we thank you for looking beyond the ordinary and giving a ray of hope to a community that is suffering, so we all can stand where a light gleam, a bright star is cast. We thank you, we thank you, we thank you for your inspiration, vision, and support.
Thank you. By the way, my mother and both of her siblings went to Jackie Yates and were active with the Alumni Association when they were alive. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Vaughn Dickerson with 88 Chump. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Commissioner Rodney Ellis for his vision, for his finances, and for his tireless effort to enable us in Houston Society for Change and 88 Chump to be able to place the George Floyd mural in front of Jack Yates High School, our own alma mater, right in the heart of 3rd Ward. This not only resembles resilience, but it shows a commitment toward our people, toward our community, and an effortlessly long-lived battle that Commissioner Ellis has been fighting for years. Again, we personally want to thank you. May praises be unto God, and we pray that you continue to fight this good fight of faith with us and any other dreams that we want to see to become a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge, those were all the non-agenda related, but we did have one speaker that called us back regarding an item.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Cynthia Cole with AFSCME 1550. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Judge Lina Hidalgo and commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I wanted to just stand in support of the reappointment of Ms. Alicia Reyes to the Harris County Hospital District Board. It's very important that there is a balance on that board, and that those individuals who have the balance can be individuals who can look back and see how far Harris County Hospital District has come, and also be instrumental in the future. There's a quote by Natalie Cole that says, "People don't always have the vision, and the secrets for the person with the vision is to stand up, and it takes a lot of courage." Ms. Reyes has been standing up and balancing some things. She asked the appropriate questions that gets the appropriate answers. And so thank you, commissioners, in regard to considering her as a candidate. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for appointing her initially. And we just want to really just kind of support today that she is, in fact, instrumental in keeping the balance on that board. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Those are all the speakers, Judge, for today.
Okay, and we're about to hit the 2-hour mark. So we haven't broken for lunch, and that's the question for you all. Do you want to just break for 15 minutes, or do you want to break for till the top of the hour before we take up the agenda? Why don't we break till 3 so folks have a chance to eat, and the staff as well? Does that work? All right, so it's 2:18 and we'll be back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
So it's 3:01 and Commissioner's Court is back in session.
And
Commissioner Garcia, you're on mute.
Judge, I was just going to say very, very quickly that I might have to ask my colleagues and you to speak as loud as possible, because see, we're having a birthday here actually tomorrow, which is my chief of staff. And, you know, he's hard of hearing these days. And so if y'all would just help me out and help speak very loud so this young man can hear the conversation. I'm just kidding with you, buddy. Tomorrow's his birthday, so we're just doing a little something for him.
Oh. Yes, Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, earlier we had the comments from the 4 probate judges about a expenditure that was a type of a supplement. And my question is, Mr. Iyer, should we have that executive session meeting before we do our final vote on the budget? Because I think, part of our overall budget package on what we pay, what the county pays to the probate courts?
Yeah, we certainly can. I know that the county attorney wants to make a presentation to you about that topic and give you guys some guidance on it. So if you want to deal with it before you deal with the budget, I think that's probably appropriate.
Okay, which item would that be, Commissioner?
I'm not sure, Judge. I know that the 4 probate judges wanted to talk to us about the supplement that they get for their employees.
Yeah, 135. And do we need to go to executive session on that? Do folks need to go to executive session?
I don't see why we.
Because I feel.
So I think the issue is that there's the county attorney is going to give some actual legal advice on the topic. So that's the kind of thing we normally do in executive session. So I think it's probably appropriate to do that there rather than do it in open court. Since it's
and Commissioner Cagle, if I may, my view is that these payments are out of existing funds and we would be with respect to this fiscal year. So I don't see it as directly pertaining to next year's fiscal budget, next fiscal year's budget. So of course we can take things in whatever order Commissioner's Court wants to.
Right.
If that's the case, why don't we just do the budget and then we can take this as the agenda goes on with the rest of executive session? That's a good point, Commissioner Cagle.
That would be my preference too, Judge. I just wanted to make sure that if it was pertinent to this budget process, that we get it done before we vote on this budget. If it's not pertinent to this year's budget process, then let's do it at the end.
I would say it's not pertinent.
Okay. It very says not pertinent. Okay, thank you. All right, so we have an open hearing currently on the general fund budget. So let's discuss that, and that's item 260. And we only opened the hearing for Harris County, so we'll have to open a hearing for the Flood Control District and the Toll Road Authority in a minute.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Not to cut you off, but I had a discussion with Mr. Berry earlier today, and he had made a request that, because I've got a view on some of this, that I may throw my thoughts out in the beginning as we begin our discussion and debate on how to handle the budget process. And I'm not sure how you're planning on handling it, where we're going to spend a lot of time going through each item, or since all of our offices have had a chance to review a lot, and I've got a number of items that we can discuss if we're going to go down that pathway, including the 28 new requests and all those issues. But for me, Judge, the ability to serve the people of Precinct 4 is a very, very important directive. Fixing the potholes, you've heard me talk about the basics, keeping the bathrooms and the parks clean. When you're building your roads, that you have your pipeline of your funding that you have today, what you're going to need for tomorrow, and what you're going to need for the day after that. And so one of the things that is in the proposed budget, and it's on page 4, Judge, is of the proposed budget item. And we do have the backup of the 6 or 7 volumes that we went through during the budget hearings too, but that's on page 4 of this, is a choice that we have with regard to whether or not we're going to establish what our allocation is going to be for the year now, or whether we're going to only do a half-year allocation out of the mobility fund. Now, I would argue, Judge, that 25% for each precinct belies what I would consider to be the science of that it takes more funding to service 2,700 miles of roads and 300 some odd bridges than it would be to take care of a significantly less number of roads and bridges. However, with this allocation, we can do our job. And the ability to do the job is very, very critical and important. And so in terms of budget compromises that are out there, there are many, many things in this budget that we could debate and that we could discuss, and that I would certainly feel like are not the purview of the county. Things that I think that belong to other departments, things that I don't think that we should be involved in, things that I have consistently voted against. But the value of being able to plan for a year, what it is that we're going to have to be able to serve the people of this precinct, is a high priority for me. And so I would throw out there as a compromise amongst lesser of evils, as it may be, in terms of what I feel to be appropriate for us to be involved in and that we should debate over. And I feel that we're not providing enough funds for other areas in the public safety area. And I think we're out of balance on a lot of that stuff. But instead of going through lengthy debate on all of those issues, I would suggest that if I could have the certainty of having the funds that I need to have to serve the people of Precinct 4, and instead of having just a half a years of the funding and then having to fight it all over again in the future, then I'm willing to make that compromise and say, let's vote for this budget as a compromise with all of the factors that are in there, with the compromise being that annual budget for our road and bridge and mobility funds is provided for. And I want to throw that out there. That does not mean that I like this budget. On the other hand, there are others who may not like the fact that we may fund road and bridges for a year. But I feel that the certainty of being able to plan and to be able to do our jobs, those basics. And I know that, PFM says that we overvalue the basics. You've heard me make my speech last week about that. I don't need to make it again. But that's a very critical feature. And so I wanted to throw that out as a possibility of a way of moving forward. And if not, I'm prepared for us to go through, I guess, what is it, the 28 new requests, the requests for all of these different items that are out there of new funds, and the items that I feel like are underfunded. And it could be a very long process, but I am willing to throw out the suggestion that perhaps back when I was a judge and we'd send people off to mediation, or whether there be a settlement, it was that the settlement that everybody was unhappy with was usually the one that was the most fair. I'm not happy with this, but I will be willing to accept it if I can get at least the funding necessary to take care of the people of Precinct 4 for a year.
Yeah. So I'm certainly, my staff and I have had a chance to review the budget very thoroughly. It sounds like other folks have too. I was just going to ask for a motion to adopt the budget. Before we do that, Commissioner Cagle, I'm fine, shifting and making into the discussion on the mobility fund. And the question is, are we voting to allocate the $40.5 million to each precinct for the year so that it's an equal distribution this year, and there's predictability, and I would be fine with that. Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge, and I appreciate Commissioner Cagle raising this issue, because in my precinct, I've got the freight industry, I've got a lot of heavy traffic, I've got roads that are beaten up, and as you recall, I started the precinct study on the state of my roadways, and then it turned into a countywide project, and the data is coming back indicating that Precinct 2 has amongst some of the worst road conditions in the county. So although I would like to say I want all the money, that wouldn't be fair either, but I would be supportive of a equal funding of all the precincts, because it does allow my staff to plan out for years. It doesn't, I don't like the formula, because if our goal is Vision Zero and other initiatives that do require work to enhance the quality and state of our infrastructure, I've not yet gotten an idea of how long it would take us to get to a better place and how much funding that would take. But at least beginning now on an equal distribution is a good start. And then maybe between now and the next budget year, we can figure this out on a better way.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yes, thank you. And Commissioner Cagle, I appreciate your comments. You, Commissioner Garcia, as well. I would just like to ask Mr. Blunt, when the decision was first made on divvying up this money, just give us a quick history again on, as you recall it, on what was it, John, initially? I think I recall it was divided evenly. And just give us your sense of what's your memory, your recollection of what did happen?
Yes, Commissioner. The last version
precedes all of us, might I add, by the way, when they started it. Yeah, all of us on the commission in the jail.
Right now, obviously, it's broken down as being equal. Prior to that, there was multiple formulas depending on road lengths, road miles, road types. But quite frankly, it was a political decision. You had to have 3 votes like you always do to get something passed. The goal here is to move to more science-based, and I acknowledge that we're not there yet, but we do have our payment condition index in, and as Commissioner Garcia alluded, some precincts are in much worse condition than others. We're working with all the precincts right now to figure out what it would cost to get each precinct up to the county average, which is 80 for roads. We anticipate that to be done in roughly 2 months. We also have the equity and transportation study that should be complete by the summer. As requested by you, Commissioner Ellis, and others, we've got a third-party consultant coming in, nationally known, to make sure that what we're doing looks right. And, a concept of breaking the money up equally, and this summer, taking some of the money that was transferred from the toll road and doing a equity as opposed to equal, an equity version of it seems most appropriate once the equity and transportation study is done.
Just one quick question on the history. As I recall it, whenever they first did it, it was equal. It was split 4 ways. Was that your recollection? Whenever they did it 20 years ago, whenever it was.
It could have been, Commissioner. I'd have to go back. The history's in the county transportation plan.
Yeah,
I just don't remember exactly. Yeah. I know at one time.
Just send it to us because you sent me a memo on it. We discussed it sometime when I made the motion. I think the motion was, let's do it equally till we figure out what equality means. And I always make the point that equal does not mean equality. I used an example at some event I was at the other day. It's like if we're playing football since it was Super Bowl weekend and one team doesn't have shoes, you can't go out there and say, okay, everybody, we got the same field.
Yeah, you mentioned it at the press conference yesterday.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, Cactus, I can count. You got me. That's what I was waiting. But, I remember how shortly before I got here, whatever the number was for precinct 1, it was reduced. I'm sure it was probably in the works, but it happened to have been reduced right as it became clear I was coming. But I do think we ought to look at it. And look, I've looked at some of the preliminary numbers, by the way. My precinct won't necessarily, will not be the one that would get the most. But I do think that all of us, obviously we got to represent the folks that we happen to have in our precincts. But when we talk about equity, we do have to try, I would hope, to look at some of these institutional inequities that we, our predecessors, government, put in place. And with that said, I can live with this, but at some point, and then we ought to argue about whatever that equity is. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with what you come up with, but I can clearly see the argument. One would want to know what is equity, before saying I'm going to vote for it. I want to see what the metrics were, how you got there, if there is a best practice. And Mr. Berry, have you delved into this any as well, since you're the number cruncher?
Mr. Blunt has been kind enough to keep me up to speed on their efforts, and I think he sums it up well. We have part of the data we would need to work towards a comprehensive formula, but not all of it, because roads are certainly important, but so are sidewalks and traffic patterns and commute times and any number of other things. So I do think by mid-year we should be in a better spot with more data to suggest something else. But I also certainly acknowledge what we've heard from other court members, which is certainty is a value. So that's why we teed up the two options for court to decide.
Well, Judge, for what it's worth, with a long day, if I don't know if Commissioner Ramsey has something to say, Cagle, make your motion. Let's move on, or whatever.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, I would say, we can get into the details. There's 1,870 miles of road in Precinct 3, and 75% of Precinct 3 is unincorporated. And we're in year 5 of a 10-year pavement management program. So we're well on our way to get to, I think, the goal that Mr. Blunt has said. But I also recognize that 25% of the precinct is incorporated. And as I've met with folks in A-Leaf and I've met with folks in other areas, there's many opportunities to partner in some areas that, quite frankly, I would even define as underserved neighborhoods. So I need to be sure that we have the resources here in Precinct 3 to respond to clear needs. I've got more needs and I've got resources. That's probably a consistent statement with any commissioner. But what I will say is I'm going to start with, I'm new. So what did I get last year? What did Precinct 3 get last year? And what am I getting this year? If there is a change downward over compared one year versus the other, then I've got to understand why we would reduce a budget. If you're trying to do a half-year deal till you understand better, okay. But I think you start with what did we get last year, and how does that compare to this year?
So we need a motion that the 2021-2022 budget allocate $40.5 million to each precinct from the $162 million annual mobility transfer from the Harris County Toll Road Authority. And that will be for the full year, is my understanding, is what folks are saying.
Judge, I'll make the motion, and if I can read the motion I was prepared to make, I will.
And I want to answer Tom's question. We get a slight increase per precinct over last year, Tom, with this proposal if we go for a year.
And Judge, if I might, I think what we did when I made the motion to divide it evenly as opposed to what it was, John Blunt, help me. We increased what went in. I guess that was part of my motion as well. So nobody took a reduction. Yep. Am I recalling it right?
That's correct. We went from 120 million annual to 159 million, and this year, if I recall, it's 162. So,
yeah. And that's part of the HECTRA too, right, John? So that's part of the HECTRA restructuring somehow.
This was done right before the HECTRA restructuring.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but anyway, so everybody's getting slightly more.
But the HECTRA funds, so Judge.
Right. Yeah, it is. They're all the HECTRA funds, Judge, just like you said. So in essence, although prior to this there was percentages, even the person with the highest percentage, now that went to a 25%, is not getting less than they did before.
So
part of the compromise, I was trying to be, I think, Commissioner Cagle, you were the one who raised concerns about budgeting. So, John, if I remember it right, both of those were my motions. One to divide it 4 ways, because I think I was getting the least. Garcia was second lowest. And then Commissioner Cagle was getting the most. Commissioner Ramsey, you were getting the second highest. So I made a motion to make it divided evenly. And I was told that's the way it was when they first did it, whatever year that was. But also made a motion to increase the amount.
So once upon a time, they were all being paid by mile. And then we had problems with some commissioners putting roads on the county log that really didn't need to be on the county log so that they could boost their mileage. And I don't know if that was before John's time, but I remember as a brand new commissioner being shown roads that used to be on the county log of Precinct 3, which Precinct 4 inherited some Precinct 3 roads. And they were saying this was part of that old deal where they were all being paid by the mile. And then we moved to differing forms since then. But Commissioner Garcia has a motion. I'd like to hear his motion.
The motion would read, I move that the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget for Harris County be approved as proposed with mobility funds split with a 40.5 million per precinct.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And Commissioner Ellis, that study actually came back with precinct 2 having the least amount. Then you were second. Bottom line is.
Oh, you had less than I had. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about much was it? Was it about much?
17% to your 21.
Yeah.
So still got.
Was it both formulas? One was something about the metro piece, I thought.
Maybe.
Yeah, two. Yeah. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Was that because it were two buckets?
I don't remember now.
Yeah.
So
I haven't had enough coffee.
Going back to the general, the rest of the general fund, is there a motion to adopt the general fund budget?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? Yes, Dave.
Aye.
Judge, just in my view, the motion that Commissioner Garcia made would be sufficient to include the general fund, because he said Harris County as proposed, of which the general fund is.
Well, I don't know if folks knew that when they voted for it, because we voted just for the HECTRA mobility transfer. So
well, don't tell them, it might change the vote.
Yeah, but let's just do this one. It's not gonna, right? It's just extra. So this is the motion for the general fund budget. Commissioner Ellis made the motion. Commissioner Garcia seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, Judge. I'm sorry. I did have one tweak that I want to do to the budget. There is a 25% holdback for making sure that all the numbers are squared away on the rollover. And the way that the rollover works, it's part of that pipeline that we talked about earlier. We have a lot of items that are not, quote unquote, allocated or they're not encumbered, pardon me. So they look like they're part of the rollover, when in fact, we've already launched and have contracts in place to do projects in that pipeline. And I know that that's going to be the same thing for all my colleagues here. The proposal was to hold 25% back until April so that we could have exact numbers before we do it all. But that could potentially impinge us, because when we get an allocation, we try to make sure that everything is lined out. And I would just ask that instead of having a 25% holdback, that we just make that a 5% holdback, because the amount that I think David is going to need to make sure that the numbers are exact when spread out over the 4 precincts at 5% apiece of that fund should be enough to do the accounting of the pennies, because we're not talking about accounting of the millions. We're talking about accounting of the pennies. And Dave, would there be a problem with us of shifting that from a 25% hold until April to a 5% hold until April?
Commissioner, let me ask this. If we also stipulated that commissioners would be open to a true-up if, in fact, they had spent less or more than we had forecasted, I would be fine with the 5%.
You have my commitment on that. I don't have a problem with that. So there's a motion, Judge, that we change that from a 25% hold till April to just a 5% hold.
Can you just go over briefly? Yes, 1 second, James. If Dave, can you just go over, because I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, Judge, can I just ask?
Oh, Jay, sorry, I thought it was James.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just want to reiterate what Dave just said, which is that Commissioner Garcia's motion was to approve the actual budget as proposed, with general funds split at $40.5 million per precinct. So you've passed the budget. Now, as to I guess the potential motion of Commissioner Cagle, if you do want to make that, that would be as a separate motion to be made on that item itself. It's not needed to be made in the context of the budget itself. I just wanted to reiterate it. So you've effectively passed the budget.
Okay, then what I would do is to make a motion that in the budget, which is where we have 25% of each precinct being held until April, that we reduce that to 5% being held until April per precinct, with the stipulation
of the rollover
of the rollover, with the understanding that if the 5% is not enough for the true up, as Mr. Berry said earlier, that we would work with Mr. Berry towards that direction. But that gives us a little bit more certainty to start our pipeline planning.
I'm just going to need Dave to walk me through this because I'm not really sure what we're talking about. I'm hearing you say each precinct, Commissioner Cagle. I thought everybody has a rollover. I also know the intention is to phase it out. So I'm not sure how that, just Dave, maybe you can tell us the starter version of this.
Sure, and let's distinguish here between the departmental rollover and the rollover for Commissioners Court precinct. So the departmental rollover we typically deal with in April. The precinct rollover is typically done as part of the budget when adopted. The challenge is that because we're adopting the budget before the end of the year, we don't know exactly how much will be left at the end of the year that a precinct has in funds that would be carried forward to the subsequent year. And so we ideally don't want to be a situation where we allocate budget and then have to come claw it back because they spent more than we had estimated at budget time. So what my office proposed was to hold back 25% of the estimated amount, and that would then be conveyed in April once we knew the final balance at the end of the fiscal year. And what Commissioner Cagle is proposing, as I understand it, is we hold back 5%, but we have an understanding that if anyone's balance is out of whack because they spent more, that we would have a true up and get them back to the place that they were. So, Judge, I hope that helps.
Yes, and what would be the motion then, Dave? To make sure, because this is specific to the precinct budgets.
So, I mean, I would view this as an amendment. I mean, an amendment to the motion passing the budget, which would say that we would decrease the holdback in each commissioner's court's in each precinct's mobility fund rollover to 5%, and that we would do a true up in April, positive or negative, to get to to match the actual balance at the end of the fiscal year. Commissioner Cagle, does that match what you had in mind?
For the rollover out of the general fund and the mobility fund?
For the mobility fund. We're only talking about the mobility fund here because the general fund rollover is always done in April.
All right, very good.
So we voted earlier before, but we thought we were voting on mobility fund. I don't think, James and Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a motion on the table that is on the general budget, and there's an amendment to that motion. We're adding an amendment that would decrease the holdback in each precinct's mobility fund rollover to 5%, and we would do a true up in April for any negative to match the actual balance. So with that, are you okay with that amended motion, Commissioner Cagle? We just present
Yes.
that total. Okay, so let's vote on the amended motion, which is the budget with that amendment.
I think Commissioner Garcia seconded it.
That's
yes.
correct.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, for clarity,
Yes, James.
who do you say made the motion?
Cagle.
Seconded by Commissioner Garcia.
That's correct.
Does that work? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then that covers us for the general fund part of item 260. Now we haven't done a hearing on the flood control district and the toll road authority. So let me just
Judge, I was going to say, Judge, you want to close the hearing for 260?
Yes, so the public hearing is now closed for the general fund, the Harris County General Fund budget under item 260. Now, the Commissioners Court will go into a public hearing on the proposed budget for item 260, Harris County Flood Control District and Toll Road Authority. Do we have any speakers on those?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Is there a motion to adopt the budget for
So
the
moved.
Flood Control District and the Toll Road Authority?
So move.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The public hearing is now closed. Finally, we go back up to item 259 on page 30. Commissioners Court will now go into a public hearing on the proposed budget for item 259, the Harris County Hospital District DBA Harris Health System. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no speakers signed up.
Since there are no speakers, is there a motion?
So
Judge,
moved.
Judge,
Yes.
is there anybody on the line from Harris Health?
Yes, sir, there is.
I just want to ask one question.
I can unmute Mike Marby. Unmuted.
Mr. Marby, I know that you all have told me you're going to do a disparity study. I just want to know if in this budget you have funded that or you have provisions to fund that, a timetable and where you are on that. Mr. Marby, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sorry, must have been inadvertently muted. Yes, the dollars are included in the budget. It is my understanding that the project is already underway. And the intent is to present to our board in March. So hopefully the project is well underway and will be completed within the next 60 days.
Thank you. I'll second the motion to make it if nobody's made it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Made it.
Made
You
it.
get a second. You got one, Tom. Will you second it, Tom?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to say something though.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, did you call my name, Judge?
No, I thought you wanted to say something. Maybe
I did. I wanted to just make it clear to the commissioner that the study is underway, but the study will not be completed by March. They're doing an update in March, but the study has started. The data has already been provided to the consultant. They are working it, but the March meeting is just for Colette to come in and update the board at that time. I just want to make that clear, so you would expect the study to be back in 2 weeks, in 60 days.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I know my staff called Harris Health to let them know I was going to ask. I should have thought to call you as well. Right, but thank you.
Commissioner Allen would like to Forza. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I just stepped into Mr. Norby's office. I guess the question was regarding the study and the MWBE. And I think you were appraised that there's going to be an update brought to the board in March, but we are basically at the end of month one of a 12-month engagement. And that's what the update is going to be brought up. It's really explaining to the board what the milestones are going to be. I think the first 3 months is really just collection of data, then analysis of the data, things of that nature.
And if I might, Dr. Forster, thank you for that. And I hope they called to let you know. I can't remember if I told them to call and I didn't ask. Can you just give us an update on if this budget touches anything to make sure you are prepared for whatever needs to be done in terms of transitioning to with the sheriff's office to the budget office on care in the Harris County Jail?
If our current budget, no, Commissioner, there is nothing in our current budget touching anything about the Harris County Jail.
I don't know why I thought there was something about doing the study of the assessment, the feasibility study.
Yes, sir. The study, remember that what I promised the court was that we were going to re-engage HMA to provide an update to the report that they provided in 2018. That is in our budget. That is actually already happening.
Okay, so that's in the budget. Good.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And Dr. Porso, while you're on the line, this is Commissioner Garcia. Do you have any concerns that the MWBE will not be adopted by your board?
I have no concerns whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Porsa.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Commissioner Garcia had made a motion, Commissioner Ramsey had seconded it for the Harris County Hospital District budget. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. In that case, the public hearing is now closed, and that's all on the budget. Thank you to all the departments, Dave Barry in particular, your team, but everybody who worked so hard to put it together.
Yes, Mr. Barry, congratulations on a unanimous budget. Appreciate your hard work on this. And Judge, let me also just say to you and Mr. Barry, you know, I got my tutelage on government budgeting under Bill White, just a real tenacious guy on the numbers. And I will just say that, don't tell Bill White, but I think you've outdone him with a metrics-based budget. I don't think we ever got there with the city of Houston. We just trusted the mayor to be a good manager and steward of the budget, and always felt we were going in the right direction. But with you, Mr. Barry, leading the charge on this, this is another new day in county government here in Harris County, and I applaud both of your leaderships on that.
Let me weigh in here too with David. Obviously, there's probably wasn't anything more important to the folks in Precinct 3 than we get the budgeting right. We even had a little podcast last week with David. People could call in. What I like about Mr. Barry, if you ask him a specific question, he'll give you a specific answer. And in transparency and doing it right with the government funds, this is very important. So well done. Look forward to managing this budget and being sure those resources are properly applied.
Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, I just want to thank Mr. Bear as well, and his team, by the way. And I'm sure we'll all put out statements on various things in the budget that we feel very proud of. So I'm not going to run through it now. It's a long day. Each one of us will have something that we're happy about, something we're not happy about. But look, it's
Amen.
like herding sheep. You know what I mean? But you did a good job, and this is your first real one. And thank you. I know it's difficult, and just thank you. I mean, obviously, he probably has to interact with you a bit more than the rest of us, but your staff certainly helped as well as all of our staff members did. So thank you and everybody on the court.
Thank you all. Thank you all. So now to the agenda. We'll start with the county
Judge?
engineer. Yes.
Judge, I had one quick question. We have one more public hearing with item 261 related to the clerk. I didn't know if you wanted to do that now or wanted to wait till it just came back around.
I can. Let me see. I normally just go down, but
Since we're doing hearings.
yeah. Okay. 261. All right. So we have a public hearing for item 261 in the public hearing section on page 30. I now open the public hearing to consider approval of the Records Archive Plan for fiscal year 2021-2022. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for or against?
Judge, I would like to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Cagle.
We have a judge in Harris County, actually a series of judges that have been very involved in the archive process of the historical documents and records of counties. And that's Mark Davidson and Ken Wise, who have been leading historians in this endeavor. We actually had a trial in Harris County that involved John Lennon and his wife. Oko, I'm blanking on the name. I'll have to ask my older commissioners.
Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono. And during the trial, John Lennon painted a painting on a document in the court that ended up being in the court file. It got destroyed in the document process. And so we have lost forever an original painting made in our Harris County by John Lennon during a trial in our county, because it was just a document that was in a file in our process. And I believe that everything is fine as it is here. But I do want to make sure that when we come around next year, that we have allowed the opportunity for our judges and our appellate judges and visiting judges who are interested in the preservation of great historical documents to have a chance to review what we have had over the last year to make sure that the great trials and the great episodes that have occurred in our county, that those items are never forever lost. For example, we had in our county a trial a number of years back called Pennzoil, which was the largest trial, largest verdict, one of the largest verdicts in the country. That was a trial when I was a baby lawyer. And so we just need to make sure, Judge, that in our process, which we do need to make sure that we go to electronic forms, we do need to make sure that we are not storing many, many documents, but we still need to make sure that we keep those things that have historical significance. And I don't want us to have someone else years from now saying, gee, that commissioner's court back in 2021 voted to destroy an original painting by, Judge, who would be a famous modern singer of your age? Since you and I are the youngest too.
Right. But yeah, you and I, these days, Commissioner Travis Scott is all the rage.
Travis Scott. Okay. Yeah, Travis Scott, whose label is Cactus Jack. Yes. So, you know, that we destroyed the records about Cactus Jack back 20 years from now. And so let's make sure, Judge, that we don't do that.
Yeah. Well, it's great
And that's
that
my
folks are
public
so
comment.
thoughtful about this. Thank you. Is there anybody else to speak? Is there a motion on this item?
I'll move.
Second.
Motion, Commissioner Cagle, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I now close this public hearing. Okay, so now on to the agenda, and actually we have to start with the COVID items. These are on the COVID-19 section of the agenda, page 29. The first item is item 248. It's the employee compensation item we generally have on each court. Item 249 is a grant. Item 250 is the rental assistance program. I know folks have been working very hard on this with the city as well. Yes, Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ellis.
Good deal. Thank you, Judge. And I am so excited to see this item. So many people have been reaching out in need of help. And I would just also say that I'm proud of our teams, and I want to thank our consultants as well, Guidehouse in particular, for helping us make sure we learn from the past. And I also want to applaud you, Judge, and Mayor Turner for making sure that we can bring our respective governments together and give the people simplicity and united government so that we can help them sooner rather than later. And so this is very, very exciting to see this come together. And I will also say that one of the things that I pushed for was to have some project management on this. And so I can't remember her last name, but it's Leah Barton. And I'm excited to have her at the tip of the spear. Two great organizations, Catholic Charities and Baker Ripley. But, you know, we don't need to be wondering, okay, well, is this one being done by Baker Ripley? Or we have a complaint about this one and who does it belong to? So we need to make sure that we have some good coordination, project management experience, and in leadership. And Leah Barton, I'm excited to have her running the program overall. So, and then lastly, that, you know, we have worked hard, and I want to applaud the presidential administration for recognizing that our landlords are businesses too, and that we struggled with the rental assistance. We had to convert that to a direct assistance. But I don't blame some landlords. I'm a little frustrated with some, but I largely don't blame them because they were months in the arrears, and we could only give them a month's assistance at the time, and then still restricting them for months afterwards. And so no wonder that we struggled, and I thank those who did participate. There is a constituent, Mr. Rodriguez, that has struggled through some of that, so I'll make sure that the issue that he dealt with is resolved as we launch this new effort. But I think the way this program is structured, it will now allow us to really make the landlord community whole, and recognizing that the pandemic's not over with yet, the economy isn't repaired yet, and with the 2 months going forward should be a game changer for a lot of people and should help us keep a lot of people in their homes. I do want to ask Judge, and I'd love to work with your office, that we do need to have a conversation with those cases. I hope that this will make a lot of the cases that are in the JP courts go away. But if it doesn't, I do want to, I'll give this program some time to matriculate, but I may want to bring an item to make sure that we are supporting the Dispute Resolution Center to navigate those cases that stay in the courts. I've gotten some feedback from Judge Briones, and she has been incredibly adamant that the one area that we could fund that would make a major difference would be the Dispute Resolution Center for the role that they carry in navigating these cases through the courts. But with that being said, I'm excited. I wish the state wouldn't have created another program, that they would have just participated with us to make our program much more robust. And but we have another program out there, and so I hope that we figure out a way to coordinate the two, so that there's not a clawback on the citizens, not so much us, but a clawback on the residents. I understand that if this isn't handled carefully, that the state may be reaching out to folks months later and say, you owe me some money. So I hope we can get the state to be much more collaborative and communicate better with us and coordinate better with us, so that we can give less confusion to the residents out there. But this is a very exciting day, and I'm glad to see this item on our agenda.
Commissioner Ellis.
Just along the same lines, I don't want to repeat what Commissioner Garcia said. He hit it all, but I do want to reiterate it's $159 million, and that's U.S. Treasury emergency rental assistance money. The city of Houston got $70 million, while Harris County got $74, and the city is putting some additional federal dollars to the program from sources besides the U.S. Treasury. And Baker Ripley and Catholic Charities showed what a great job they could do with the programs we gave them in the past. Commissioner Garcia, I too am worried about those evictions. So according to my stats, in 21, landlords filed over 3,000 eviction cases, and that's even with the Center for Disease Control's intended eviction moratorium. I know they were having challenges as well, I get that. But according to January advisors, only 16% of the families facing eviction used CDC protection, and less than 3% of eviction cases were represented by attorneys. And I know our staffs, maybe others as well, they've been out on weekends. I went before you, and I went to that deal over Yates. And they were going out, knocking on doors, talking to people. But it's a real challenge. So we do have to think about what else we could do. Judge, your staff and all of the county folks, the departments involved, did a good job of coming up with some equity guidelines here. And it was a compromise, obviously, with the city, but it's a heck of a lot better for folks to not be confused going to a different program. So kudos for that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's a good program, and obviously we have to remember that when we first did rental assistance, it was challenging to get enough landlord-tenant pairings to sign up, and so we had to keep this one within the parameters of what the federal government sent. I'm hopeful that the changes that have been made have removed enough obstacles that we won't have trouble getting people in the system. But I know that everybody worked to make it as easy and obviously secure and accountable as possible within the parameters that the federal government sent us. So the city is going to be voting on theirs tomorrow, and then we'll have the link on Ready Harris. I think the link is going to be the Baker Ripley page for now, and then it's going to be a different link next week. So we said, well, if we just send people to Ready Harris, they'll find it there. And but I'm also proud and echo everything folks have said.
You need a motion or someone made one?
Unless folks need to, I think we have to.
No, I think it's okay.
So that was that was item 250. Item 251.
Judge?
Yes?
I like the new designation system where we just have a simple number.
I agree.
It's making it a lot easier. And so I know that we had discussed that a couple of years back, and for whatever reason at the time, that was a change that we did not make. But I am glad that we have gone to it. I was just thinking of it because I went to the front of the book when we started the regular agenda and did not know where we were because I blinked, and you were just able to tell me the number, and boom, we're there. And I like the new numbering system. Thank you.
Yeah.
I also like getting all the speakers up in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I like that too. So I just wanted to say those two little changes are good changes.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
And Judge, I know we're gonna probably wrap our meeting up here in the next hour or so, but I just thinking because of the rental assistance and the concern that folks are wondering where is the help and when is it coming, I'd like to go and move that we adopt it now, so that way we can get word out that it's done, it's been approved.
Sure. So there's a motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis, and that is item 250. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Commissioner Ellis.
Commissioner Cagle did a good job of complimenting you on the numbers. I hope you'll look and see if there's a process on speakers where if somebody uses racist, misogynist, cussing or whatever, can they be banned? I'm told that happened with Commissioner Lee, and I'd be willing to make that motion if somebody is doing that.
I'd second that. There's no room for that. In fact, yeah, cut them off, ask them to leave, escort them out of the building. Exactly right.
And Ram Tom, I don't think I can do it today. I don't know. If so, I would. And there's one speaker in particular from earlier, but I'm told it happened. We might have sent you a text, Jay, on the name that Commissioner Lee did it with somebody years ago. So tell us how.
Yes, I'm actually looking at sort of the process now, but yes, it happened today, and it's something we need to try to, we'll certainly try to cut down on or avoid, because it was something we all noticed.
And if we can make sure to adopt virtual rules as well, I don't know when we'll stop.
Sure. Yeah, one of the things we wanted the court to know is that there's been a set of rules that have been put out. The judge actually just sent me that. One of the things we're trying to do is create a Harris County code where all of the court's orders are going to be codified into a single document to provide you with the guardrails you need, so that we can, and the public, frankly, from transparency. I know that's something the judge believes strongly in, so that they can understand what is appropriate and what is not. And we will certainly enforce this going forward. So thank you for that.
Okay, so that's that. If we keep going on item 251 through 255, I would ask if we could hold that for 2 weeks because I've not had a chance to review that through the public health department, and I would appreciate that, or pass it contingent on my team reviewing it if you guys don't mind.
You want to hold those 4 items, Judge?
It's okay, or if you guys wouldn't mind doing an item contingent on my team's review. I just, normally we look at it.
I'm happy to hold them if that's what you prefer.
Yeah.
Or Judge, if you're fine with us approving them subject to your office's review, and if your office has a problem, then you'll bring it back.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that? So if we review it within the next 2 weeks, we don't hold the whole 2 weeks, but I just have not seen it and I don't feel comfortable, endorsing it for you guys.
These are some mobile testing sites, and so it might be good to allow them to have some planning time. So I would move that we approve them subject to the county judge's office review. And if approved by the county judge's office, then they'll be able to take immediate action.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
There is a discussion I was going to have here on libraries. It may be appropriate that we talk about this under another agenda item, but my issues are the libraries in Precinct 3 are closed. Many of them are across the street from a public school that's successfully open. I had the good opportunity to visit with the superintendent of the Cy-Fair School District on Saturday, and they had an extraordinarily successful FFA auction, all per CDC guidelines, all socially distanced. My question is, and this is for future conversation, I don't see any reason why our libraries in Precinct 3 should be closed, particularly when we are successfully opening the schools and have been open, and they're right across the street. So the children walk out of the school there in Katy Elementary, and they look at our library across the street, and it's closed. Because this is what I know about children. If a child is not reading by the 3rd grade, there's a really good chance he's going to end up in prison. So we can be safe. We can operate our library safely. I know we have a virtual opportunity where you can pull up in the parking lot and grab a book, but I'm of an age where I like to go to the library and read, and I know many folks do, many kids do, and I'd lot rather our children have that opportunity to go to the library, social distance, and read. One, there's many adults that use the library to go maybe sign up to get the COVID vaccine. So all I would say is I would like to put that's probably a future agenda item, but at least we ought to be thinking about it because it's time. We certainly need to be maybe selective in which branches we open, which ones we don't. I've looked at Precinct 3. I think we can open them all up. That would be my comment, because if we use those branches in their parking lots, I think it's another missed opportunity if we don't offer libraries, because in many ways, a library is like a community center. It gives people a place to go. It gives them a place to ask questions and help. In many ways, I consider it like a clinic, and certainly during COVID, I would. So anyway, that was my comments on the library during this, and I know that's a bit off of what we were going to talk about, but at least I wanted to get that on the table.
Yeah, and I know you had an item on the library, Commissioner, so I think it pertains, and I'll just share with you. I've asked the same question. Number one, and we'll look into this. Number one, I know that they are being quite successful with their curbside pickup, 3,000 to 4,000 pickups a day, if not more. Number two, peer jurisdiction, and I've spoke with my counterparts in other places, and the consensus seems to be it's a different type of setup. I mean, you've got people there for a very long time. Generally, whether you look at, is it Dallas, Seattle, San Antonio, LA, folks generally are doing the curbside in the libraries because the assessment is it's a different, more risky type setup. But I will ask the team to go back and reevaluate and make sure that they take a look and whatever latest guidance the CDC has put out and everything, because I do think it's something we need to be constantly looking at.
Thank you, Judge, because I think many of the cities you just referenced, they haven't successfully opened the schools. Maybe the difference is, and I was very careful when I said it, the places I'm referring to are neighborhoods where the kids are going to school, the parents are being careful, and we've got, I think we've got a good record of that. So.
And then that's the thing is, I don't know. The thing is, it's impossible to tell it apart in our community because the schools are open, but so are the bars. And when you have 2,000 cases a day, you can't contact trace all of them appropriately, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. So the numbers are really bad right now. And we just have to be very, very, very careful as to what we do. But I share your concern that it's something that we need to keep asking questions.
Well, my mother would agree with you that the bars should not be open. I don't think we should open them maybe after COVID, but that's a whole nother issue. The schools are, I think, different, but thank you for looking into it.
The next item is the broad COVID item, I believe. And on this one, I shared with you all, or the team sent last night, so item 256, the team sent last night the vaccine distribution unit, congregate care, and Harris Health FQHC plan. I thought I'd just have an opportunity for, any discussion or questions you guys have on that. I talked to each of you about it last week or over the weekend. And so, nothing really changed. The only thing that changed between my conversations and the materials that you all received is that we got guidance from the state just yesterday that they no longer want us to prioritize Group 1A over Group 1B. So as of yesterday, we are now simply prioritizing older over younger. And we're going straight to 1B if they're older for the randomized drawing.
I thought the plan was good, Judge. Appreciate the effort you put into it.
Great. So that has us basically set through end of March. The vaccine distribution units start February 22nd, and we're advocating with the feds and the state for them to use our wait list if and when they send us those FEMA sites, because we've got a wait list that can be cold for over 65, certain geographic areas, whatever it is, certain conditions, they can screen it for whatever it is they want to prioritize. Yes, Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, for the hosts that are listening in on our session, where can they go so they can see that plan and pass it on to their friends and contacts? What number would you recommend that they go to? ReadyHarris.org. But is there another number that you would recommend other than ReadyHarris.org?
Ready Harris, and we have the data page is great. I'm really proud of it. The sign up link is linked out of there. There's a vaccine phone number which you all should have in the materials, and I don't have it at my fingertips, but that's the best way to get vaccine information. As far as the actual, what you guys receive, that basically explains, these are the 4 vaccine, these are the units, these are the congregate care sites, et cetera, et cetera. We can put that up somewhere. I didn't think folks would find it interesting or useful, but we certainly can put it on there.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that out there because I know that there's folks that listen and they want to know where they can go and look at the plan.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is you can't just walk up to one of the sites. So that's the concern with saying, these are all the places where vaccines are being distributed, because once you get selected for an appointment, whether it's through an FQHC, Harris Health, or the randomized system, then you can choose the site that is convenient, or if it's through the vaccine distribution unit, it's obviously only for that zip code. But we'll craft it, Commissioner, to where it explains, 70% is going to the wait list, around 25% is going to the Harris Health and FQHCs, and around 15% is going to the vaccine distribution unit, so folks know, roughly what it's looking like, and that'll be on Ready Harris, and we'll have it done later this week.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, and I guess we can post it now, right? Each of us can post it as well.
As well, yeah, you guys can. I'll only warn that when I've had these conversations with the community, the thing that we're trying to be careful of is don't insinuate that they can just show up to these sites. And same with the schools, we're doing the no-show policy, gives those no-show vaccines to teachers, but they're contacted through internal networks. We don't want to raise false hope to say, suddenly every teacher is being prioritized, because that's not the case. It's just a narrow segment of, the ones in the area of the site.
But if they want to see the plan,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm sure we can post that.
Yeah, you're welcome to, Commissioner. You're welcome to.
Judge, if we could ask you to send your most recent version of the plan to each of us so that we will have, we have one, but you've added some language here that you wanted us to be cautious of. If you could have your office forward to us what they're comfortable with us posting, I'd like to have that right away. And then that way, what I post, I don't have to come up with what you're saying there about warnings that you want us to do. Send us what you're comfortable with. Let's post it.
Okay, well, let me talk, because if we want the community to understand it, we may want to do a graphic version. If you guys just want people who want to know the intricate details, the plan I shared with you doesn't have anything that needs to be kept secret. And in fact,
We can wait. I would suggest we wait until you tell us something you feel comfortable with us posting. Some people might follow us that may not necessarily go to Reddy Harris. So whatever you feel comfortable with us posting, just let us know.
And that way it'll have the link, because this one, it doesn't even have the link to where you can sign up for a vaccine. It only says, this is what happens, and after 48 hours, you got to do this. Okay, so we'll have a kind of easy to understand, only the important stuff summary of the 70%, 15%. But just for folks who are listening, we have the randomized system that we worked through 2 weeks ago, and we also want to make sure and go into the community. So we've now figured out that about 10 to 15% of the vaccines each shipment are going to Harris Health clinics and FQHCs, which serve uninsured and underserved communities, and they're calling their patients directly, and they're all throughout the county. And then about 10 to 15% of the vaccines starting February 22nd will be going to 10 zip codes that have the highest incidence and the highest vulnerability to COVID. All that said, it was very small numbers because we only have 9,000 vaccines per week. And the wait list is working very well. We're getting all the vaccines out the door very efficiently. People get signed up for the second dose right when they get their first dose, so we haven't had any problems with the second dose. We have very thorough processes for no-shows or the very limited number of leftover vaccines, and it involves distribution to teachers nearby and pre-registered law enforcement. That's it. That's the gist of it.
And I think that it's important to Judge that for those that are listening, that you have been cooperating with the governor's office. They've reviewed the plan. They don't have a problem with it. And so we in the state are in cooperation with regard to this plan. And I think that's a good thing.
That's right. Yeah, they have it, and they we're lobbying for the use of our wait list with their new FEMA site. I think that would help. Great. So we'll get to work on that. That's 256. Any other questions on the broad COVID item? In that case, item. Oh, and you all saw the media campaign, so it's out. They're gonna run it, and that's in the document too. They're gonna start running it in broadcast and in print, and then we'll see how that goes. And we may have to bring back a request for additional resources if it looks good. Yes, Commissioner.
Judge, I had a minor question on the timing of the media campaign.
Yeah.
And that is, media campaigns are expensive. But while we have 250,000 people waiting for $9,000 per week vaccines, would it be economically feasible for us to push the bulk of our media campaign maybe a little bit further back to when we would have a better chance of having demand be met by the supply. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but if we have this really robust campaign right now, when we have 250,000 people and we successfully now have 1 million people that want the vaccines, when we're still getting 9,000 per weekend, maybe our dollars would be better spent when we encourage folks to sign up when we don't have as much pent-up demand and when we're really needing to beat the bushes. And I'm just throwing that out as a sort of an economic consideration, because if we can spend the money now when all we're going to do is create a backlog of demand, or we could spend the money later when we can meet that demand. And so I would encourage your team to consider the timing of when we roll out the bulk of that campaign.
Yeah, and let me just cover that very briefly, Commissioner, because I had the same question. And the sense is there is such a thing as vaccine hesitancy right now, and that's not going to change overnight. And we want to begin chipping away. We're targeting the people that perhaps do qualify. All of us have had experiences, even with healthcare providers. For me, it was a nurse that I asked her, did you get your vaccine? And she said, well, I'm not getting it. And so those are the folks that qualify right now, that have been offered a vaccine right now and are not getting it. And we're going to need them too, because there's about 30 to 40% of people who are saying they either are not going to get it or are doubtful about the vaccine. And it's going to take a steady drumbeat to get to them. So that's the argument to start sooner, is that there's some people that need to go right now. And also we need to begin that drumbeat. That said, we can do that first push right now and then wait until we have more supply and do another wave later. The other thing that's later on the agenda, and I can just very briefly cover it, is item 201 is a RFP for a targeted community vaccine outreach campaign. And that's kind of, based off of the census, is getting a group that's going to be thinking about how do we go really deep into the grassroots to reaching the communities that have high vaccine hesitancy. And this is moving through purchasing as fast as it can do it, but within the parameters. So we're not going to have it probably till March. But, these are all different pieces that we're trying to bring together. My assessment was, Commissioner, there's kind of on both sides, there's the urgency that you got to have this anti-hesitancy campaign soon. There's also the consideration that we're waiting for the supply to increase. So the message is just, sign up, be ready, so that when it's your turn, you can get it, and don't feel like it's something that you should be nervous about. But let us see how this first round goes, and then we'll bring back some information, and we can decide whether or not the court wants to go through. I mean, it was quite I would say modest amount for the size of our county that we put into this initial campaign, so we can work out the kinks and everything, and we can decide whether we want initial investment now or in a few months.
Thank you.
Okay, so 257, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, let me quickly, Judge, just an idea to complement what you're proposing here. We do have community centers within Precinct 3, 8 of them. Some of those are close to some high case zip codes. So 2 thoughts here. We can use those community centers to help get the message out to take the vaccine. And 2, if there were pop-ups, if there were places where you'd want to do the lower volume vaccines. I know that we did one Friday at Tracy G. We only were able to vaccinate 150, but that was 3 Harris County Health personnel, 12 Precinct 3 personnel, and believe me, I saw some people that were probably not comfortable coming to a big site, but they're familiar with the community centers. So I know we don't have enough vaccine. I get that part. But just keep in mind our community centers going forward. If we wanted to reach deep into those communities, many of which have some pretty high caseloads, we should consider it at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, we're looking at those top 10 zip codes, and I'll share with you guys the top 10 were all on the 0.99 or 0.98 in the score. Down from that, you begin to get to 0.7 and down from there. So that's the top 10 zip codes. And we'll rerun it in about a month and see. And obviously, to the extent that we get more vaccines, we can do more zip codes. I will say for the fixed sites, we're going to probably need a new crop of fixed sites in about a month and a half. So if there are community centers that you guys think could sustain the level of car, drive through that we need in order to have a big fixed site, that might be another way that to use the community centers, since they're all over the county. And then definitely to spread the word. I mean, the vaccine wait list is still pretty skewed, and so we need to be able to reach people in all kinds in the precincts, and you guys know those people through your community centers and the programming. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. We don't have any COVID items on the COVID section of the supplemental agenda. So we can move on to the rest of the agenda. Starting with the yes, Lucinda.
I believe there is one, item 276. It's regarding COVID.
276. They're indirectly related to COVID, but they weren't placed on the COVID supplemental agenda. Yeah?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. So let's start with the county engineer.
Yeah, Judge, we do have one change on item 2, page 1. We need to strike where it says engineering and put in landscape architecture. That's the only change.
So it'll say professional landscape architecture services for the
Yes.
item 2 on page 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Flood control. There's a correction to change.
I'm sorry, Judge. There was one item on 9.
Yes.
9 under engineering. I want to vote no on that, mainly because it's a firm out of San Antonio, and I would hope we could find somebody to do roofing in the Houston area.
Which item is that, Commissioner Ramsey?
It's 9 under engineering.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying page 9. So item 9.
Item 9, I'm sorry.
Got it. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
And Judge, I want to speak on item 29
Yes.
on engineering. And now just wanted to say that in 2019, we created the Harris County Land Trust. And this is the first property in Precinct 2 that we've finally been able to acquire. We will, this particular property is going to be in the Barrett area, community area, and I'm very excited that we finally got something. And it is part of the $250,000 that we divvied up by precinct. So we're glad that we're finally able to land trust along so that we can help create affordable housing for families throughout Harris County. I'm a little frustrated that it's taken us since 2019 to get this first property going, but one property is at least a small step in the right direction, but we need to do more and ramp this up. And again, multi-housing family is the easiest thing to do. It does create the greatest consternation out in the communities. And what most families want to do is own their own home. And this is truly the idea of creating single family affordable housing throughout the area. And again, just the same, I'm excited that we finally got this one established in Precinct 2 and in the Barrett community at that. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, my comments to both Commissioner Garcia's and Commissioner Ramsey's is the same. I trust each of these commissioners to know what's going on and what's needed in their precinct. So I'm supportive of 29 for Garcia, and I'm also supportive of Commissioner Ramsey, feeling that the process that was done on the project in his precinct, he'd like to have that redone. And so if he's voting no on that, I'm voting no on it too.
On that note, let's go back then to item 9 and just take a vote. So that we have on the record what the vote was. So that would be on page 2, item 9.
I do want to have a quick question of Jay. Mr. Iyer, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am on.
Okay, and it may be also a question for Dwight, but we're perfectly fine saying that we are rejecting this process that came up with this out-of-town contractor when perhaps there is somebody we could put it back out for bid or whatever that process is. Are we fine with saying no on this?
Commissioner, from my standpoint, I'm reading the item. It's a reduction in the actual work. It's a change in contract to reduce the work or deduct the work. But if y'all want to stop the work, I have to let John speak to where that project is. But this was bid back in early 2000 to 2000. Early 2020. So I can't speak to whether the job has been completed, but this is just a reduction in the actual scope of cost.
Well, I misunderstood then. That's good clarification. Complete the project. I thought this was added work. It's a deduction. Okay. Understood.
But to Judge, but to Commissioner Cagle and Commissioner Ramsey's point, I know that you were aware that Dwight had in our office have been working on trying to address the issues that Commissioner Ramsey and Commissioner Ellis have raised related to this topic. And we just want you to know that we're continuing that direction. We hope to have something back at the next meeting that you can report on.
Judge,
Commissioner Ellis.
just so we know, Jay, do we know under current law, is it legal for us to reject something because they're not from Houston or Harris County?
I mean, I think this was bidded out that way. You can't make that be the sole criterion. And I can see John nodding no as well. You cannot make that the criterion for rejection based on location.
I completely understand that you can't make that the only criteria. But I've also been involved in construction for a number of years and know that when you pick someone based on a low bid, there's also quality of service. So there's other factors you can consider when you're looking at a bid. And one of those factors may be, well, if I need to maintain or do service on a roof, they're going to have to come out of San Antonio as opposed to coming out of Houston. So there might be a way that, and again, it just would make a lot of sense on why some contracts that we should consider would be people that are local and can service their work.
So, Jay, just maybe it's under the legislative item, but Commissioner Ramsey, it makes the case why I think we got to work hard in a bipartisan way to get the law changed and then figure out what do we mean? Do we mean you have to have an office here? You got to reside here? You got me? But I think, it'll be an uphill battle to get that done. I'm told that under that Buy El Paso, Buy Houston thing, it didn't do as much as it was kind of promoted. People thought it would do. But Dwight, I see you shaking your head. I mean, am I on the right track to figure out how we can do it legally? And it's important to figure out how we define it. But it's a late day. I don't want to tie us up now. We are in agreement, Commissioner Ramsey. I just want to figure out a way that we do it to try to get it through the legislature.
Okay, and Judge, if we're done with those, I do.
You want to move that? So that was all right with you, Tom, since this was the deduction? Or do we need to
that's fine. It's fine. Just leave it as
We don't need to vote on it.
That's right.
Go ahead, Commissioner Cagle.
Okay, Judge, I want to commend the county attorney's office on item 66. being an old judge and still a practicing attorney, I know that if you're going to sign a warranty deed, you have to sign a warranty deed to something that you own. And this park that we have that's involved in this, it's sort of like Panama Canal. We're renting the land from the city of Houston for, I forget what the amount is, but it's like $1 for 30 years. And then we have built this beautiful park in this location, but to get the stormwater and sewer lines, water and wastewater and water distribution sewer lines, the city of Houston was wanting us to sign a warranty deed. And that just didn't make any sense to me. Why do you want us to sign a warranty deed to you on property that you own? And we're only renting. Our great attorneys have found out that apparently we actually own the sewer lines themselves. We may not own the fee below it. That's the fancy words, but we actually will own the sewer lines. And so our warranty deed in this matter, for all the thousands of lawyers that are just listening with bated breath to this point in the day in our Commissioners Court hearing, will understand we're not granting a warranty deed on what we don't own. We are granting a warranty deed on what we do own, which is the actual lines, which are not considered personalty, but are still considered realty. And I threw that question out, and Mr. Aird also looked at it, and we had the research done. And we are doing this appropriate. Now, I don't know that meant anything to you, Judge, but it meant a lot to me to make sure that we weren't signing warranty deeds to property we did not own.
Thank you, Commissioner. We may need to have another conversation. But,
Judge, Commissioner Cagle sent us down a Texas real estate rabbit hole there, and it took our office and John Blunt's office, and we spent some time, and it's a great exercise. But thank you, Commissioner, for because it was a great question, and I'm glad we were able to give you the answer.
Just trying to keep us legal.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else on county engineer? Under flood control.
I do have one more item.
Yes,
Judge.
Commissioner Garcia.
Item 59, it is a project to recommend authorization to declare as surplus property the sale of property, execution of conveyance documents for a right-of-way easement. And what ultimately this means is that we'll be making this particular section of the easement ADA compliant. And it's a little thing, but it's a big thing to me because I'm glad that I thought of asking the question of just how ADA compliant Harris County was. And Mr. Blunt has indicated that we got a lot of work to do. And this is just another example of us moving that forward, thinking about our neighbors who struggle with things that we may take for granted, but recognizing that we have a lot of folks that we want to make our infrastructure friendly for them to use so that they can exercise and get around and be as mobile as possible. Not to mention, moms and dads who are moving around their kiddos in their baby carts, and we want to make it, friendly for them as well. But this is a big deal for me, and I just wanted to point that out for us.
Commissioner Garcia, is that a project you're doing with the city of Houston?
Yep.
So is it they're doing construction and we're helping on right of way?
Yeah, I think that's the way it is. John, if you remind me.
Yes, Commissioner. We're giving them the right of way to make sure they can make the appropriate improvements for the ADA ramps. In conjunction, they're improving Lockwood, which gives access to county-owned property.
That's good. I know we're looking at some things with the city of Houston. This is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, now flood control district. There's a correction on item 84. It should be Garner's Bayou instead of Gamer's Bayou.
And Judge, let me tell Mr. Commissioner Ramsey, our item 81 is another one of those cooperations with the city of Houston. As you go through looking at those, that's another model that you can have, and we've got that's a good joint project too.
Toll Road. Budget management. Universal services.
Judge,
Yeah.
on budget management, item 104, I have a little bit of a problem with Hilltop. When we went through this whole situation of the advice and counsel on trying to transfer funds from the toll road into general fund by creating another zone, sort of that whole process, it turned out that that counsel was not good counsel. I feel a little bit uncomfortable because they said that what they gave that recommendation that turned out to not be good advice. And so I have a bit of a problem voting for them in this other area here. And so I know that we may have a majority here that says, yeah, let's go ahead and keep them. And I know I have staff members of mine that are saying that in this particular contract that they're doing a great job in advising flood control district, but I have a failure of confidence. And so we may need to go ahead and take a vote at this time.
You want to move on it?
I'll move it. It's fine.
Second.
The other thing I'd say during this discussion was we've got some good MWBE alternatives to Hilltop. So I know that may be down the road, and this vote just concerns something through April. But that would be my reasoning in terms of why I'm opposed.
So, Mr. Berry, there is an MWBE component to this, I believe.
That's right. And we have co-financial advisors that are MWBE firms. And as Commissioner Ramsey mentioned, this is a stopgap while we finish our other RFP. And I would say certainly I would be very open to hiring an MWBE firm as our primary if they have the winning proposal. So but I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it seems this is just till April 30th, so it seems it's the kind of thing we definitely look at again after that time or as that day approaches. So, Commissioner, you'd moved it, Commissioner Ellis?
Yes, ma'am.
And Commissioner Garcia seconded the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
I'm in favor. The motion carries. Anything else under budget management?
I'll just tell you, Judge, that budget management department, boy, I tell you what, no, just kidding. I just want to continue to say proud of Mr. Berry and the work of his team.
Public health. Oh, I'm so sorry. Universal services. Universal services.
Judge?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Cagle, and then Commissioner Garcia.
On 112, I'm going to vote no on that. Do you want to have someone move?
So move.
Second.
All right, item 112 on universal services. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
I'm in favor. The motion carries, and this is related to the just bail reform implementation. Public health.
Judge, before we
Yes,
move on,
Commissioner Garcia,
I just wanted to commend General Noriega and his staff on their work. I got his 100-day report. It was very complete and filled with a lot of incredible forward progress. And I also want to commend him for the work of moving something forward that, at least I'll speak for myself, when we voted and made a lot of hay out of getting the 301 system, it was kind of like, oh yeah, we can do that. We could have done that very quickly. And here we are, still 2.5 years, almost 2.5, going on 2.5 years later. And, but I like the way the general approaches these issues as he reviews them. He said, I don't want to rush to failure. And he has resurrected that 301 project, and I have greater confidence to where we will finally be in the very near future. And that's going to be a game changer for our constituents. We may think everybody knows who their county commissioner is. That's not the case. All they need to do is pick up the phone, dial 301, and they can get their county government to work for them regardless of who represents them. And so just want to commend General Noriega and his team for their good work.
Judge?
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for raising it. I have not looked at it yet. I was dealing with family issues, but I do plan to look at it this weekend. My staff did tell me about it. I want the general to know I'll call him after I look at it.
Yeah, and I echo Commissioner Garcia's comments. Thank you so much. Now, public health.
Public health, Judge, I think 113 is accompanied by item 151. Should we take those two items together?
Yes.
I'll move that we adopt item 113 and 151.
113 and then 151 is the grant. So there's a motion on those two items. Is anyone, do the folks need to vote on it? Or we can vote on it, Commissioner?
I'll second, but are they okay? Any problems with it, Commissioner?
Okay, we'll take a vote. Just second.
Aye.
Ellis.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that those two items pass 151 and 113.
Judge, so those passed unanimous?
Yes, James, unanimous. I'm in favor as well. Community services. Constables. Sheriff. Fire marshal.
Judge,
Yeah.
our fire marshal likes to play in water. I've got a photo I got to show of you with her with one of my great Precinct 4 parks folks playing in the water, catching fish. That'll be something I got to show you another time, but something about the fire marshal likes to play in the water. I don't know what's that about, Judge.
Well, they're doing a phenomenal job.
Fire marshal generally has to deal with a lot of water at the worst time. So I'm glad she is one with the water.
County clerk. County district clerk.
Judge, we need to take a vote on that one.
Yes.
129.
129.
So move.
I'll move. Second.
Those are transfer bill.
Those are O'Donnell expenses, Judge.
Yes. Motion, Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm in favor. The motion carries 3-2.
And Judge, the same thing will be at 133 when you get there, but you may have couple between there and there.
Anything else on county attorney?
Just that I'm glad to see item 132 back on the agenda. I'm a little dismayed that we had to get it back on there, but let me take a vote on this, Judge.
Yeah.
I don't want it to get by us again. So I move that we adopt item 132.
Second.
A motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm in favor as well. The motion for item 132 Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Judge, I'll move 133. Those are O'Donnell expenses.
Second.
On item 133, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
I'm in favor. That motion carries 3-2. County courts. Probate courts. I know we're going to go to executive session on item 135, so we'll get to that at the end. On travel and training, item 136, the sheriff requests no action be taken on request number 3 under item 136. It's labeled the National Peace Officers Memorial. They request no action.
And Judge,
Yes.
could I just ask, just because the travel and training does provide a lot of information, and like right now, as you're speaking, we don't have the backup, at least I don't. I'd like to request if you could visit with your staff to have the travel and training included as it used to be with the graph that would show the dates and agencies and travel and number of people and all that kind of stuff. That would be helpful just to be able to see it.
Yeah. Is that something, Dave and team, that you guys can get done for the next court?
No problem.
Thank you, Dave.
You're okay with it for now, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, yes.
But I would second Commissioner Garcia's comments. We'd really like to see those
Yeah,
details.
no, and I confess when I saw it, I thought the staff just hadn't put it into my doc yet. I didn't realize it wasn't there.
And that kind of flows into our, when you're to the auditor, Judge, I need to raise an issue there.
Okay. On grants, there's a correction. Change U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It's an amendment to an agreement with the CDC.
Which item is that, Judge?
Item 149 on page 18 are grants. And item 150 on page 19 also has a correction. We need to change U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to United States Food and Drug Administration. Auditor.
Real
Yes.
quickly, Judge, if I could just ask a general question of Mr. Berry. Mr. Berry, we go after grants pretty aggressively as a whole across departments. And has your office been able to digest this, to think about, there is a cost to the grants, sometimes with matching funds or some other things that the grants ask us of. And then grants are generally considered startup dollars. The idea when we apply for a grant is that we will commit to sustaining the grant after the grant expires. And then a lot of grants are on a escalating or de-escalating cycle. We're either getting all the money up front and we lose it gradually, or we get a little bit at the beginning and we're obligated to pay more towards the end. And just with the economy in front of us, I'm just curious whether you and your office is formulating a policy on the conversation, and then who oversees all these grants that we're getting.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. And I think this is one area where I won't say we succeeded perfectly in this agenda, but where including a fiscal note is important, because you're right, it's often committing us to money in future years. And we do that analysis, but I think we should make it part of the decision more explicitly of applying in the first place.
Good deal.
And then to your second question, I think we have a very small grants group that coordinates with departments around the county. I've heard you mention a couple of times a desire to do more centralization there. And to be totally honest, I think what we need there is is direction from court to do that. So if you'd like, I'd be happy to visit with you on what that might look like, because I do think there are some advantages, particularly for smaller departments, that having some consolidation in the compliance and application.
Good deal. I'll ask my staff's listening, and so we'll get with you and formulate something that we can put on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Judge, under auditor, I want to start by giving a word of praise to Mike Post. In the new format, there are some items that don't come as readily apparent, and that's just a fine tweak. I love the new format, but as we are tweaking it, it's a little hard to see what goes on. And between item 181 and 185, somewhere in there buried, but it doesn't come out clearly, is a payment of $402,500 to PFM. And I'm going to vote no on paying PFM $402,500. And I asked Mr. Post and Mr. Dopsloff to say, how much money have we been paying this firm? And they, instead of saying no, said, we'll get back with you. And we got numbers really quick today. And so I want to thank them for, if you ask a straight up question, you get a straight up answer. And I really appreciate that. They don't always give me the answer I want, but they get me an answer quick. And I like that. And I appreciate that. We are under contract with PFM for $3,412,500 on a countywide study. Our criminal justice study, we're under contract for $2,877,100. We got $220,000 in recurring services. So our total purchase orders out right now is really $6.5 million. And Judge, I understand that, in their report, they talked about misplaced exceptionalism, and you're my exhibit A for why we are an exceptional place. They're from New Orleans and from New York City, and they talk about the exceptional places that we need to be compared to are California, Chicago, Miami-Dade, and Louisiana, and New York. Judge, you went to school in New York, but you got back to Texas as quick as you could. You're my exhibit A. We are the exceptional place, and I understand them wanting to root for their hometowns, but I don't have confidence in them, and so I'm voting no on the $402,500 that's in that process.
Which item is that, Commissioner? Again, which item?
It is buried somewhere, and we'll have to get Mike Post to help us, somewhere between 181 and 185. But in the new formatting process, it doesn't show up clearly as to where it is.
Okay, so I'll move adoption of 181 to 185. I'm sorry, Mike. Did you want to say something?
No. The new formatting process threw us for a little bit of a loop. The way we do our agenda item, we'll clarify it by next court. But yes, one item kind of got spread over about 5, and that was unanticipated consequence. But we'll
I'm not against the 5 items, Judge. I'm just against the one sub item.
Payment, yes.
So I'll move those items. That's 181, Commissioner Cagle, to 185. 181 to 185, right?
I don't want to be voting against the items. I just want to be voting against the one payment.
I know. I was just trying to make sure that I'm making the right motion, so you can vote.
We'll make the motion on the items, and then when you vote no, Commissioner, you can explain what you're voting no on.
But Judge, I don't want to vote no on those items. Those items are fine. It's just there's one purchase order that I'm voting against.
You in the past, what you've said is I'm good with it except for, such and such and such. And then James can log
if you suggest a different motion, Commissioner, I'll make it.
Well, let me flip it. I'll make a motion that we deny the payment to PFM, that we not pay PFM the $402,500. And then if that goes down in flames, then the whole thing will pass.
Okay.
There's a second.
I second that because they're not from Harris County.
Okay.
So we can vote no on that one, and then you can vote for the item. So we can keep going. Okay. So if we vote, Judge, I think he suggested we vote no on his motion, and then I'll come back and make a motion that we pass the
We
item.
need to make a motion. Then mine went down in flames, and we move on.
Yo, why don't we just, because y'all are outsmarting me here, why don't we just do the normal way and just keep
Well, I would move.
Judge, I have a motion that we not pay that one invoice. Very simple. And there's a second.
So there's a motion that we not pay the invoice. Commissioner Ramsey seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
And I'm against it as well, so the motion fails 3-2.
There you go. We're
Commissioner
done.
Cagle, so we don't have to go vote. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
So he'll vote for it when it comes up with everything.
Judge, I just want to be clear. When the end of the night, this item will be voted on with the whole agenda, and there will not be any additions of no for any subparts, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Plan.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge,
Yes.
I got a question on 189, and I'd like to ask Mr. Post if he will share what was the thinking about this. This seems common sense that departments should be getting their processes in line and be handling these things as a matter of priority. The reason I'm watching this is because I've been an advocate for prompt payment in Harris County, and I'm trying to understand if this is a department failure or if this is a PeopleSoft issue, or what is it? So the way you've laid it out here, Mike, it's a little concerning what you're trying to get across.
Yeah, let me kind of start at the beginning. This is our first year under PeopleSoft, and it's coming to an end. And PeopleSoft is set up so that if you have a purchase order, it will roll or transmit that purchase order into the new fiscal year. And you don't have to do anything. And we just continue with that PO. If you have an invoice that is in the system, but has not been processed because maybe you haven't done your receiving, or maybe you need to add more money to the PO. If those are not paid on the February 23rd court, if the department doesn't do the receiving, it will take the associated PO and not move it over to the next year. I didn't realize this till very recently. It's just one of the ways that PeopleSoft is set up to work. And in those cases, the department will have to go in and re-enter that PO. That's a lot of work. Purchasing then will have to go in and get that PO set up. The vendor will be getting a new PO number for an existing PO, which is going to cause confusion. And there's always some in the pipeline, but we're just trying to put, a little push on the departments, get that pipeline as clean as you can here at the end of the year. So that will avoid a lot of extra work.
So is this something that requires commissioners vote? Do you need, or should you distribute or have you sent a memo out to all departments?
We've done several things. Dwight has sent a correspondence out to every department. I have sent a correspondence out to every department. So this was not put on the agenda asking for court to approve it, other than we're just saying we're asking for court support to emphasize to the departments that this is a desirable thing to really work hard these next couple of weeks and get as many of these things approved to save us all work next year that we hopefully won't have to do.
And so assuming that you're recognizing this as a particular challenge, is there something that we should be doing in the new fiscal year to resolve this for the end of the next?
I think, and I'm going to talk a little bit about universal services because I am very pleased with some of the initiatives that they're taking. And One of them is something called Open Text, and it was actually first tested in your precinct. And that has, I think, made a big difference in being able to get payments processed quicker, which we all want. And I know that once we get past the close of the fiscal year, Universal Services is going to make this available, and we're going to roll it out in other departments and hopefully maybe to all departments before, too awful long. I think that will make a big difference so that we will get these payments made much more promptly. The other thing is that I think we're just all getting more familiar, and I don't think we'll have, as many in the pipeline as long as they're in the pipeline next year, through all of our efforts at the department, to White's efforts, the county auditor's efforts. But this year, first year, and I didn't even know this was going to be an issue, or I would have started harping about it earlier. I'm learning as well some of the ways that PeopleSoft works.
Very good. Thank you. And I too recognize the work the general and his team have done to get PeopleSoft in a much better place. So thank you for that. So I guess the point here is all departments close out those invoices, get all your documentation in, or forever be quiet if it needs to go forward, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're back at the tax assessor. We were having this discussion earlier. Jay, are you at a clearer point?
Yeah, we are, Your Honor. In fact, Dave and Elizabeth from the tax office, we had a conversation, and I think we've come to a path forward that makes the most sense. And I think our recommendation will be to really no action on the item at this time, which will allow it to automatically default from an April 1 collection or a period to a July 1st, which would keep it in, will be perfectly fine in terms of negotiate, be able to go back to the vendor, negotiate down. But the tax office indicated that it allows us, gives us a little more time, it's more beneficial to the taxpayer in terms of able to get them, if they can't make payment, to get on the payment program that the tax office has established. And it minimizes costs. It's kind of a win-win situation, both for the taxpayers and allows us an opportunity to negotiate with the vendor, who our understanding is very willing to have a conversation with us about that.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Garcia.
Judge, I'm just hoping that since it is a legal contract, we go into executive session anyway. We could discuss it in executive session as well. I just know that was useful with, I think, giving some encouragement when negotiations will develop on the fee the first go around, just on my experience. Others may have a difference of opinion. But I'd like us to go back in executive session on it, unless my colleagues disagree.
I think it makes sense. Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Iyer, thank you for your recommendation on this. And let me just, while we contemplate and go into executive session to further discuss this, I do want to call on the tax assessor collector to do everything that office can do to increase public engagement and awareness, and make sure that there is every possible option available for people to use and engage. This is critical to the state of our economy. Small businesses are struggling, and this is one very, very significant area that we can help a lot of people get through this pandemic and ensure that they keep their doors open. So I would just respectfully ask that the tax assessor do everything available to them, light up their public engagement, get on the talk shows, radio, TV, internet, and let people know what they can do to protect themselves against the challenges that we would then be engaged with them on. But this is just so important. This is why there's a lot of conversation on this. And so I would just, again, respectfully ask that we need to increase that public engagement significantly and ferociously to help our small businesses.
Commissioner Ramsey. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Sorry. Jay, so your recommendation is we leave the 20% on the agenda?
No, Commissioner. What we're recommending is actually no action be taken on the item. So we just leave
just table it?
Yeah, just table it as is. But I actually believe there's someone from Elizabeth from the clerk from the tax office is on as well. I know she might want to make some comments, but that's our recommendation. And then that also we can then go back with the vendor and look at renegotiating that fee as well.
So you'll report back at the next Commissioners Court meeting on what that might be?
Yes, sir. In fact, this item will have to come back up. We'll eventually have to vote on a number, I believe in May, for that July bill to go out.
We just know the number's not going to be 20%.
Well, if that's what the court wants, then that's fine.
Okay, I mean, but there's more people reading our agenda item, and when you see an agenda item and it's proposed to do 20%, and when we have a jobs crisis and a COVID crisis and everything else, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So the point is, you're going to sit down with our vendor and have that conversation, and hopefully we'll have a good report back in terms of what that might be at the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
And we are, Jay, we can go to executive session about it, right?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
So, because I also have more questions, but we'll go there and then we can take a no action at the time. For now, we can do no action, and yeah. So it's a no action item. Yes.
Can Miss Elizabeth be in executive session? Is that appropriate?
Yes, she can be in executive
I said
session.
not. I was going to let her talk now if she wanted to say something, but if she can do it in executive session, we can finish the agenda. Okay.
Was the tax assessor.
You were muted, Judge.
Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you for running that down. That was a tax assessor. So now we'll move on to purchasing. County Judge, I believe I've covered my items already. Commissioner Ellis.
You were kind enough to take mine out of order, Judge. Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Judge. I will move on item 241, but I'll simply say that we're rolling out and moving on our community plan with the Barrett community. And this particular item fits into the vision of bringing more services out to Barrett than before. We were able to get a health clinic established out there last year, or maybe at the end of 2019, and I am excited that we're moving to bring more services out. The community is way out there. This will support a lot of people, but I'm glad to see that the historic community of Barrett will be a major part of bringing more services out to the community. So thank you.
Judge, and this is going to be approved as presented?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, mine just a couple of three updates very quickly. I want the court to be aware that I did meet with one of the generals with the U.S. Corps of Engineers last week. He was in town. I had a good conversation on the Addicks and Barker. Again, I very clearly communicated with him our comments related to channelization of Buffalo Bayou, which is ridiculous. The third reservoir is not likely. My simple communication was a bucket of dirt out of Addicks and Barker is a bucket of water that's not in people's homes. And he understood that. He even was open to doing a pilot project at Willow Fork, where it comes into Barker. And Mason Creek, where it comes in, is another area that's creating issues. We've got Mady Creek and we've got Langham Creek. All those come into Addicks and Barker. The reason that's important, homes are flooding today because we do not have those cleaned out. And he's aware that we're going to stay focused on it. I appreciate Russ Poppy's support of this and going through those details. The general was very supportive, and they're going to have to go outside maybe what their mission is. But I appreciate him taking the time to sit down with me and go over that. I wanted y'all to be aware, because Buffalo Bayou covers a huge watershed, a lot of neighborhoods, including many underserved neighborhoods. So we're making, I think, a little bit of progress related to that. So that's my core update. And then I'm sorry?
I'm going to interrupt Commissioner Ramsey. He called it Buffalo Bayou because he comes from East Texas. But once that water flows out of Precinct 3 and hits Precinct 4, it becomes Buffalo Bayou. Buffalo Bayou. That's the old Houstonians' way of saying it. Now, I don't know when it hits Precinct 2 whether Commissioner Garcia goes back to the Louisiana style of calling it Bayou, or if he keeps with the old Houston style of calling it Bayou. But when it's in Precinct 4, it's Buffalo Bayou.
Well, that's the difference between Texas A&M and Rice, I guess. Maybe some others, but yes, I will take that exception. The general seemed to understand what I was talking about.
Commissioner Ramsey, when it's in Precinct 1, it's a river. If you don't believe me, you ask the Allen brothers.
Yeah, by the time it gets to 1 and 2, it is a river. Absolutely. In fact, Adrian would call it a ship channel by the time we get it down there to him. The other thing I would tell you is just an update. I'm doing this and just giving you information. I did a specific data on the crime in Precinct 3. Actually met with Mayor Turner a couple of weeks ago, talked about the same issue. He had a press conference yesterday on this issue. It is so important, and we're working through some strategies to try to deal with it. But when you have homicides up 41%, you've got domestic violence up 77%, and rapes are up 150%, that's a crisis. It's something we have to deal with. Those kind of questions are not easy, but we've got a lot of good folks from the council members in Houston to the constables to the sheriff's office. All of us are putting our best thoughts together. Met with two church groups. We're trying to get the faith-based communities involved as well. So hopefully we can start to make a little progress on this big issue, and we'll keep the focus on it as we need to. And then the other thing I wanted you to be aware of, I mentioned this early, Metro has been very helpful to us as we create a jobs program in Precinct 3. And very, very clearly, as I've said before, Dakin has over 1,000 jobs. I think we know there's some people in some neighborhoods in Houston that need jobs. So if we can get them on a bus and get them out to Dakin, we can get some people to work. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Hopefully I'll have a better report coming up in April. And then the last thing on 225, or the last couple of things, just be aware that the city of Houston has issued some drainage criteria that was not exactly the same as Harris County's. And fortunately, with the mayor's involvement, they pulled it back for a couple of months till they can work on it. I appreciate Mr. Blunt working with the city of Houston, because here's what we need. We need everybody to be on the same page. And I look forward to the city of Houston doing that. I think they will. I think we put ours out there early so people can comment on it. So y'all should be aware that that issue is being worked through. And it's really important because the ETJ of the city of Houston slips over to Fort Bend County, Waller County, Montgomery County, Brazoria County. So when they adopt a criteria, it really does have regional implications. So we're working very closely with them, and appreciate John's Blunt taking the lead. I wanted y'all to be aware, because if we don't get on the same page, that could be a big issue going forward. That's all I had.
Commissioner
Judge.
Ramsey, is that the one? Is that the one that they adopted recently with the Perry Homes, or are we talking about something else?
No. This doesn't have anything to do with Perry Homes. That's all good. That's great. That's a win-win-win. What this is everybody adopted Atlas 14. And originally the city of Houston adopted the same criteria we did. Early January, some additional requirements over and above what the county was asking for were put out there. We're trying to get everybody back into a common denominator here. So when we deal with folks, it's not what's the county doing, what's the city doing. So I'm optimistic that we can get there. They have put on hold any changes until we can hopefully work this out by early May, late April.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Cagle.
Commissioner Ramsey, thank you for bringing up this issue. And I remember, I can't remember if it was you or Commissioner Cagle when we were doing the issue for on Perry Homes. We talked about Montgomery County. So, Mr. Blunt, can you just tell us who has come in, who has not? And like, has Pearland done it on my side or Brazoria? Just give us an update.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'll have to send that out. I don't have them off the top of my head. The vast majority of them are either there or they're moving that way. The city of Houston did complete all the things we required, but they've gone I would say a leap forward, but not necessarily with having thought of all the consequences. We've been working with them, and so the mayor's working to give some time to work through the issues, and it really relates to very small redevelopment of houses, for example, which we don't have these issues in the county, but the truth is in 5 or 10 years we'll start seeing them. So we want to make sure we're deeply involved with what they do, and we're all in agreement, and we're working closely with them. But there were some unintended consequences of what they adopted, and they're going back and we're trying to figure out how to right those.
And if Mr. Judge, if Mr. Pop is on the line, I just want to know, because if there's something we can do, who's left out, and what can we do to bring them in terms of asking or in terms of joint projects? I know that if Russ is on the line.
Well, I will tell you, Commissioner, both me and Russ, anytime there's a joint project and we look at the agenda and we get the items in, we work with the precincts and let them know, hey, this is going to be a problem, or hey, the city of Baytown is on here. Well, yeah, the city of Baytown's in compliance. It's not an issue. We keep careful track. So if there's going to be something that shows up on the agenda where a city is not in compliance with an infrastructure project, we let everybody know up front, and we'll let everybody know at court.
Mr. Ellis, let me quickly. I put this on the agenda to point out this is good news. John Blunt has got everybody listening, and everybody wants to get to the same spot, including Houston. So we're sitting here today, everybody wanted to get there. We're not quite there yet, but it's not because someone turning this down or that down. But John's working through those issues. He's meeting with the folks on the details now. But this is important not just for the city of Houston, but also, as you say, Pearland, Fort Bend County, Sugar Land, all these other places.
And Commissioner Ramsey, maybe for the next agenda, John, if you put an item on, or one of us will, so we know, because we know we're gonna run out of money. And I want, even if it's not my precinct, I want you all to know, all is not yours. If somebody is not adopting them, we need to know that before we look at joint projects.
Commissioner, we can send an update out well before next court. We can send out this week of where everybody is.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work that Commissioner Ramsey is putting in with regard to using all of those old contacts that he had over there to have that come let us reason together. And for my part, if there are some additional protections that maybe the city of Houston wants to have that makes sense for us to adopt, I don't mind us adding some protection in the county side, as long as it's a reasonable one that doesn't impact there, because there is so much value to having consistency across the border. And I also want to add that I happen to know that Commissioner Ramsey's contacts in Montgomery County have caused them now to be more open to considering adopting some of our criteria that we have here, because there's a good play in there, and we'll see how all that comes out. But he's for the newbie, he's been a heavy hauler in helping us with some of these issues to make sure that throughout our region that we have consistent, solid protection for all of the citizens.
Yeah, I think it's so important to get it up north is crucial. And then the other, and I asked this, I know the IRT is looking into this, but the question that gets me every time is when I say, well, if another Harvey happened, would we be protected? And well, no. So how, just thinking about, and Commissioner Ramsey, I wonder as you have these conversations, we got to get to A before we get to B. So we need folks to at least adopt this. But at some point, we really do need to think about realistically, we have a mini Harvey in Imelda, we have a mini Harvey in all these different floods, just because it's localized and not all across the county. But we need to make the county, resilient to what the reality of the situation is.
That's really a good point, Judge. And what I think we're trying to stay focused on is what are some things we can do right now, from cleaning out ditches, making Barker and Addicts deeper. Those are not complicated. We can do that tomorrow, and it would provide just a whole nother level of protection for when that next storm comes.
Yeah. Commissioner Ramsey, I think you have one more item, just one more.
That's just request for authorization to accept and what we appreciate donation of a check of $1,269.71 from Courtney Mitchell Frank for the purchase of picnic table, Terry Hershey Park.
Commissioner Cagle.
Judge, we've already addressed mine, and no one had an objection, so I technically move it.
All right, we're at the 2-hour mark, so why don't we take a break and then we can finish the agenda. It's 5:20.
Thank you.
Let's break until 5:35.
Thank you, Judge.
Ellis and Commissioner Cagle. It's 5:37 and Commissioner's Court is back in session. We left off at Commissioner Precinct 4. We already went over the COVID-19 agenda, which covers us through to item 257. Item 258 under miscellaneous is transmittal by the county clerk. Item 259, we already voted on. All the public hearings we've already completed. Then we are at executive session. Item 262 is the reappointment of the of Mr. Zakaria, who is newly appointed chairman of the Harris Center. And I visited with him very recently. I know he's done a fabulous job. Very happy to be reappointing him. Do folks need to go to executive session on this?
Judge, I think he's done a phenomenal job and he's committed. These boards are incredibly time intensive. And so to have him and others, with the exception of one board member, but that really dedicate a great deal of personal time and energy and probably take away from whatever other business interests they have. They're really giving a lot to these organizations. So if there's no issues, I'd move that we go ahead and reappoint Mr. Zachariah.
Second, if that's okay.
Yes. We have a motion and a second on item 262. Commissioner Cagle?
Aye.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a comment. In favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye again.
I'm in favor. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Item 263, no action on this item. Is that right, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Item 264, J, I believe we're going to executive session on this one.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, so that'll be 264 on redistricting. Item 265, we're going to executive session, right? That's the same probate court item?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, and item 266, do folks need to go to executive session on that one?
I'm sorry, Mr. Judge, I hear.
No, I'm going to let the county attorney respond on that. I think he wanted to speak on it.
We don't need to. If you all would like to discuss it, we're happy to, but we don't need to.
Go ahead, Judge, if that'd be okay.
Yeah, I think we're all happy to hear about it in open court, Mr. Menifee.
Mr. Menifee, unless he thinks we should do it in executive session.
Yeah, no, we can talk about it out in open court. That's fine. Okay, so this is just a lawsuit that we're settling. This was a waste facility, a landfill that was out in the Pasadena area, and multiple residents had complained of a pervasive rotten egg and strong sulfur-like smell that was in their homes, in their cars, on their clothes. Pollution Control Services investigated from claims, and we filed a suit on this action, an enforcement action. So we were seeking the court to make them fix the issue as well as trying to get penalties. And what we found was that after Hurricane Harvey, the landfill had accepted large amounts of residential debris, including what's called Chinese drywall. And that drywall was, when it got wet, it was staying wet for a certain amount of time, and it would release hydrogen sulfide, which explained the smell. So since we filed the lawsuit, the company has since added additional covering layers at the landfill, and which has mitigated the odor. So we have not received any complaints of the odor since we took that action. So there's no need to get the company to do anything with respect to the previous conduct, but we have negotiated a settlement which would include $10,000 to fund a mobile household hazardous waste program that would be directed to help the residents of Precinct 2. And of course, the wrinkle in this case, as is the wrinkle in many of our environmental cases, is the state is represented in this action. And so any settlement that we reach for penalties has to be approved by the state. We've already gotten authorization from the state on approval on this, as well as the approval of the other side on it. So as soon as this court signs off on it, it'll be ready to be taken care of.
I would move that we adopt this item, and just on behalf of the citizens of Pasadena and those surrounding the area, I just want to thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Second. Thank you.
Thank you.
County Attorney.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Menifee, and to your team. Next is the emergency and supplemental agenda. Item 267 is also for executive session to consult with our attorneys, correct, Mr. Iyer, Mr. Menifee?
Yes, Judge, that's correct. We need to do that in executive session.
Item 268. Yeah.
Judge, I was gonna say on item 268, we, our office did not get an opportunity to actually review that particular item. In particular, there were contract terminology that wasn't up to date, and you use an old template. So we would ask no action, or the item be referred back to us for review before being looked at.
I would move we refer to the county attorney's office.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to refer this item to the county attorney's office. And then you all will bring it back when it's ready, Jay? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, Judge, we can certainly do that. We'll put it back on the agenda or get with them to put it back on the agenda when it's sort of the requirements it needs to.
Okay.
Judge, I know that the auditor did a big report on this issue, and it kind of ties in with item 273 when we get to it to know what can and cannot be done. You muted, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. So let's take a vote on it then. Commissioner Ellis, you made the motion to refer it, and Commissioner Garcia seconded it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Although, Judge, it's a general rule if one member of court wants to refer it to an agency, that normally doesn't require a vote, but I'm an aye.
Thank you. I'm an aye as well, so we'll refer it unanimously. But thank you, Commissioner Cable. 269 is a contract for Universal Services. 270 case management system. 271 is an update on Russell. Is that an executive session item as well?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so 271. And then 272, Commissioner Ellis.
Motion, Judge.
273 is also yours, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge.
Yeah, we did that one earlier.
Okay.
Judge, before
Yes,
we move on, item 272, is that as presented?
Yes, I hope we sent a motion around, staff. Oh, no, yeah, 273, yes.
So 272
Oh,
is
we have
approved as
273, now let me
presented.
make that motion, I just sent it around. So, Judge, what I'm doing is directing the county attorney's office to explore all options that Commissioners Court can take to ensure the county's indigent defense system meets its constitutional obligation to provide equal protection under law and the right to counsel, including but not limited to influencing caseload standards, the terms of private appointment contracts, independence of counsel, and other methods to ensure quality indigent defense in Harris County, and a report back to Commissioners Court on their findings.
Judge, we didn't realize that there was a motion coming down the pike this late in the day. We got it about 5:23. I've not had a chance to look at it yet.
We can do it after executive session. That's fine.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. I just, maybe it's just the old judge in me, but I kind of like to read something before I vote for it or against it.
If you like me, I like reading it printed instead of in the computer.
Amen.
Okay, so we'll come back to that one after executive session.
So Judge, I hate to interrupt, but to be clear, item 272, Commissioner Ellis, you want that as presented, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Item 274, we already covered, Commissioner Ellis. That's Mr. Graves's, the detention basin. And item 275, we covered as well. It's on the libraries. 276, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, Judge. I just want to say that I've got some concerns. I'm going to hold this item, but I want to check with Mr. Dwight to make sure that holding this item will not create any problems.
Dwight?
Governor, sorry. Commissioner, I don't think it'll have any issues just renewing the contract, but yes, sir. If you want to hold it for 2 more weeks, we'll put it on hold.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And item 277, to Commissioner Garcia's point about 311, is wonderful to see this moving.
Yep.
So those are the items. We would then vote on all the items except for the following. 273, which we're going to discuss. It's related to indigent defense, and we're going to discuss it when we return from executive session. And then the following items, which we're taking to executive session. 191, the tax assessor collector penalties. That's to consult with our attorneys on a contract. 135, probate courts, to consult with our attorney on a personnel matter. 264, redistricting, is to consult with our attorneys on a contract. 267, NHHIP, to consult with our attorneys on possible legal action. And 271, Russell, to consult with our attorneys on current litigation. So is there a motion?
Judge,
Yes, James.
did you say that you were also taking item 265 back?
No, James. 191, tax assessor penalties. 135, probate courts. 264, redistricting. 267, NHHIP. And 271, Russell.
Yes, ma'am. Item 265 is request by the county attorney to consult with the court regarding the probate court's judicial fund. So it looks like there's two items for that
On
judicial
probate
fund.
courts, do we need to take them both?
I think so, Judge.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but item 135 is the action item. 265 was just a request to consult. So we're already, by virtue of moving 135, we're effectively doing that.
Okay, so it's okay if we vote on 265 is what you're saying, James?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no action attached to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's only 135, James.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a
Okay,
motion.
so there's a motion for all items except for the ones listed under executive session that I read out, as well as 273, which is coming back after executive session.
As well as all the previous items that were already voted on, correct?
Already, that's right.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
the Commissioner Ellis has made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So, folks have the call-in number for executive session?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Jay, anything to add?
Yes, Judge, I was going to suggest if you can sign on to the teams, especially the court members. We had sent around, I know the county attorney wants a brief, we're going to give you a brief sort of presentation on one of the items. So if you can be on the team's video portion, not just the audio, that would be, I think, preferable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Judge.
Is that this one or another one?
You have another invite. It's the team.
I'll get somebody to help me. You're right. I won't even try. I won't even go there.
Yes, Commissioner Cagle.
Your Honor, one of the lawyers we're going to be talking to was partner with a lawyer by the name of Jim Blackburn, and I've got his book here with his pictures of birds and his poetry. And so when we get online with him, we need to ask him if he'll get mine signed by the famous trial lawyer who actually appeared in my old court a few times. But you need to get yourself one of these books. You'll like it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, and Jay, you guys are taking care to have the right folks at each section.
Yes, yes, we do.
All right, so it's it's 5:52, and we're breaking for executive session.
I'm here.
Okay, so it's 7:44, and we're back now from executive session. We're discussing item 273. Go ahead, Commissioner Cagle.
During our executive session, I was taking a peek at Commissioner Ellis's motion, which he had sent over at 5:28 p.m. And I'm fussing because I don't like getting motions when I'm trying to concentrate on the cogent and very valuable words that my colleagues are speaking. But I have reviewed it quickly, and I would like to add the following 6 words, which I think will be a friendly amendment, which is in the 4th line down, or the next to the last line. If you were a translator, you would call that the penultimate line, not the last ultimate, but the one before that, the penultimate. And and you have the word and it says other methods. Before the word and, there's a comma, and before the word and, to add the following 6 words: adequate resources to provide speedy trial. I can't hear Commissioner Ellis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take it. Thank you. So I'll move it with that friendly amendment. If James has it, James, did you get it?
I did, but for a court record, do you mind repeating it?
Adequate. This is after the comma behind council and before the word and, the following 6 words. Adequate resources to provide speedy trial. Now that could be interpreted to be differing things and whatnot, but I think that the goal of the speedy trial is an important one. I may say that if there's a log jam and we don't know where the log jams are in the system, we're studying that. But if the log jam is having inadequate personnel to process cases so that they get to a conclusion, that would be providing a speedy trial. Nobody is served by keeping people languishing, waiting for their trial.
Did you get what you needed, James?
It would be a lot clearer if the whole motion was read. I know.
Oh, okay.
I direct the county attorney's office to explore all options that Commissioners Court can take to ensure the county's indigent defense system meets its constitutional obligation to provide equal protection under the law and the right to counsel, including but not limited to influencing caseload standards, the terms of private appointment contracts, independence of counsel, adequate resources to provide speedy trial, and other methods to ensure quality indigent defense in Harris County, and to report back to the Commissioners Court on their findings.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So now we'll go back to all the items we took to executive session. We went to executive session on item 191 on the tax assessor. There will be no action on that item, James. We went to executive session on item 135 on the probate courts. Is there a motion to approve that item as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm in favor as well. The motion carries unanimously. We also went to executive session on item 264 on redistricting. We need a motion to approve that item as presented.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ellis and a second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We went to executive session on item 267 on the North Houston Highway Improvement Project. There's no motion. That's an update item, so we don't need a motion. And we also went to executive session on item 271 on the Russell litigation. That was also an update item, so no motion is needed. I believe that covers it, but Jay and James, let me know if I've missed anything.
Yes, ma'am. So for item 267 and 271 for court record, we'll just show no action.
Right. There's no action to be taken.
Thank you.
Right.
Correct. Judge, I think that's everything covered on the agenda.
I thought Commissioner Garcia said we were going to be out like 5 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm having dinner in there. You all want some turkey?
Spoke too soon, man. Spoke too soon.
I did want to adjourn in memory of Elijah Ellis Sr. And
thank you.
I'm reading about your father, Commissioner, and he served in the military in 1942. He enlisted 3 children, including our very own Commissioner Ellis, and I'm just so grateful that he did what he did to make sure that you got to where you are and everything you've done. So, Commissioner, in honor of your father and with your family in our hearts.
Thank you, Judge, and I appreciate hearing from all of you. It's very thoughtful. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
So it's 7:49, and Commissioner's Court is now adjourned.
Good night, folks. Thank you.
Good night.
Hi, Judge.
Bye.
Good night.